Meanwhile, Wang Limei, who had been unconscious for a long time, finally woke up drenched in sweat under the scorching sun. She opened her eyes and instinctively tried to get up, but her body wouldn't cooperate and she fell back down heavily. Her mind went blank for a few seconds before she remembered what had just happened. That damned girl. I should have just strangled her to death back then. Cursing, Wang Limei checked her body, trying to pull the needles out. But all the needles had been pushed in completely, leaving no end sticking out, just a barely noticeable pinprick, almost impossible to spot unless you looked closely. She had once used this very trick, hoping a Nan would die quietly and unnoticed. Who'd have thought karma would come back around to her one day? Now, if she wanted to get the needles out, she'd have to go under the knife. But in these times, with no doctors or medicine, how could she possibly cut herself open to look for them? One wrong move and she'd die from infection. Cursing some more, Wang Limei gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand up despite the pain. She couldn't keep lying here, or she'd be roasted alive by the sun. Looking around, she spotted the gate to a Nan's house. Clenching her teeth, she hobbled forward a few steps. Gujiu's kick had been vicious, her waist felt like it was about to snap. And the needles a Nan had stuck in her were wreaking havoc inside her body. Unlike a Nan as a child, Wang Limei had thick skin and strong bones. The needles hadn't hit bone, but were moving around in her flesh. Every movement felt like being stabbed all over again. In pain and frustration, she leaned against the gate, panting, and peered inside. She figured a Nan and the others had only taken one SUV. There was no way they could have moved all the supplies. There had to be more left in the house. Now that they were out, it was the perfect chance to sneak in and take a look. Even if the missing supplies weren't here, there'd still be a Nan's own stash. Xingye's leg was clearly done for. Even if the wound healed, he'd probably limp for life. If she herself were healthy, it'd be one thing, but now, with all those needles in her body, who knew how much longer she'd last? If she couldn't get food, that vixen Lu Xiaolian would run off at the first chance. No way she'd willingly care for an injured Xingye. Then what would her son do, crippled and all alone? Thinking this, Wang Limei immediately started fiddling with the lock, trying to break in. But this high-end lock wasn't so easy to crack. Before she could figure it out, a sudden barking erupted. Wang Limei looked up and saw a dog's head sticking out of the second-floor window. Awo! Awawawawu! She jumped in fright, then realized it wasn't this the vicious guard dog that had hurt her son. Anger flared up, and she started cursing. You brainless beast! What are you barking at? Think you're such a great guard dog. You bite everyone you see. Were you a starving ghost in your past life? One day I'll skin you, tie you up, and roast you over a fire. Let's see how dog meat tastes with pig's head. After venting, she looked at the lock again, troubled. With that vicious dog inside, even if she got the door open, she couldn't just barge in. Otherwise, she'd get bitten to death before she even found the supplies. Looking up again, she saw the dog's head was gone from the window. Clicking her tongue, she decided to go home first and see if she could find something to poison the dog. Animals love to eat. She'd poison it first, then come back for the supplies. Just as Wang Limei was about to leave, the villa's door suddenly opened from the inside. She stared in shock as the big white dog charged out, barking at her through the gate. The dog could open doors. Wang Limei cursed inwardly and hurriedly limped away, ignoring her pain. If that dog managed to open the gate, she'd be dead for sure. Awo! Awawawawu! The gate was harder to open. Fugue, the dog, watched the old woman's retreating figure, anxiously pawing at the gate. Today, he had to show this damned, ugly old hag what he was made of. Breaking in was bad enough, but she even dared to curse at him. Maybe it was his anger and impatience getting in the way, but after a long struggle, the damned lock still wouldn't open. Fugue was frantic, afraid his prey would get away. Just then, a soft chuckle came from behind. Fugue, don't worry. Fugue looked up, still agitated, but relaxed a little when he saw who it was. Woof! A greeting of sorts. Stay here, I'll handle it. Fugue watched as the newcomer chased after Wang Limei, satisfied, and gave a little snort. Meanwhile, Nan and Gu Jiu finally arrived near the official base. The base was located in Jiangyang City, next to Limbei City. Administratively, this area was part of a county under Jiangong, but it was actually farther from Jiangyang's urban area and closer to Limbei. It took them less than 2 hours by car to get there. By now, a long line had already formed outside the base gates. A group of staff members were using handheld loudspeakers to keep order. Cars lined up in a queue on the left, while people on foot formed a snaking line on the right. Nan parked at the end of the car queue. The line was so long she couldn't even see the base gates. Fortunately, there were far fewer cars than people on foot, so the car line moved much faster. Nan and Gu Jiu sat in their air-conditioned car, comfortable and able to chat, so the wait wasn't too bad. But after only a short while, a commotion suddenly broke out ahead. Someone's fainted. When are we finally going to get in? Are we supposed to stand in line all day in this heat? This is going to kill people. Hey! Don't try to squeeze in over here. You're clearly from the row behind us. Says who? Got any proof? Wow, how can you be so shameless? Who are you calling shameless? You. What about it? I swear I'll beat you to death today. In the apocalypse, people's tempers were already running high. Now, forced to queue for hours in the sweltering heat, everyone was even more irritable and restless. It didn't take long for chaos to break out. Some families started shouting when their loved ones fainted from the heat. Fights broke out over people cutting in line. Others tried to take advantage of the confusion, pushing forward by brute force. Some even tried to rush over to the vehicle convoy and seize cars. Nan watched as 3 men from the line on the right dashed over, yanked open the door of the car in front of her, and forced their way inside. After a few moments of violent shaking, the 2 original, scrawnier owners were thrown out, battered and bruised. Just like that, the car had a new owner. Seeing someone succeed, more and more people started fighting for cars. After all, waiting in a car was much cooler and more comfortable than standing outside. Plus, most cars had gas and supplies inside. If you managed to grab one, you'd be set for a while. The situation spiraled further out of control. Even locking the doors wasn't enough. Some people just smashed the windows outright. There were only a handful of staff, but the crowd of survivors was vast and unmanageable. With all the noise and chaos, the staff's megaphones were completely drowned out. Their own Hummer was getting attention too. But their doors were locked, and Nan quickly cracked the window just a bit. Gu Jiu immediately stuck the barrel of his shotgun out through the gap. A firearm was the best deterrent. The would-be robbers instantly backed off and went looking for easier targets. Gu Jiu kept his gun at the ready, cautious. You were right. The management here is nowhere near perfect yet. Nan looked out the window. The apocalypse is nothing like before. New systems always take time to figure out. Gu Jiu frowned. Should we head back for now? Nan nodded. Let's go. We'll come back in a couple of days when things have calmed down. Anyone who could become a base leader had to have some real skills. There was no way things would stay this chaotic forever. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, a loud gunshot rang out, bang. It wasn't Gu Jiu who fired. Looking around, they saw 2 squads of armed guards jogging out from inside the base. Bang! Bang! A few more shots rang out in quick succession. The troublemakers at the front of the crowd dropped one after another. The guards didn't say a word. Just a few shots, and the entire crowd of survivors fell silent. Even the troublemakers quietly returned to the right sideline and started queuing up obediently. Nan smirked. Now that's more like it. The old ways of peace and democracy just didn't fit this new world anymore. Force was the most effective method of control. After all, the people who used to patiently line up to buy things couldn't even get enough to eat now. Civility was a luxury. First, you had to survive. With order restored, Nan kept their car in line and didn't leave. Suddenly, in the silence, a family member of one of the shot troublemakers burst into tears and shouted, "The soldiers killed someone. They're murdering people. My husband was just trying to steal a car. At most, that's robbery. He doesn't deserve the death penalty. What gives you the right to kill people like this? Who's in charge here? I want to file a complaint. The lead guard didn't hesitate. He fired another shot. Bang! The woman fell, eyes wide open in death. The world fell utterly silent. No one dared utter another word. Everyone snapped back to reality. This was the apocalypse. The armed guards in front of them weren't here to protect them. They were here to keep them in line. With the guards' guns keeping everyone in check, order was quickly restored. The left side vehicle line moved faster, and soon it was in Nan's turn. A staff member registered them while collecting food rations. To enter the base, each person had to pay 5 jade of food. And Nan already knew about this rule from her previous life. They'd come to check out the housing, so before setting out, she and Gujiyu had filled the car with food. They handed over a small bag of rations and registered. Each of them received an ID card. The staff explained, with this card, you can freely enter and exit the base. But be aware of the curfew, the gates close at sunset, and no one is allowed in or out. And Nan nodded in understanding. This space was really more like a small county town. Not too big, not too small, enough to hold a lot of people, but not so large that it was unmanageable. The curfew was an effective way to prevent troublemakers from acting under cover of darkness. Still, no amount of precaution could guard against a sudden, thick fog. And Nan glanced at the main gate. In low visibility, it would be hard to defend. And when the time came, there'd be chaos both inside and out. It would be a disaster waiting to happen. The staff continued, keep your ID card safe. The base will soon open a supermarket and implement a points system. You'll need your card for shopping and exchanging points. And Nan said, so it's basically an all-in-one pass? The staff nodded. Exactly. Once you're inside, take your card to the main office to register for accommodation. Have a nice day. And Nan examined the ID card in her hand. This was something she desperately wanted in her previous life, but never managed to get. Now, she'd gotten it so easily. With this, she could come and go from the official base whenever she wanted and live there any time. She put the card away, started the car, and drove into the base. Inside, the endless sea of people was finally gone. The cars that had entered before them were nowhere to be seen. Here and there, a few survivors walked slowly along the road, carrying their luggage. And Nan followed the main road for a short while before spotting a prominent 3-story building with a sign reading Base Administrative Office. Several cars were parked nearby. 2 armed guards stood at the entrance, one on each side. And Nan glanced at them, then parked the car at the door, locked it, and walked into the office building with Gujiyu. As soon as they entered, they saw a female staff member directing people with a megaphone. New arrivals, please come inside and line up to register for accommodation. Don't push and no cutting in line. The office lobby was spacious and bright. For a moment, and Nan felt as if she'd gone back to the days before the apocalypse. She looked inside. There were about 7 or 8 service windows, each with a long line in front of it. But a few people weren't lining up. They slipped up the stairs on the left side of the lobby. Past experience had taught Nan that less is more. No matter what era it was, even at the end of the world, the 80-20 rule still applied. 80% of the world's wealth and resources would always be controlled by 20% of the people. So she didn't rush inside. Instead, she stopped and asked the female staff member at the entrance, "Excuse me, may I ask?" The woman, looking harried and impatient, didn't even glance at Nan. She just waved her off and said, "Don't block the way here. Hurry up and go inside. If you have questions, ask at the window inside." And Nan wasn't in a hurry. She took 2 throat lozenges from her pocket and slipped them into the staff member's hand. Only then did the woman put down her loudspeaker, give Nan a once-over, and then glanced at Gujiyu standing beside her. Seeing that both of them looked healthy and well-fed, the woman quickly pocketed the candies, her face breaking into a smile. "Miss, what did you want to ask? I didn't quite catch that." And Nan got straight to the point. "What's upstairs for?" The woman grinned. "You've come to the right person. Upstairs is for handling house rentals and sales, but you need to pass a financial check with my colleague before you can go up. Financial check? The woman nodded. Whether you're renting or buying, you'll need a fair amount of food. To improve efficiency, we have someone check your resources first. Only those who can afford it are allowed upstairs. She patted the pocket where she'd stashed the candies. Looking at you too, you don't seem short on food. If you want to rent, I can take you straight upstairs. And Nan glanced at the long line nearby. And those people are. The woman explained, the first floor is for free accommodation. As long as you've entered the base, you're guaranteed a bed in a shared room. But, she leaned in and lowered her voice, you know how it is with shared rooms. A 20 square meter place crammed with 8 people, the conditions aren't exactly great. And Nan thought about it. That sounded a lot like a college dorm. But the survivors sharing these are. Weren't innocent college students. In a room full of strangers, there was no way to guarantee the safety of your belongings. For those with nothing to their name, though, it was a good deal. They could move in with nothing, work for the base for food, and at least not have to worry about survival. But for those with resources, it was obviously safer and more comfortable to have a place of their own. And Nan said directly, we'll go upstairs, thank you. The woman beamed and led them up. There was a guard at the second-floor stairwell, only allowing people in with tickets. The woman called out, and the guard let Nan and Gujiyu through. As they walked inside, and Nan whispered, the management here is pretty lax. Just a word and we're in. Gujiyu teased, isn't it nice to have someone open the back door for you? They reached the service window on the second floor, where there were noticeably fewer people than downstairs. A staff member handed over a price list and asked, are you looking to rent or buy? And Nan glanced at the list. There were only 2 types of small, simply finished apartments, a 40 square meter 1-bedroom and a 60 square meter 2-bedroom. No shared areas, what you see is what you get. There were even diagrams attached. The so-called industrial minimalist style was basically just bare concrete. Rent for the 2 types was 8 or 13 jin of grain per month, with a 3-month minimum. To buy, it was 500 or 700 jin of grain. And Nan looked around. Most people at the other windows were renting. Not many could fork out that much grain at once. Of course, other goods could be used instead of grain. The back of the price list had conversion rates for various supplies. And Nan skimmed it and replied without hesitation, buy. Renting made no sense for her. She didn't plan to move in right away, so rent would just be wasted. Besides, buying was actually a better deal. 4 or 5 years' rent would pay for a whole apartment. They'd probably set the prices low because they knew most survivors couldn't pay so much at once. The staff member nodded approvingly. Buying now is a good choice. Prices are only this low for a few days. Word is, there are more survivors than expected, so prices will likely go up soon. And Nan thought for a moment. Are there any larger units? Without looking up, the staff member filled out the registration form. No, the layouts are fixed. You can only choose the floor. There are 6 floors in total. Which one do you want? And Nan considered it. 5th floor. The 60 square meter one? Yes. The staff member quickly processed the paperwork and sent someone downstairs to fetch the grain. Once they'd paid, their vehicle was empty. And Nan and Gujiyu took the keys and were about to check out their new place when 2 men emerged from the lobby. They'd just been on the 2nd floor too, at the next window over. The younger man, walking out, said excitedly, Uncle, you're amazing. You bought so many apartments at once. We can just live off rental income and flipping houses from now on. And Nan was speechless. People were still speculating on real estate at the end of the world? Gujiyu noticed her staring at the 2 men and asked, you want to buy a few more yourself? And Nan shook her head without hesitation. She had no interest in real estate speculation. If she wanted to make money, there were plenty of ways, no need to hoard houses. After all, her knowledge of upcoming disasters only covered the extreme cold. According to Bai Wenbin, there was still an eternal night to come, who knew what else might happen. The world was unstable. If the base collapsed one day, all those houses would be worthless. They got in the car and drove to check out their new place, Building 2, Unit 3, Apartment 501. 2 apartments per floor, neat and square. Just as she'd imagined, nothing special, cold and empty. After confirming there were no issues, and Nan drove around the still-recovering base. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, they left before curfew. On the way home, the two of them happily listened to music. And Nan was enthusiastically discussing dinner plans with Chef Gu when she suddenly sensed something was off. Huh? Why is the car shaking? Gu Jiu, in the passenger seat, suddenly sat up straight, his face tense as he stared ahead. It's not the car. The whole ground is shaking. What? And Nan's pupils contracted. An earthquake? How could this be? There hadn't been an earthquake at this time in her previous life. Before she could think further, the SUV, which had been moving steadily, began to shake even more violently. Before either of them could react, there was a loud rumble, and the ground ahead suddenly split open, revealing a massive chasm. And Nan's heart was pounding as she gripped the steering wheel with one hand and hurriedly grabbed Gu Jiu with the other. Her eyes were fixed on the road ahead. With a sudden 100-meter flash, she and the car dodged the chasm that had appeared out of nowhere. But the cracks in the earth kept spreading. The once solid asphalt road was like a fragile cracker, being torn apart at will by some invisible giant hand, new wounds appearing one after another. There was no time to catch her breath. And Nan's palms were slick with sweat as she clung tightly to Gu Jiu's hand, eyes locked on the road, flashing again and again to relatively safer spots. She didn't even dare to hide directly in her space. She didn't know where to set the exit when they came out. If the outside world had changed drastically while they were inside, and they reappeared in a crevice, it would be a disaster. So all she could do was focus intently, aiming for safe ground and flashing forward. By now, the car had reached the foot of Luohan Mountain. Just as Nan finally dodged all the cracks and let out a slight sigh of relief, a massive boulder suddenly came crashing down from the mountain. Gu Jiu's pupils shrank. He turned and pulled Nan into his arms, shielding her with his body. With a deafening crash. The next moment, the two of them were on the sofa in the villa inside her space, clinging tightly to each other, both drenched in sweat. And Nan was so shaken her whole body felt weak. In that split second, Gu Jiu's figure and the shadow of the boulder had overlapped before her eyes. The fear of losing this man had torn at her heart. She realized she wasn't afraid of dying herself, she was afraid of him dying. Only now did Nan realize that Gu Jiu's place in her heart was far more than just a boyfriend she was giving a try. It was a long time before Gu Jiu finally caught his breath and let her go. He looked her up and down, checking carefully. Are you all right? And Nan shook her head. I'm fine. Thank goodness they'd reacted quickly. If they'd been half a second slower, they would have been crushed along with the car. Too bad about the Hummer, though. She'd been so nervous just now, holding on to Gu Jiu for dear life. She hadn't thought to put the car away. At least they were safe. She let out a breath and looked at Gu Jiu. Are you stupid? That boulder was huge. What good would it do for you to shield me? We'd both end up as pancakes. Gu Jiu patted her head. It was just instinct. What he thought was, even if it was useless, at least in my last moment, I did my best to protect you. And Nan hugged him, her eyes a little red. We're okay. That's all that matters. Gu Jiu hugged her back. Yeah. The two of them, survivors of disaster, held each other for a long while before Gu Jiu finally had the energy to look around. They were clearly in the living room of a villa. A soaring ceiling, a bright chandelier, a spiral staircase inlaid with crystals, handmade leather sofas. But the most eye-catching thing was a display case on one wall, stacked high with gold bars, gleaming in the light. The luxury of this place was on par with his own villa number 1. Gu Jiu asked, whose house did we flash into? Besides his own and the Yu family's, was someone else living so lavishly at Luohan Mountain? And Nan thought for a moment, then decided not to hide it anymore. She wanted a future with Gu Jiu. Sooner or later, this day would come. So she laid her cards on the table. This isn't anyone's house. It's my portable space. Portable space? Gu Jiu was genuinely surprised. And Nan nodded and explained the existence and principles of her portable space: storage, hiding, flashing, jade upgrades. She explained a lot, leaving Gu Jiu a bit dazed. So she simply demonstrated, using her mind to retrieve the heart of ice and snow necklace he had given her from the storage area. We're currently in the living area of the space. People can enter here. There's also a storage area, but the physical body can't enter. It can only be accessed with my consciousness to view and retrieve items. Gu Jiu stared at the necklace that had appeared out of thin air in Nan's hand. He trusted she wouldn't joke about this, but it still felt surreal. As he watched the necklace disappear from her hand again, he was about to say something when Nan opened the electric curtains. The floor-to-ceiling windows behind the curtains were revealed, and the view of the estate outside came into sight. A vast lawn, lush trees, a small pond, and crops. Gu Jiu stared at the cucumbers and large chili peppers growing not far away, unable to resist getting up, pushing open the door, and walking outside. Now he truly realized this wasn't the real world. After all, after years of extreme heat, where else could you find such a refreshing, beautiful scene? And Nan followed him, walking alongside him through the estate, all the while watching his expression. There was no greed or calculation in his eyes, only amazement and appreciation. The vibrant grass reflected in his eyes, glowing softly. After a while, Gu Jiu bumped into an invisible wall. That's the storage area, right? And Nan nodded. You can't go in there physically. We can only move around within the estate. Now Gu Jiu finally understood where all those supplies and the Night 15 had disappeared to. This portable space was truly a magical artifact. Even if someone saw the surveillance footage and knew who took the stuff, they'd never actually find it. After a stroll outside, the two returned to the villa. Gu Jiu thought for a moment. Since you can enter this space, but still live in the dangerous real world, there must be some restrictions, right? And Nan nodded. You guessed right. There's a daily time limit. At first, it was just 1 hour. After upgrading, it became 2 hours. With jade? Gu Jiu asked. And Nan nodded. Yes. She hesitated, then added, the jade earrings and bead necklace you gave me were also used for upgrades. Gu Jiu understood. That's great. They fulfilled an even greater purpose. Then he smiled. From now on, I'll help you collect jade and upgrade the space. And I'll give you gifts made of other materials, so the space won't absorb them. And Nan smiled. All right. Gu Jiu continued, so we can stay here for up to 2 hours now? And Nan replied, actually, it's more than that. I recently got the Bai family's jade jewelry, and last night I collected jade from the Yin family and other residents. I'm not sure exactly how much time it's upgraded to now. Almost the entire villa district's jade, and most of it high quality. Surely that would add at least another hour or 2. Gu Jiu nodded. No problem. We don't need to stay here too long anyway. After half an hour, let's try going out and see. And Nan agreed, okay. Gu Jiu thought for a moment, then reminded her again, Enin, you must keep the secret of the space to yourself from now on. Don't tell anyone else. He paused, then emphasized, not even Zhao Ping'an or Chu Peipei. Don't let them know either. Anan understood he was just worried about her. Don't worry, you're the only one I've told. Then she teased, is it safe to tell you? You're not going to kill me for treasure, are you? Gu Jiu smiled. If I don't kill you, I get not only the treasure, but also a wife. If I did kill you, I'd lose my wife for nothing. Do you think that's a good deal? Anan curled her lips. Life is long. Who knows if you'll want to change wives someday? Gu Jiu pulled her into his arms. I don't think there's a woman in this world more captivating than you. What, don't you have confidence in yourself? Anan shot him a sidelong glance. It's not myself I don't trust, it's men. Gu Jiu looked into her eyes. You don't have to worry. I can stop being a man and just be your partner. Anan burst out laughing at his stop being a man line. Gu Jiu really would say anything to put her at ease. She'd only been joking just now. If she dared to tell Gu Jiu her secret, it meant she'd already decided to trust him. Now that she'd shared the secret of the space, she felt completely at peace, no anxiety or fear at all. Gu Jiu knew Anan trusted him, but he still wanted to give her more reassurance. Anan, those warehouses I told you about before, why don't you put them all into your space too? Anan was taken aback. Huh? Gu Jiu smiled. I already know such a huge secret of yours. Aren't you going to use it to keep me in check? He took her hand. If, like you said, I ever fall for someone else, you can take all those supplies and run far away. Teach the scumbag a painful lesson. Anan looked at him, confused at how he could so casually talk about things that would put him at a disadvantage. But those warehouses are your entire fortune. He was just handing everything over to her so easily. Even she had only confessed the secret of the space. She hadn't lost her head over love to the point of giving him everything she owned. Gu Jiu, aren't you afraid I'll be the one who falls for someone else and runs off with all your stuff? Gu Jiu lounged lazily on the sofa, still holding her hand. Do whatever you want. I'm willing to pay the price for my feelings. Now that's a real man. Anan looked at his handsome face and felt herself swooning all over again. Gu Jiu went on, besides, there's one thing I'm very sure of. Anan asked, what's that? Gu Jiu's lips curled. You won't find anyone better than me. Anan. So full of yourself. Seeing her mood lighten, Gu Jiu continued, anyway, just think of it as helping me keep my things safe. Don't feel any pressure. Anan thought for a moment, then reminded him, Gu Jiu, if I happen to die before you, the space can't be passed on. All your stuff will disappear with me and can never be retrieved. Gu Jiu didn't mind. If that day really comes, I wouldn't want those supplies anyway. Anan, why not? Gu Jiu looked at her, lips curving up. You want to hear me say something cheesy again? Anan realized what he meant and cut him off. No need, I get it. He was probably about to say something like, if you're gone, life wouldn't mean anything to me. She'd rather not hear too much of that lately. She'd been catching his lovesick tendencies herself. Gu Jiu chuckled for a while, then suddenly frowned as something occurred to him. Anan, how do you know the space disappears when you die? Anan was silent for a moment, then answered honestly, I died once before. Today was all about laying her cards on the table. Since she'd told him about the space, there was no reason to hide the fact that she'd lived another life. So she told him everything she'd experienced before in full detail. Gu Jiu listened quietly. When she finished, he suddenly reached out and hugged her tightly. Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger aren't fit to be called human. And in Xingye, he's not worthy of being a father. He'd even let in Xingye off the hook at the last residence meeting. He'd thought, no matter how bad the guy was, he was still Anan's father, he couldn't just shoot him. But to think he'd let Anan starve to death. How could someone like that deserve to be called a father? Gu Jiu couldn't bear to imagine how Anan had faced death in such a miserable way in her previous life, how much pain and heartbreak she must have felt. Sensing his distress, Anan gently patted his back. It's all in the past. I've already gotten my revenge. Gu Jiu's voice trembled. But what about me? Anan, Gu Jiu, where was I in your last life? Why didn't I protect you? Anan replied softly, I don't know. We never met in my last life. Gu Jiu let out a long breath. Then he really missed out. Anan didn't get it. Who? Gu Jiu, the me from your last life. Anan chuckled. Yeah, he wasn't as lucky as you. They chatted a bit more and soon their moods improved. There was still a little time left before half an hour was up, so Anan took Gu Jiu on a tour of the villa. When they reached the study upstairs, Gu Jiu couldn't help but twitch his lips. This room looks awfully familiar. The same bookshelves, the same desk and tea table, the same antiques and calligraphy. Except for the giant jade landscape sculpture, everything was exactly like his office. Even the layout was identical. He suddenly thought of the gold bars in the living room downstairs. Could those be the ones he'd kept in his secret closet? Gu Jiu almost laughed. Was this little bandit just robbing Peter to pay Paul, stealing from himself for herself? Anan cleared her throat. About that mall theft and the armored car. Gu Jiu said, No need to explain, I know it was you. He glanced around. I just didn't expect you to appreciate my taste so much. Anan was surprised. How did you know? Guji replied, there was a security camera nearby that caught a blurry side profile of you. Seeing Anan's shock, he added, don't worry, no one else could recognize you. And the footage has already been destroyed, no one will find out about the space. Anan nodded, relieved. Looks like she'd have to be even more careful in the future. She thought she'd been cautious enough, but she'd still left a loose end. After a quick tour, they saw it was almost time to go. They got ready to leave the space. But they had to pick a safe spot to reappear to avoid ending up in danger again. Gu Xiu suggested, we don't know what's going on at ground level. It's not safe in any direction. Let's go up. Anan was surprised. Up. That's right. Upwards, why hadn't she thought of that earlier? Right now, the maximum distance she could control when exiting the space was 100 meters. If she aimed 100 meters diagonally upward, she could transfer to the mountain road. Surely the mountain itself hadn't been flattened, right? And Nan said, all right, let's move to the mountain. If anything goes wrong, we'll just blink back into the space. Guji replied, okay, you handle the blinking, I'll keep watch and look for the next landing spot. Got it, and Nan agreed. Relying on her memory, and Nan picked a spot, grabbed Guji's hand, and blinked out of the space. They were fairly lucky, the first landing spot was safe. However, the once clean and tidy mountain road now had several large rocks strewn across it, causing Nan's chosen spot to be a little off. One foot landed on nothing, and she nearly tumbled down the mountain. Fortunately, Gu Jiu reacted quickly and pulled her back. Once they'd steadied themselves, they instinctively looked down toward the foot of the mountain, and their scalps tingled. The place where they'd been half an hour ago. The Humvee was gone. Or rather, not completely gone. At first, it had only been crushed by boulders, but now there was only a single corner of the vehicle awkwardly jutting out from the ground. After a moment of silence, Gu Jiu said, it must be that after we entered the space, the ground here split open and then quickly closed up again. Nan stared at the Humvee trapped by the earth, feeling a chill run down her spine. The scariest thing wasn't the ground splitting open. It was the ground closing. If someone fell into a crack, as long as it wasn't too deep, there might be a sliver of hope. But if it closed, and Nan's expression grew grave. I wonder how Fugue, Sister Pepe, and the others are doing. We should hurry back. When the earthquake struck, their location had been so open, and it was still dangerous. Who knew how things were at home? It could be even worse. Luckily, the villas were spaced out, not as dangerous as the densely packed high-rises in the city. Gu Ziyu tried to reassure her. I'm sure the house is fine. You even came to the mountains during the extreme cold in your previous life, and the houses were all still standing then. I'm sure it's okay now. But Nan frowned. But this earthquake is different from last time. Gu Ziyu was taken aback. How is it different? And Nan's face was serious. The timing is different. Last time, the earthquake happened after the heavy fog ended. Now, the fog hasn't even come yet, and the earthquake hit first. Plus, it feels much stronger than before. Gu Jiu pondered for a moment. Maybe it's the butterfly effect. And Nan nodded. Whatever the reason, since it had happened, they had to face it. And Nan quickly took out the armored vehicle from her space and drove up the mountain. Although there were many fallen rocks along the way, the ability to blink with the vehicle meant they wouldn't be blocked. They hadn't gone far when suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, scrambling over a huge boulder. And Nan's eyes widened. Fugue? The boulder ahead was massive, completely blocking the road. As Nan drove closer, she saw Fugue struggling to climb over it, tumbling to the ground as he landed. When she'd left, the air conditioning was on at home, and she hadn't expected the dog to come out, so she hadn't put his temperature-regulating vest on. Fugue already had a short snout, and now, after braving the scorching sun and who knew how many obstacles, he was panting heavily, tongue lolling out. Watching her dog rolling and scrambling toward her, and Nan hurriedly got out and scooped him up. Fugue barked excitedly, rubbing against her. Woof woof, woof woof woof. Sister Nan, are you okay? The dog was filthy with minor scratches on his paws. Normally, he was well-trained and rarely got hurt. Clearly, he'd been running too frantically this time. And Nan's heart ached. Good boy, you must have been so worried. Woof 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 woof. She hugged him and kissed his head. She couldn't understand his words, but it was obvious he was relieved to see his owner safe. You just ran out like this. What if you couldn't find me and got caught by bad people for dog stew? Woof. Fugue bared his teeth, putting on a fierce expression, as if to say he could take on 10 by himself. And Nan gently patted his back. After circling in Nan to check her over and confirming she was unhurt, Fugue went over to Gujiyu and pawed at him as well. Gujiyu squatted down to pat his head, praising, "Good dog." After a moment of affection, and Nan put Fugue back into her space, letting him rest and drink water in the manor. Then she and Gujiyu continued driving home. Soon, they reached halfway up the mountain. Before entering the villa area, they glanced down at the city through the car window. Mount Luoan was high, and from here, they could overlook most of Limbei City. Those high-rises whose windows had been smashed by people. In the past, you could still catch a glimpse of the city's former splendor from afar. Now it was truly a scene of devastation and desolation. On the cracked earth, many buildings had become ruins. The few still standing were crooked and looked like they could collapse at any moment. Even from a distance, and Nan felt as if she could hear the cries of the people below. She sighed, drove to the entrance of the villa area, honked, and rolled down the window. The guard booth was still standing, though the guard inside was clearly shaken. Oldly, the guard, recognized her and Gujiyu first and quickly opened the gate, greeting them. President Gu. Miss him? Gujiyu nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Driving into the villa area, and Nan saw that things were worse than she'd imagined. The houses on the mountainside were supposed to be the best quality, but even so, about a quarter of the villas were damaged or had collapsed. Many people stood on the main road, some weeping with joy at surviving, some stunned in fear, and others digging through the rubble, searching for survivors. Regardless of whether their own homes had collapsed, no one dared stay inside. Except for those rescuing others, everyone was standing out on the road, not even daring to enter their yards, afraid that another aftershock would bring down what was left of their houses. And Nan drove up to her own home, only to see that the roof had already collapsed. The entire third floor was gone. The first and second floors were still standing, but with visible cracks. Who knew when they might fall as well? Her neighbor Zhao Pingin's house was in better shape, but the walls were cracked too, clearly uninhabitable. And Nan looked around but didn't see Lai Fu, Lord Rabbit, or Sister Peipei and the others. She quickly released the dog from her space. Fugue, where are Lai Fu and Lord Rabbit? And where's Sister Peipei and the others? The dog let out 2 calm woofs. Seeing the dog's relaxed expression, Anna knew they were all fine, just not sure where they'd run off to. After a moment's thought, she turned to Gujiyu and said, "Let's go check on your house first." Gujiyu nodded. Annan restarted the car and drove further in. Before they reached Gujiyu's place, she spotted a familiar figure by the roadside. She immediately pulled over, turned off the engine, and got out, calling Peipei. Chu Peipei, holding Lai Fu in her arms, turned around in surprise and delight. "Nan, you're back." As soon as Lai Fu saw his owner, he wriggled free from Chu Peipei's arms and dashed madly toward Annan. Hearing the commotion, a few more figures emerged from the villa beside Chu Peipei. First was Zhao Pingin, idle. "Brother Gu, you're back." Then came the tall, burly Lord Rabbit. Behind Lord Rabbit trotted a group of normal-sized rabbits, along with a rooster, a hen, and some chicks. Hoot Suelon came out of another villa nearby. As soon as she saw Annan, she shouted in her booming voice. "Oh my! Nan, Xiaogu, are you two all right?" Seeing that everyone was present, including all of Zhao Pingin's poultry, safe and sound, Annan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "We're fine." Chu Peipei, spotting the dog beside Gujiyu, also relaxed. "That's great." Everyone's safe and Fugue made it back too. Zhao Ping'an praised, Fugue is so loyal. As soon as the earthquake settled a bit, he dashed out to look for you. Nothing could stop him. Anan patted the dog's head. I'm just glad everyone's okay. Hoot Suelon added, we really have to thank your 3 little ones today. They saved a lot of lives. Huh? Anan was surprised. What happened? Soon, through everyone's retelling, Anan learned what had happened earlier. Fugue, Lai Fu, and Lord Rabbit had all sensed the earthquake coming before anyone else. At the time, Zhao Ping'an was tinkering with gadgets in his yard when he suddenly saw the 3 little ones next door making a prison break. He thought they were just sneaking out to play while Anan was gone, and was about to herd them back when Fugue anxiously opened the gate and ran over to him. Before he could react, the dog grabbed his sleeve and started dragging him out of the yard. Then, it began barking furiously at the house. Lai Fu was just as frantic. He flew up onto Zhao Ping'an's roof and started crowing at the top of his lungs, caw-caw-caw. His voice was loud and piercing, drawing out neighbors from all around to see what was happening. Chu Peipei and Hoot Suelon came out of their houses, startled. Hoot Suelon even joked at the time, you've got some strength. Even with no feathers left, you can still fly onto the roof. At this, Anan couldn't help but laugh. Chu Peipei said, anyway, thanks to their warning, a lot of people came out to see what the fuss was about, and that's how they managed to escape when the earthquake hit. Lord Rabbit, noticing no one had mentioned him, stomped his feet indignantly and jumped 3 feet high. Zhao Ping'an quickly added, oh right, we also have to thank Lord Rabbit for helping us herd all the chickens and rabbits out of the house safely. He'd grown attached to these little creatures. Even if their final destination was his dinner table, they were still his only source of protein. He couldn't just watch them all perish. So, after realizing Fugue and Lai Fu were warning them, the 3 of them tried to save the chickens and rabbits too. But unlike Anan's 3 clever pets, the poultry didn't understand human commands and refused to cooperate. The more anxious they got, the more chaotic things became. Luckily, Lord Rabbit stepped in and managed to drive them all out. Anan raised an eyebrow. Lord Rabbit can herd chickens? Zhao Ping'an nodded. Mostly by using brute force. The giant red-eyed rabbit was all muscle. Anyone who didn't listen got a thump. Anan grinned. Well done. Tonight, all 3 heroes get an extra meal. Then she asked, by the way, how did you all end up over here? Chu Peipei explained, our houses are all unsafe now, no way we can stay there. We hurried over to find new ones, and since the other owners hadn't reacted yet, we grabbed the best spots first. Anan smiled. Smart thinking. Since the apocalypse began, this place on Mount Luoan had felt like a secluded paradise, untouched by the outside world. This was the first time the residents had faced a disaster head-on. But Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an were different. After all they'd be through in the city, they were now seasoned survivors. Their first reaction wasn't to panic, but to immediately look for a solution. While the other residents were still trembling on the main road, too scared to approach their homes, they'd already picked out new places to stay. Chu Peipei said, these villas nearby are all vacant, and this spot at the bend in the main road is nice and private. Zhao Ping'an pointed to the 2 houses they'd just inspected. After a quick check, these 2 seemed the sturdiest, no issues at all. Hoot Suelon said politely, Nan, you pick first. We'll take the other one. At that moment, Gu Jiyu, who had been quiet, pointed to the distant, still standing villa number 1. Anan, why don't we just move back home? Now that he knew the secret of the space, he finally understood why Anan had insisted on keeping her distance before. But things were different now. Surely Anan wouldn't avoid him anymore? Sure enough, Anan agreed without hesitation. All right. There was no need to hide the secret from Gu Jiyu anymore. Why bother fixing up someone else's empty house when they had their own ready to go? The others immediately teased, see? Adversity reveals true love. One earthquake, and you 2 lovebirds have gotten even closer. Chu Peipei pulled Anan aside and whispered, remember to take precautions. Anan. As they chatted, another strong tremor suddenly hit. Aftershock. Everyone staggered toward the middle of the road, away from the houses. This time, the shaking wasn't as intense and subsided after a dozen seconds or so. Zhao Ping'an and the others hurried to check the houses again, while Annan took the three little heroes and followed Gu Jiyu to Villa Number 1. Villa Number 1 was at the end of the community, much larger than the others, the king of the hillside. Of course, its quality was top-notch too. Not only had it withstood the earthquake without a scratch, but even the electrical system inside was still working perfectly. Annan entered through the electric gate, toured the house with Gu Jiyu, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This place, it's practically a doomsday bunker." Even Nan, who had always been worldly and seen it all, couldn't help but marvel at Gu Jiyu's villa. Never mind the luxurious furniture and high-end decor inside, the hardware alone was flawless. Every window in the house was made from the strongest blast-proof glass manufactured in China. Not only was it sturdy, but it also offered excellent privacy. You could see out from inside, but no one could see in from outside. The front door was a blast-proof armored door made from the same material as a bank vault. Although not quite as thick as a vault door, it was still several times heavier than the armored doors Nan had bought before. And Nan couldn't help but ask, the doors and windows are perfect, but what if someone tries to break in through the walls? Gu Jiyu explained, the villa's walls are reinforced with a special alloy made from aerospace materials. Not even a bomb could blow them open. The roof and basement too? And Nan's eyes widened slightly. So this house is basically an impenetrable fortress? Gu Jiyu smiled. You could say that. On top of that, the entire perimeter was equipped with the most advanced surveillance system, providing 360-degree, no blind spot monitoring. The original 115-inch TV in the first-floor living room had now been repurposed as a surveillance display. With a single glance, you could see every movement around the house. Gu Jiyu said, there's also a dedicated monitoring room on the second basement level. I only converted this TV into a surveillance screen after the disaster, for convenience. If you want to watch TV, you can use the media room. And Nan nodded, then suddenly thought of something. There aren't any cameras inside the house, right? Gu Jiyu smirked. Why, are you afraid I'll spy on you? And Nan shot him a sideways glance. I'm afraid you'll get a nosebleed. Gu Jiyu's eyes twinkled. Someone's confident. He pulled her into his arms. What a pity then. There aren't any cameras inside. Should I install some now? And Nan, no need. Besides its sturdy exterior, the house was also equipped with the most advanced air filtration system. Even if someone deliberately released toxic gas inside, the filtration system would completely eliminate it. The house's security was impeccable. Not only that, but on top of safety, the villa was also extremely comfortable and aesthetically pleasing. The interior was lavishly decorated, but it didn't have that tacky nouveau riche vibe. The silver-gray color scheme gave it a very sophisticated feel. The layout and zoning of the various functional rooms were also very well thought out. And Nan's favorite features were the well-equipped gym and the spacious, bright training room. There was plenty of space, so she never had to worry about feeling cramped during sparring or about Fugue, the dog, not having enough room to run during training. And Nan couldn't help but ask, you had such a great safe house all along, but you chose to squeeze into that tiny dump with me? Gu Jiyu grinned. How else do you think I got myself a wife? And Nan rolled her eyes at him. So sly and shameless. Gu Jiyu replied, perfectly justified, you can't win a wife by playing it straight. Laughing and chatting, the two of them made their way to the electrical room on the second basement level, where a massive diesel generator was rumbling away. And Nan looked around. The soundproofing is impressive. You couldn't hear a thing from the living areas. She glanced at the hard-working generator. If the house had one flaw, it was its massive power consumption. Before the disaster, just the electricity bill for this villa would have been astronomical. Now it was a gas-guzzling beast, worse than a Night 15. She had enough fuel in her space to keep a car and a normal generator running, but maintaining a villa like this would be a real challenge. Thinking of this, she asked Gu Jiyu to confirm her earlier suspicion. Was it you who emptied out all the gas stations before? There was a group that did that. Gu Jiyu nodded. The Yu family and the authorities did it too, but I acted first and got the most. And Nan clicked her tongue. The authorities didn't come after you? Gu Jiu smiled. After the apocalypse, all the factions started fighting among themselves. The authorities weren't united anymore, otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance. And Nan thought about it and realized he was right. In my last life, there were rumors that a big shot used fuel to strike a deal with the authorities and gained control over a lot of resources. That was you, wasn't it? Gu Jiu thought for a moment. I wouldn't say resources, just a few perks. If you ever want to live in an official base, we'll have it easier than most. And Nan nodded. Got it, just a tiny bit more convenient. As they chatted, they walked into the next room. Next to the electrical room was the fuel storage room, built entirely from special materials, so there was no risk of fire from improper fuel storage. Gu Jiu explained, there's enough fuel stored here to last us a long time. Besides what I handed over to the authorities, I've stashed quite a bit in various warehouses. And Nan laughed. We definitely won't be short on fuel. I've still got several hundred tons in my space. After touring the whole villa, Gu Jiu put his arm around Nan and asked, so, is the lady of the house satisfied? If there's anything you don't like, I'll change it right away. And Nan joked, everything's great, but if only the man of the house were a little more handsome. Gu Jiu narrowed his eyes and pulled her closer. Everything else can be changed, but not the man of the house. And Nan smiled. Fine, I'll make do. Gu Jiu raised an eyebrow. How do you plan to use me? And Nan was already immune to his occasional flirting and replied calmly, as a chef. Gu Jiu laughed. It would be my honor to cook for Missin. They returned to the first floor, and Gu Jiu headed for the kitchen. What do you want for dinner? And Nan replied, don't bother cooking. I'm exhausted today. You should rest too. With that, she took out 2 boxed meals, 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable from her space. Braised pork ribs, shredded pork with garlic sauce, kung pao chicken, braised eggplant, and steaming hot white rice. Even though he already knew about her storage space, Gu Jiu was still amazed to see her produce hot food out of thin air. Your storage space keeps things warm too? And Nan nodded. You could say that. Time is frozen in the storage area. Things come out exactly as they went in. Gu Jiu took a bite of the ribs. Tastes great. And Nan beamed. Right? I made it myself. Gu Jiu tried the chicken. Not bad. Almost as good as mine. And Nan took a bite of eggplant. So narcissistic. As she ate, she said, when the apocalypse first hit, I was bored at home and made a bunch of these meals, meat and veggies all packed up and stored in my space. Gu Jiu curled his lips into a smile. So, at the same time, we were doing the same thing in different places. The end of the world without work felt empty and boring to him. Aside from watching dramas and working out, all he could do was cook. But since he didn't have a portable storage space, he only made as much as he could eat at a time. And Nan glanced up at him. At the same time, doing the same thing in different places? When you put it that way, it's actually kind of romantic. Gu Jiu smiled. We'll be able to do even more things together in the future. Isn't that even more romantic when you think about it? And Nan laughed too. She was just about to say something when she suddenly remembered the 3 little ones hadn't eaten yet. Huh? Where are Fugue and the others? Normally, as soon as she started eating, the 3 little ones would be right there beside her, watching with hungry eyes. But now, looking around the entire first floor, there was no sign of them. At that moment, Fugue was upstairs with his 2 sidekicks, getting familiar with their new environment. He strutted through each room, face full of pride, gesturing around as he chattered away, awoo, endlessly. See that? This is the great place I told you about. Handsome big brother brought me here ages ago. This is the new home for me, my human and handsome big brother. As long as you follow the clan rules and respect your elders, you can live here with us. Tu looked on in awe. Laifu just rolled his eyes. When Nan came upstairs, she saw this little conference scene and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Teacher Fugue, is class over? Want to come downstairs for dinner? Fugue let out a happy awoo, rubbed against his human, and hurried downstairs for food. And Nan applied some more burn ointment to Laifu's back before taking him and Tui downstairs. Unlike the warmth and harmony inside Villa No. 1, the main road of the villa community was shrouded in gloom and misery. Night had fully fallen. Although the temperature had become much more comfortable at this time of day, they would normally be enjoying dinner inside their villas. Now, they could only stand hungry out on the street. Will there be more aftershocks? Honey, I'm hungry. Can you go inside and get some food? I wouldn't dare. What if there's another quake, like what happened to the Liu family? After the earthquake, the entire Liu family was trapped under the collapsed house. Unlike others who were killed instantly or buried too deep, the Lius were still alive. Through cracks in the concrete and rebar, faint cries and calls for help could be heard. But no one dared to go near and rescue them. Only Qi Jishan tried to help. But before she could get anyone out, another aftershock hit. The ruins collapsed further, pinning the injured even more tightly under the heavy debris. Not only did she fail to save anyone, she nearly got herself trapped as well. He Yuan absolutely refused to let her try again. Qi Jishan looked around, unwilling to give up. The stones are too heavy. The two of us alone can't get them out. Before the next aftershock, let's all work together. There's strength in numbers. But the scene was met with silence. A couple of people wanted to help, but their own family members held them back. After a long stalemate, the voices from the rubble finally faded away, and Qi Jishan gave up. He Yuan, I feel awful. There were kids in there. He Yuan patted her back to comfort her. Don't think about it too much. It's not your fault. Qi Jishan lowered her eyes and bit her lip. What had the world come to? Weren't people always willing to step up and help others in the past? Why was there only cold indifference now? Not far away, Jiang Minqiu's face was covered in dust and ash as she clung to Wei Yang's arm, sobbing. Darling, let's not just stand here like idiots. Think of something. I'm starving. Wei Yang was sweating profusely in the heat. You think I want to stand here? If you're hungry, go inside and get something to eat. Why are you telling me? Jiang Minqiu glanced at the half-collapsed house and stomped her foot in frustration. The place was practically a write-off. How could she dare go in? But after standing here for so long, she was both hungry and thirsty. After a long internal struggle, she licked her dry lips and asked, Darling, if I go in and the house collapses, you won't just leave me, right? Wei Yang raised his eyelids. You mean, would I save you? Jiang Minqiu looked at him hopefully. Yeah, if he could be her safety net, she'd muster up the courage to go in. She couldn't just keep standing here forever. If she starved herself weak, she'd be even less able to get food. But Wei Yang looked annoyed. What are you thinking? I'm a cheating bastard, remember? Why would I risk my life to save my mistress? Jiang Minqiu. She looked utterly aggrieved. Why could Wei Yang never say a single nice thing? Every time he opened his mouth, he nearly made her explode with anger. After that, she didn't bring up getting food again. After all, she wasn't the only one going hungry. She didn't believe Wei Yang could just stand here and starve forever either. Jiang Minqiu's eyes darted around, and she suddenly remembered those two fake cops. When she'd fled the villa in a panic, she vaguely saw the bespectacled fake cop and the bald fake policewoman herding a bunch of chickens and rabbits deeper into the villa complex. Were their lives really that good? With all those chickens and rabbits, didn't they have meat every day? What was their relationship anyway? Lovers or a married couple? Wei Yang saw her fall silent, standing there lost in thought, and crossed his arms. What are you scheming now, with those big eyes rolling around? Jiang Minqiu jumped. Scheming? Don't talk nonsense. Wei Ya. Ying snorted and shrugged indifferently. If you're eyeing some new sugar daddy, remember not to forget your old flame when you strike it rich. I've given you plenty to eat and drink, haven't I? Jiang Minqiu stamped her foot, gritting her teeth. I told you to stop talking nonsense. I'm really getting mad now. Wei Yang just curled his lip and said nothing more. In a corner, the haunted Sun family house still stood strong, and Xiaobei's family of three lay sprawled in the room, covered in dust. Lu Xiaolian's leg was tightly clutched by the unconscious Xingye, leaving her unable to move. And Xiaobei was helping her mother try to pry his hands loose. When the earthquake hit, Lu Xiaolian's first instinct was to grab her daughter and run outside. But Xingye, half dead and crippled as he was, clung to her leg with a desperate will to live, wanting to escape with them. In the end, none of the three managed to get out. Lu Xiaolian was so angry she pounded on him. Seriously injured, and Xingye had already passed out, but he still clung to her leg, eyes closed, muttering unconsciously. "Shulan, don't come over. Please, let me go. It was Xiaolian who hurt you. I was at most an accomplice." As soon as Xiaobei heard her father's words, she immediately started to panic. Even though she knew there were no outsiders in the house, she couldn't help but nervously glance around. Then, with a guilty look, she asked, "Mom, why did Dad suddenly bring this up?" Lu Xiaolian's face was ashen. "He's delirious from the fever." She gritted her teeth and added, "Maybe his time's up, and that bitch Qi Shulan has come to drag him to hell." And Xiaobei shrank her neck and looked around. "Mom, don't scare me." The two of them struggled for a long time, but still couldn't pry Xingye's hands off. Lu Xiaolian finally gave up. "Xiaobei, you go out first. Don't waste your energy here." And Xiaobei's voice was tinged with tears. "No way. Mom, I'm scared by myself. You have to stay with me." Because she'd grown up without a father's love and under her mother's strict discipline, she'd always depended on her mom for everything. Without Lu Xiaolian, she knew she wouldn't survive in this post-apocalyptic world. "Mom, why don't we try again and drag Dad out together?" Lu Xiaolian shook her head. It's no use. They'd already tried many times before, and Xingye simply couldn't be moved. Both mother and daughter were thin and frail, and after months of cutting back, they barely had enough to eat each day, so they had no strength to spare. As the head of the household, and Xingye had never missed a meal. Half the family's food stores had gone into his belly, and with his middle-aged paunch lying there, he was heavier than a pig. Fuming, Lu Xiaolian pounded a few more times on the man clinging to her leg. Then she instructed Xiaobei, "Xiaobei, don't worry about me. Do as I say. Go see someone." And Xiaobei was puzzled. "See who?" Lu Xiaolian glanced down at the unconscious Xingye before continuing. "After you leave the villa complex and pass the guard post, keep going down the mountain road. When you're about halfway down, you'll see a small, inconspicuous wooden sign by the roadside." She paused, making sure Xiaobei understood, then went on, "Turn off the main road there and head into the mountain." And Xiaobei was stunned. "Into the mountain?" Lu Xiaolian nodded. "Go straight in for about 10 minutes. You'll see a small, self-built house." At this, Xiaobei finally couldn't hold back and interrupted, "Mom, it's already dark outside. I'm a girl. How can I go into the mountains alone in the middle of the night? It's dangerous." Lu Xiaolian looked at her, disappointed. "And Nan could wipe out an entire family in the dead of night, and you're scared of walking in the dark? Comparing people really is infuriating." At the mention of a Nan, Xiaobei instantly perked up. "Who says I'm not as good as her? I'll go right now." Seeing her daughter's impulsiveness, Lu Xiaolian shook her head slightly and continued. "Listen to me first. When you get to that house, there'll be a man inside. Give him a message and bring him back with you." And Xiaobei asked, "What message?" Lu Xiaolian glanced again at Xingye on the floor, then said, "Moving." "Moving?" And Xiaobei was surprised. "What do you mean?" "Who's moving?" "Us." Lu Xiaolian didn't explain further. "Don't ask. Just do as I say." And Xiaobei hesitated. "Who is that man?" "He won't hurt me, will he?" Lu Xiaolian replied firmly, "No. He might hurt anyone, but he'll never hurt you." And Xiaobei sensed something odd and frowned. "Why not? Who is he really?" Lu Xiaolian was silent for a moment, then said, "He's your real father." And Xiaobei shot to her feet. "What did you say?" Lu Xiaolian glanced at Xingye lying on the floor and scolded in a low voice, "Keep your voice down." "Why are you shouting?" Clutching her chest, and Xiaobei pouted, "So I'm not Dad's real daughter? Who's this man?" How could he be my real father? With aftershocks possible at any time and no telling how much longer the house would hold, Lu Xiaolian's patience was nearly gone. She spoke rapidly. You are Xingya's biological daughter, that's true. But that man has always believed you're his. Anyway, your mother is definitely your mother. As for who your father is, that's up to me. Xiaobei's already shaky worldview was rocked to its core. She stared in disbelief. How can you just decide that? Lu Xiaolian raised her brows. Look at your dad now, he can't protect us anymore, and he'll only drag us down. He's barely seen you since you were little, and now you want to take care of him in his old age. Xiaobei stammered for a long time but couldn't get a word out. Lu Xiaolian pressed on, he's already holding me back. If you don't hurry up and get help, when the next aftershock hits, we'll all die here together. Gritting her teeth, Xiaobei stomped her foot and cried, I'll go right now. With that, she dashed out. Watching her daughter's retreating figure, Lu Xiaolian sighed. With how dumb she is, just like Xingya, how could she not be his biological child? But she was her daughter, and whoever Lu Xiaolian said her father was, that's who he was. The strong one calls the shots. She glanced down at Xingya, still muttering nonsense, and couldn't help cursing useless waste. Then, venting her anger, she kicked his wound hard a few times with her other leg. Unexpectedly, the kicks woke him up. Xiaolian? Lu Xiaolian was momentarily stunned to see him awake, then quickly wiped the ferocity from her face. You're finally awake. Let go of me, my leg's gone numb. Xingya looked around in a daze. What happened? Why am I on the floor? Lu Xiaolian pried his hands off. There was an earthquake. Earthquake? Xingya shook his head, finally coming to his senses. He'd been badly injured during the day, caught a fever from infection, and had just dozed off when a violent tremor woke him. He opened his eyes to see his wife about to run outside. Realizing it was an earthquake, he rushed over and grabbed Lu Xiaolian's leg. Too panicked, he only managed to shout, "Wait for me," before passing out again. Now awake, Xingya glanced at Lu Xiaolian and grumbled, "Why didn't you wait for me? You just ran off on your own." Finally free, Lu Xiaolian quickly rubbed her numb leg. When did I run off? I've been right here with you. You're delirious. Stop talking nonsense. Xingya glared at her, then frowned and looked around. Mom's not back yet? Where's Xiaobei? Lu Xiaolian sneered inwardly. The old woman's been gone a whole day, and Nan must have killed her by now. What's the point of asking? She ignored Xingya's question and simply patted the dust off herself as she stood up. Who knows if there'll be more aftershocks? We need to get out of here, fast. With that, she turned to leave. Xingya frowned deeply. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you see I'm injured? Don't you know to give me a hand? Lu Xiaolian turned her head, her face expressionless as she looked at him. Then she said coldly, "Is that how you ask someone for help?" Xingya looked up at Lu Xiaolian, suddenly finding her a little unfamiliar. They'd known each other since childhood and spent most of their lives together. She'd always been gentle and soft-spoken. When had she ever talked to him like this? Xingya was baffled. What do you mean, ask for help? We're husband and wife. But Lu Xiaolian was nothing like her usual self. All her gentleness was gone, replaced by open impatience. Husband and wife? When disaster strikes, even birds that nest together fly their separate ways. Xingya was stunned. Was this really his gentle, understanding, virtuous wife? Had she been possessed by something evil? It was like a tame little rabbit, raised in captivity, suddenly turning around and biting him. Xingya felt a deep sense of grievance. But fear of the earthquake and death made him swallow his pride. Xiaolian, don't joke around. Give me a hand, I can't get up on my own. It was the first time in his life he'd ever lowered his head to Lu Xiaolian. For some reason, it reminded him of the days he'd spent with Qi Shulan. Why did he always end up having to bow his head to women? Lu Xiaolian ignored his plea. Before, he could boss people around because he had money and supplies. Now that he had nothing, he still wanted to order her around? She snorted coldly and was about to leave him behind. But after a moment's thought, she went over and helped him up. Hurry up, before the house collapses. Xingye's skin was festering and his kneecap was shattered. Every step was agony. He gasped in pain, leaning heavily on Lu Xiulian as he struggled to keep up. As they walked, he asked again, "Xiulian, where's Mom and Xiaobei?" Lu Xiulian replied perfunctorily, "Mom never came back." Xiaobei went to look for her. She never came back? And Xingye grew anxious. How could she be gone so long? Did she get hurt in the earthquake? Lu Xiulian snorted. The earthquake just happened. The old lady's been out for half a day already. Then she smirked to herself. Maybe a Nan caught her. And Xingye grew even more anxious. It's bad enough a Nan did this to me, but she dares lay a hand on my mother too? He instructed, Xiaobei isn't as reliable as you. Once we're outside, find a place to set me down and go look for them. If you really can't find them, come back for me and we'll go confront and Nan together. Lu Xiulian said nothing. She wasn't stupid. Why would she risk her life for that old woman who'd always treated her badly, just to get shot by a Nan? Seeing her silence, and Xingye realized she was unwilling and couldn't help lecturing her. Mom's attitude toward you has been a bit much, I admit, but she's still my mother. She raised me, you know. Lu Xiulian cut him off. Doesn't your wound hurt anymore? And Xingye was caught off guard. Huh? Lu Xiulian said, you sure have a lot to say for someone in pain. I guess you're fine. With that, she tried to let go. Hey. And Xingye hurriedly grabbed her arm. Why are you so irritable today? Lu Xiulian snorted again, saying nothing. She'd always had a temper, but she'd kept her head down all these years because it benefited her. Thinking of this, she rolled her eyes and sighed. I'm not irritable, just anxious. And Xingye gritted his teeth against the pain. What's wrong? Supporting him as they walked, Lu Xiulian said, the food we have now will only last a few months. And with your leg like this, what are we supposed to do next? And Xingye replied in a low voice, my leg's ruined, but you and Xiaobei are still fine. Lu Xiulian couldn't help but laugh. So you want me and Xiaobei to go out scavenging for supplies to feed you? And Xingye looked as if it were only natural. What else? You want Mom to go? She's old and her legs aren't good. We're family. During hard times you should. Lu Xiulian cut him off impatiently, getting straight to the point. You don't have any other hidden supplies? And Xingye shook his head. I'm not like you women, always scheming. I'm a grown man, would I really stash away secret food like Mom? Lu Xiulian frowned. I'm not talking about secret stashes. I mean, does our family have any other assets elsewhere? And Xingye replied, what assets? All our savings, stocks, and funds are worthless now. The only supplies we had were in the villa, and those were from the flood. At this point, he suddenly realized what Lu Xiulian was getting at. He was both incredulous and furious. Lu Xiulian, what's that supposed to mean? You want to see if I'm really broke so you can run off, is that it? Based on what he'd just said, Lu Xiulian was sure he really had nothing left. So she didn't waste any more time. She dumped him on the ground and left on her own. And Xingye was already injured, and being thrown down made him cry out in pain. Seeing Lu Xiulian already at the door, he shouted in panic, wait. I do have supplies. At that, Lu Xiulian stopped and looked back at him. Where? And Xingye stared at her. You want to know? Then get me out of here first. Lu Xiulian stared at him for a few seconds. Tell me first, then I'll help you. And Xingye bit his lip and said nothing. Lu Xiulian didn't bother arguing. She knew this man too well. He really didn't have anything left. Without another word, she left him behind. And Xingye watched her resolute back, his heart turning cold as he shouted, we're husband and wife. You're just going to leave me like this? Lu Xiulian opened the door, stepped out of the villa, and looked back with contempt. Weren't you and Qi Shulan husband and wife too? And Xingye's face twisted with shame, and he was left speechless. And Xingye, you abandoned me once. Now it's your turn to taste what I went through. With that, she took a deep breath, closed the door, and left. And Xingye stared at the door that had just shut in his face, both furious and desperate. Lu Xiulian, if you treat me like this, our daughter will never forgive you. Then, As if suddenly remembering something, he muttered to himself. That's right. I still have a daughter. Who says I don't have any supplies? And Nan has plenty. As long as I apologize. Muttering to himself, he began crawling toward the door on his hands and knees. There were still plenty of people standing on the main road. Lu Xiaolian glanced at them, then stopped not far from the Sun family villa. She munched on some biscuits as she waited for Xiaobei. By the time she finished her snack, and Xingye, who had trouble walking, finally crawled out. Lu Xiaolian, you cold-blooded, venomous woman. Sweat streamed down his forehead, and crawling on the ground had left him covered in dust and dirt, a pitiful sight. After living in the lap of luxury for most of his life, when hadn't Xingye ever suffered like this? Fuming, he crawled toward Lu Xiaolian, trying to grab her ankle. Lu Xiaolian clicked her tongue impatiently and stomped down hard on his hand. And Xingye, are you done yet? He cried out in pain, his anger making his whole body ache. Lu Xiaolian, I've fed you, clothed you, supported you your whole life. Now, at the first sign of trouble, you turn your back on me like this? I've provided for you all these years, and you haven't even given me a son. How dare you treat me like this? He had always acted tough in front of Lu Xiaolian. Even now, when things weren't going his way, he still tried to bark orders. Lu Xiaolian let out a cold laugh. Supported me? Why don't you mention how I've served you all these years? All you ever talk about is having a son. Neither Qi Shulan nor I ever gave you a son. Do you really think that's my problem, or is it yours? That hit a nerve. You wretched woman. What did you say? His voice shot up several octaves, immediately drawing the attention of passers-by. The neighbors, who had already been standing around for hours out of boredom, quickly gathered to watch the commotion. President N, what's going on? How did you get so badly hurt? Oh my, why is your family always in such chaos? What happened? President N, speak up. We'll help you judge who's right. And Xingye knew these people were just here to watch him make a fool of himself. There was always a clear class divide among the wealthy. He'd married up by relying on his wife, groveling before his father-in-law, and had never really earned their respect. Later, he'd kicked Nan out of the house and brought Lu Xiaolian and Xiaobei in, making him the talk of the villa district. If things had stayed peaceful, maybe it wouldn't have been so bad. But he'd also managed to offend plenty of people at the last homeowners' meeting. Now, none of these people even bothered to hide their gloating. And Xingye was in pain, both physically and emotionally, and didn't even care about saving face anymore. He snapped at them. What's it got to do with you? Get lost, all of you. Someone shot back immediately, President N, you're just biting the hand that feeds you. Who the hell are you calling a dog? And Xingye couldn't help but curse. Years of carefully cultivated gentlemanly image went up in smoke. If his knees weren't ruined and he could stand, he'd have thrown punches by now. He wanted to beat up Lu Xiaolian. Beat up these gawking busybodies. Beat up the whole damn world. Unlike his rage, Lu Xiaolian remained calm, no matter how chaotic things got around her. She even pulled out a small mirror from her pocket and started fixing her hair. She'd long since grown a thick skin. What mattered most was her own interests. There was no point wasting words on these idle bystanders. Better to tidy up her appearance and think about how to secure her next meal ticket. And Xingye was furious at her indifference. People around them started making snide remarks. Hey, President N, look at Mrs. N, maybe she's got a midnight date lined up? And Xingye couldn't take it anymore and finally brought up Nan's name to shut them up. If anyone keeps running their mouth, I'll go get a gun from Nan and shoot you myself. Everyone knew Xingye and his daughter and Nan didn't get along, but blood was blood. No one wanted to bet their life on whether they'd reconcile. So, the crowd quickly dispersed. TCH, some people just don't appreciate kindness. Exactly. Serves him right, lying there in the dirt. I was going to help him up too. Once the crowd was gone, and Xingye turned on Lu Xiaolian. What are you doing, preening in the mirror like that? After years of being suppressed by him, Lu Xiaolian could finally let her true self out. She rolled her eyes so hard they nearly stuck. What's it to you? We're done. Stop trying to boss me around. Unable to control her anymore, and Xingye once again brought up Nan. You're only turning on me because I lost my supplies and got hurt, right? Well, let me tell you, I can get all the supplies I want. Once I make up with the Nan and get my hands on the Gu family's assets, you'll regret it. Lu Xiaolian ignored him. She could see clearly that Nan was no longer the easily manipulated little girl she once was. If Nan could wipe out the entire Bai family just because she was unhappy, the fact that she hadn't killed Xingye outright was already a sign she still had some humanity left. He wanted to get supplies from her? Dream on. But Lu Xiaolian couldn't be bothered to explain all this. She just kept fixing her appearance. Being ignored made Xingye's blood pressure spike. Even if Nan doesn't help me, I still have Mom and Xiao Bei. When they come back, I'd like to see how you explain yourself. With that, he stopped wasting words and leaned against the roadside to rest, waiting for his daughter to return. Meanwhile, Chu Pei and the others had picked out a villa and were getting ready to move their supplies. They'd wanted to wait until things were completely safe before moving in, but they were worried the house might collapse, destroying Zhao Ping'an's precious lab equipment, fuel, and other valuables. So, while the house was still standing, they decided to take the risk and rescue their supplies. To be more efficient, they borrowed Gu Zhiyu's big truck from Villa No. 1. And Nan handed over the keys without hesitation. Be careful. Chu Pei nodded. Nan, aren't you moving your supplies too? And Nan replied, I don't need anything urgently. I'll wait and see. Once things are stable, I'll move. She was used to storing her important supplies in her space, so Villa 14 only had a few odds and ends to throw people off. She'd wait until tomorrow, once she was sure there were no aftershocks, before putting those things into her space. No need to risk it now. Zhao Ping'an said, all right, we'll go first. If you need help moving later, just call me. And Nan smiled. No need, I've still got Gu Zhiyu here. You guys go ahead. After seeing them off, Nan turned to Gu Zhiyu and said, speaking of moving, I wonder what our new place at the official base is like. We just bought it. What if it's already a pile of rubble? Gu Zhiyu replied calmly, doesn't matter. We're not living there now anyway. Even if it's collapsed, we'll have to rebuild sooner or later. When the time comes, we'll just take our ID cards, registration forms, and keys and pick out a new one. And Nan nodded. You're right. Gu Zhiyu continued, the authorities also gave me a plot of land. If you're interested, we can build our own house at the base. And Nan was surprised. A plot of land? Gu Zhiyu looked completely calm. Yeah, 45 mu. It was one of the conditions for selling them fuel. And Nan's mouth twitched. You should have told me earlier. Why would I bother buying a house if we have land? 45 mu, that's 30,000 square meters. Forget building a house, you could build a whole mini-villa community. Gu Zhiyu looked innocent. I thought you liked living in those pigeonhole apartments. And Nan. That's actually a pretty accurate description. She asked Gu Zhiyu, where's your land? She'd seen a lot of undeveloped wasteland at the base today, but she hadn't expected that some of it actually belonged to Gu Zhiyu. Gu Zhiyu replied, I don't know exactly where it is yet. The base has only finished the first phase of development. There's a second phase coming up. Once they're done, they'll set aside a plot just for me. And Nan understood. So, you don't know which plot, but it'll definitely be inside the base, right? Gu Zhiyu nodded. Inside the base, under its protection, but not under its jurisdiction. Not under the base's jurisdiction? And Nan's eyes widened. So, you've basically carved out your own little autonomous zone inside the official base. Gu Zhiyu's lips curled up. That's one way to put it. Wow, impressive. And Nan pouted. That's actually pretty badass. Seeing her expression, Gu Zhiyu raised an eyebrow. You don't like it? And Nan shook her head. Not really. It's just, I feel like you've one-upped me. Gu Zhiyu chuckled softly. This girl really was competitive. He looked at her, smiling. One-upped you? I don't think I have. And Nan. You dirty man. Stop making those suggestive jokes. Gu Zhiyu laughed and pulled her into his arms. Don't worry. If anyone's getting one-upped, it's me. I can hardly win against you these days. And Nan hugged him back. It's not like I have to be better than you to be happy. I'm just feeling a bit emotional. Gu Zhiyu asked, emotional about what? and Nan's voice was a bit muffled. You must have had a really good life in your last life. Even though you didn't meet me, you still did well. You had weapons, supplies, your own land, and the protection of the official base. You didn't need me, you still had a great life. Gu Jiyu understood what she meant and said softly, I don't know how things were in my last life, but before I met you in this one, things were pretty miserable. Huh? And Nan didn't get it. How could things be bad? Before he met her, he'd been living in the safe, comfortable Luoan mountain. Wasn't that way better than the chaos in the city? Gu Jiyu patted her head. Just having food and drink doesn't make you happy. What I lacked and needed was never material abundance. And Nan got it. He'd always been lonely. So lonely it was almost depressing. Gu Jiyu was telling her, in his own serious way, that she was an important part of his life. So Nan wrapped her arms around his waist and laughed lightly. Let's not get all sentimental. That's not really our style. Gu Jiyu laughed too. A little sentimentality is understandable. After all, your period's about to start. And Nan. No wonder she'd been feeling all these random emotions. You've got a good memory. Gu Jiyu replied, when you have to be careful around someone, you remember these things. And Nan punched him. Gu Jiyu dodged. See, you're already getting irritable. The two of them joked and play-fought for a while before Nan remembered her real task. She said goodbye to Gu Jiyu and slipped into her space. She'd collected so much jade before, but she still didn't know exactly how much her space had leveled up. She needed to test it so she'd know her limits. Otherwise, if she ran into danger again, she wouldn't know how long she could hide. Meanwhile, Chu Pei and the other two borrowed a car and started moving supplies. Their neighbors, seeing them coming and going, finally realized they should look for a reliable new house. The first to react was Jiang Mengqiu. She'd been paying close attention to Zhao Ping'an and Chu Pei. After failing to get anywhere with Wei Yang, she strolled along the main road, trying to see where they were taking all those chickens and rabbits. She discovered they were moving house. So she hurried back to Wei Yang, dragging him off to look for a new place. Thanks to her quick thinking, they managed to claim the other house Zhao Ping'an's group had been eyeing. Chu Pei and Zhao Ping'an saw Wei Yang and Jiang Mengqiu take that house, but didn't say anything. After all, Nan had moved in with Gu Jiyu, so they only needed one house. Whoever took the other one didn't matter. Wei Yang's stomach rumbled for a while before he finally gave in and went back to the old house to get food. Jiang Mengqiu stayed in the yard of their new house to keep watch. She looked at Zhao Ping'an and Chu Pei working busily next door and greeted them, Hi. Looks like we'll be neighbors from now on. Her voice was sweet and coy. But neither of them paid her any attention, just kept their heads down, unloading supplies from the truck. Jiang Mengqiu didn't get upset. She kept smiling and asked, Looks like you've got a lot of chicks and bunnies? At this, Hu Tsuelan, who was quietly sorting supplies in the corner, immediately warned, Young lady. Curiosity killed the cat. Seeing the unfriendly attitude, Jiang Mengqiu looked a bit embarrassed. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a bad person. You probably know me, I've been in. Hu Tsuelan cut her off. We don't know you, and what you do has nothing to do with us. It's a special time, so please stop staring into our yard. It makes people feel unsafe. She paused, then added, and it's very rude. Jiang Mengqiu bit her lip. Auntie, you really misunderstood. She looked helplessly, almost in tears, at the only man present. Zhao Ping'an, sensing her eager gaze, looked up at her blankly. Sorry, we don't have any extra food. Jiang Mengqiu. Did they think she was a beggar? She wanted to say more, but the three of them looked increasingly wary, so she had to give up for now. She coughed lightly and wandered back to her own yard, waiting for Wei Yang to bring food. The villa community was getting livelier by the minute. People whose houses had collapsed were all looking for new places to live, and arguments over houses broke out from time to time. No one noticed that the high temperatures, which had lasted for more than 2 years, were slowly starting to drop. The long dry air was gradually turning humid, and a faint, almost imperceptible mist was beginning to rise and spread. Outside the Sun family villa, and Xingya sat on the ground, feeling that the sweat on his forehead had finally lessened a bit. He looked around in surprise and said to Lu Xiaolian, "Hey, don't you feel like the air has gotten a little cooler?" Lu Xiaolian shot him a glance, but didn't respond. Seeing her act all cold and aloof, and Xingye couldn't help but let out 2 heavy breaths. Serves him right. If he talks to her again, he's a dog. Just then, a figure emerged from the thin mist and ran toward them. "Mom, I'm back." Hearing this voice, and Xingye's expression finally softened a little. Xiaobei was back. Let's see how this wretched woman acts in front of the kid now. His daughter had always been closest to him. She'd never let that venomous woman treat him badly. And Xingye straightened up and craned his neck to look. Sure enough, it wasn't Xiaobei. But not far behind her, another figure was following, shrouded in mist, their features blurry. Strange. It's been 2.5 years of drought. Where did this mist come from? And Xingye was puzzled for a moment, but didn't dwell on it. His tense expression relaxed a lot. He figured the person behind Xiaobei must be his old mother. He knew that no matter how heartless Nan was, she wouldn't lay a hand on the old lady. Look at how steady Mom's steps are. She's clearly not hurt. Just as he was thinking this, and Xiaobei had already reached them. "Mom, I brought the person back." "How come it's Dad?" Her voice suddenly shot up several octaves, startling Xingye. And Xingye said, "What are you yelling for, kid? Haven't you seen your dad before?" And Xiaobei looked a little guilty. "No, it's just, Dad, how are you awake?" And Xingye was baffled. "Isn't it good that I'm awake? It's not like I'm seriously ill. Am I supposed to stay unconscious forever?" As he spoke, he looked behind her. "Where's your grandma?" Before he could finish, the figure behind Xiaobei drew closer. Tall and burly. And Xingye frowned. That build definitely wasn't his mother. The newcomer walked straight to Lu Xiaolian and greeted her. "Xiaolian, are you all right?" Only then did Xingye get a clear look at his face, and he exclaimed in shock. "Old Wang." The man turned, towering over the seated Xingye, exuding a strong sense of pressure. "Long time no see, President N." And Xingye looked wary. "Old Wang, what are you doing here?" Old Wang's real name was Wang Deng. He was Xingye's driver and could be considered his confidant. A lot of shady business had been entrusted to Old Wang over the years, including helping him settle his mistress Lu Xiaolian, delivering things to her and her daughter, and other trivial matters that Qiu Shulan couldn't know about, all handled by Old Wang. After the torrential rains came, and Xingye had Old Wang urgently transport a batch of supplies, and then they'd lost contact. So why was he suddenly showing up here? And instead of greeting him first, he greeted his wife? And not just greeted, he called her by her first name. Xingye's face turned a little green. Faced with Xingye's question, the man didn't answer, just looked at him with a meaningful expression. Being looked down on like this made Xingye very uncomfortable, so he called to Xiaobei. "Xiaobei, help me up." And Xiaobei instinctively glanced at Lu Xiaolian, saw she didn't react, then looked at Wang Deng, and finally, awkwardly hurried over to help Xingye up. Leaning on her, Xingye asked, "How did you end up coming back with Uncle Wang?" "Where's your grandma?" And Xiaobei froze. "Grandma? I don't know." And Xingye frowned. "Weren't you out looking for your grandma? How can you not know?" "Out looking for grandma?" And Xiaobei turned to look at her mother. Was that what she told Dad? Seeing his daughter look at Lu Xiaolian, Xingye finally realized, his face darkening, so Xiaobei never went to look for Mom. She went to find Old Wang. Lu Xiaolian took Wang Deng's arm. "Since you've guessed it, I won't hide it from you. Xiaobei is actually Deng Ji's and my daughter." That short sentence landed like a thunderclap. Xingye's blood pressure shot up, his blood rushing to his head. "What did you say?" "Lu Xiaolian, there's a limit to jokes. You're not just hurting me, you're hurting Xiaobei too." Lu Xiaolian rolled her eyes. "Who's joking with you? Xiaobei really isn't your child." Wang Deng, a little smug, put his arm around Lu Xiaolian's shoulders. "President In, sorry for the trouble you've gone through taking care of them all these years." He paused, then added, "And at work, I've benefited a lot from your help. I'm truly grateful." Xingye struggled to breathe, and it took him a while to get any words out. Grateful. He pointed a trembling finger at Lu Xiaolian. This is how you show your gratitude? No wonder you never got married, always telling me you were a bachelor by choice. Turns out you were secretly living with my woman. No wonder he'd always thought in Xiaobei was a bit dim, she wasn't even his child. Lu Xiaolian, off to the side, was getting impatient. Deng Ji, don't waste time on him. Let's move our stuff and go. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Wang Deng hesitated. Are you sure you want to leave? Lu Xiaolian nodded. The in-family villa is unlivable now, and this house isn't suitable either. Most importantly, that Nan is too dangerous. We'd better stay far away from her. Wang Deng thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. Then he asked, where are the supplies? Lu Xiaolian replied, inside the house. Not much, just enough for a few months. Wang Deng said, I heard about everything that's happened from the kid on the way here. Aren't you going to try to get back the missing supplies? He frowned. If we didn't take them, it was probably a Nan who stole them. Lu Xiaolian pointed at Xingya's crippled leg. So what if it was her? That girl already did this to him, and the old lady still hasn't come back. She's probably dead. How could I dare go after her? Seeing Wang Deng stay silent, she tried to persuade him, you have to live to enjoy what you earn. It's not worth risking our lives for a few supplies. Wang Deng thought it over and sighed. All right, we'll do as you say. Lu Xiaolian pulled him toward the house, glancing back at Xingya as she went. I checked, and Xingya really doesn't have any more supplies. From now on, we'll be relying on you. Wang Deng put his arm around her shoulders. You've been secretly helping me all these years. It's my turn to take care of you two now. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. Lu Xiaolian nodded, very satisfied. This backup plan wasn't for nothing. I didn't put in much, but I sure got a lot out of it. So she put on her gentle, approachable face again, speaking softly, Brother Deng, you're so good to me. And Xingya, standing off to the side, watched the two of them flirting as if no one else was around, and nearly fainted from anger. You still dare to covet my supplies? He was shaking with rage, wanting to rush over and beat up the cheating couple. But his legs wouldn't cooperate. When he tried to force himself up, he collapsed straight to the ground. And Xiaobei, who had been supporting him, was dragged down and fell as well. Dad. That word stabbed into Xingya's ears. He roared, I'm not your dad. Tears welled up in Xiaobei's eyes. You are. Before she could say anything more, Lu Xiaolian sternly cut her off. Xiaobei, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get inside to help move the supplies. Wang Deng walked over and helped Xiaobei up. Neither of you should yell at Xiaobei. She's just a child, she's innocent. Don't scare her. As he spoke, he gently patted Xiaobei's head. And Xingya was so furious, he nearly dropped dead on the spot. The driver he'd promoted had cuckolded him, made him raise someone else's daughter for years, and now was even pretending to be a loving father? And Xingya exploded, cursing, you shameless pair. Little bastard. Get out of here, all of you. Half Mountain doesn't welcome you. Get out. Now. With tears in her eyes, Xiaobei glanced at Xingya, whose eyes were bloodshot with rage, then at Uncle Wang, who treated her so gently. She stomped her foot, burst into tears, and ran inside. Wang Deng shot Xingya a triumphant smile, took Lu Xiaolian by the hand, and followed her in. At this point, Xingya still hadn't recovered from the blow of betrayal. Now, watching his last bit of food about to be taken away, he was so anxious his whole body trembled. Panting, he desperately crawled toward the house. Inside, Wang Deng looked at the half-closet full of supplies inside. There really isn't much left. Lu Xiaolian comforted him softly. It's not as much as before, but it's still way more than what the average survivor down the mountain has. As long as the three of us stick together, we'll get through anything. Wang Deng nodded. You're right. Then he got to work, sorting through the supplies with determination. And Xiaobei stood quietly to the side, listening to her mom manipulate this gullible man. In fact, Xiaobei wasn't a stranger to Wang Deng. Growing up, she'd seen more of this, Uncle Wang, then her own father, and Xingye. Because of her and her mother's status as shameful secrets, and Xingye couldn't show his face. Wang Ding had to step in to help them with all sorts of things. Thinking about it, it made sense her mom would end up hooking up with him. And Xiaobei bit her lip. She didn't know how her mom had tricked Wang Ding into believing she was his daughter, but she knew her mom was playing with fire. What would happen in the future? Uncle Wang wasn't her real dad, and her real dad couldn't take care of her or her mom. And Xiaobei couldn't help but wish she were as strong as a Nan. Then she wouldn't feel so helpless. Just as she was lost in thought, and Xingye crawled in, panting heavily. His eyes were filled with anger and despair. Even at his peak, he couldn't take on the burly Wang Ding, let alone now, with his legs badly injured and unable to stand. So he swallowed his pride and tried to play the emotional card. Old Wang, I've treated you well all these years. I won't hold your betrayal against you. All I ask is that, for old time's sake, you leave my supplies alone. Wang Ding didn't stop what he was doing. You have treated me well, but you haven't treated Xiaolian well. And Xingye was baffled. What does how I treat my wife have to do with you? Wang Ding gazed at Lu Xiaolian with deep affection. Xiaolian has suffered a lot with you. She's told me everything. She's not happy. That's all your fault. In Xingye. Old Wang, listen. Wang Ding cut him off. President In, I do appreciate what you've done for me. But everyone has to look out for themselves. He looked in Xingye in the eye and said, word by word. Didn't Miss Qi treat you well back then, too? At the mention of Qi Shulan, and Xingye's moral high ground instantly crumbled. He stammered, unable to respond. After a while, he snapped back, what happened between me and Qi Shulan is none of your business. Wang Ding snorted coldly. If you don't have a conscience, what right do you have to expect others to? And Xingye was completely enraged. With a roar, he lunged at Wang Ding, only to be effortlessly kicked aside, left sprawled on the floor, moaning helplessly. And Xiaobei, unable to bear it, tried to help him up, but Lu Xiaolian yanked her back. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Help your real dad pack up the supplies. She put special emphasis on your real dad. And Xiaobei met her mother's gaze for a moment, then gave in and obediently helped Wang Ding pack up the supplies. Soon, the three of them had stuffed all the supplies into the big duffel bags Wang Ding had brought. Mother and daughter each carried 2 lighter bags, while Wang Ding took 3 heavy ones, ready to leave. Lu Xiaolian led the way, opening the villa door. Wang Ding shone his flashlight outside, only to see that in just a short while, a thick fog had rolled in. Lu Xiaolian frowned. Why is it so foggy all of a sudden? Wang Ding asked, are we still going? I can barely see the road. Lu Xiaolian hesitated for a moment. We're going. She felt a strange sense of unease and wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Wang Limei still hadn't come back. Who knew if a Nan would suddenly show up in a rage and shoot them all? So, what if there's fog? Could fog possibly be scarier than guns and bullets? Wang Ding and In Xiaobei naturally listened to her and decided to keep moving. But In Xingye, still on the ground, panicked. He lunged forward and grabbed Lu Xiaolian's leg in a death grip. Leave the supplies. Give them back to me. Lu Xiaolian cried out in pain as he grabbed her. Wang Ding immediately kicked him 3 meters away. Fog poured into the house through the wide-open door, swirling around them. Wang Ding sniffed the air, set down his bags, and, eyes red with anger, strode over to In Xingye. Then, without warning, he started punching one blow after another, until In Xingye was left bloodied and battered on the ground. And Xiaobei screamed in fright and rushed over to stop him. Uncle Wang. Stop. Wang Ding landed a few more punches before finally stopping. By then, In Xingye had been beaten unconscious. The fog thickened. Wang Ding stood there, panting, staring at the blood on his hands. Xiaolian, I really want to kill him. As soon as In Xiaobei heard his words, tears welled up in her eyes and she burst into loud sobs. Don't kill Dad. Uncle Wang, please don't kill Dad. But Wang Ding kept shouting in his gruff voice, kill him. Kill him. He must die. And Xiaobei clung to his arm, her face covered in tears and snot, crying so hard that her nose was running into her mouth. No, Uncle Wang, I'm begging you, please don't do this. Woo-woo. One was furious, the other heartbroken, their voices growing louder and louder, each trying to outdo the other. Lu Xiulian frowned. What's gotten into you two? Why are you suddenly making such a scene, crying and yelling like this? As she spoke, the unease and fear in her heart only deepened. Stop it and let's go. If a Nan shows up, we won't be able to leave. Wang Dang's eyes were bloodshot. And Nan? What's there to be afraid of? I could punch 10 Nans to death. Anyone who hurts you, I'll beat them to death. And Xiao Bei just kept crying. Woo-woo, but Mom, what about Dad if we leave? Lu Xiulian's irritation was growing. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. With that, she took the lead and strode outside, muttering under her breath, Please don't let An Nan catch us. Please don't let him catch us. Wang Dang grabbed their things and hurried after her, shouting in his rough voice, Xiulian. Wait for me. Don't be afraid. Anyone who hurts you, I'll kick them to death. And Xiao Bei looked back at An Xingye, reluctant to leave, then followed after them, still crying. Woo-woo, wait, don't leave me behind. Woo-woo, what about Dad? The three of them left, bickering and shouting, gradually disappearing into the thick fog. Inside the villa complex, the sounds of arguments and shouting echoed everywhere. This is my house. I saw it first. So, what if you saw it first? I stepped in first. You dare fight me for the house? I'll kill you. Come on, let's see who kills who first. Woo-woo, stop fighting, I'm so scared. Me too, woo-woo. Why is this fog so thick? Scared? What's there to be scared of? Let's party. Zhao Ping'an and Chu Peipei stood in the yard of their villa, listening to the chaos all around, exchanging bewildered glances. Chu Peipei frowned. What's wrong with everyone? They're acting like they've lost their minds. But Zhao Ping'an suddenly thought of something and quickly pulled out the gas masks they'd stocked up on before the disaster. He handed one to Chu Peipei. Put this on. Seeing the gas mask, Chu Peipei immediately caught on. You think there's something wrong with the fog? Zhao Ping'an said, the people around us aren't acting normal. Let's put these on, just in case. As he spoke, he went over to Hutsuelan. Mom, hurry and put on the gas mask. Hutsuelan took the mask and started putting it on, cursing as she did. Damn it. These bastards just know how to yell and scream. It's driving me crazy. Zhao Ping'an's heart skipped a beat when he heard his mom curse. She hadn't cursed in a long time. Ever since Chu Peipei treated her with acupuncture, her manic episodes had been under control for ages. But now she was suddenly acting up again. Zhao Ping'an frowned. This sudden thick fog must be affecting people's nerves and emotions. Who see you? Elan finished putting on the mask, but kept cursing, her voice muffled through the mask. Ugh. You brat, this thing is too tight on my face. Damn it, first it rains like crazy, then there's a drought, then after the heat comes this fog. Nothing ever goes right. The world might as well just explode already. Just my luck. We finally move into a new house, and there's an earthquake. After all that work fixing the place up, now we have to move again. As she ranted, she even smashed 2 cups in anger. Chu Peipei noticed something was off. Ping'an, Aunt Hu's not acting like herself. During the earthquake and the move, Aunt Hu hadn't complained at all. She'd been positive and focused on finding a new house. Now that they'd found one and moved most of their supplies, why was she suddenly so irritable? Before Zhao Ping'an could reply, several cages in the corner of the yard suddenly started shaking violently. Earlier, when they'd been moving things, they'd locked up their poultry and pets to keep them from running off. Now, the chicks and rabbits inside were fighting like crazy. It wasn't just the chickens, who were always pecking at each other. Even the usually docile white rabbits were acting aggressive. Zhao Ping'an glanced at the agitated animals, calmed his mother as best he could, then said to Chu Peipei, There's definitely something wrong with this fog. My mom and the other residents only started acting strange after the fog got thicker. Chu Peipei nodded, but looked puzzled. But why aren't we affected? She patted her chest, feeling perfectly calm, no sign of agitation at all. Zhao Ping'an thought for a few seconds. From what I can tell, this fog doesn't just make people irritable, it amplifies whatever emotions they already have. Amplifies emotions? The shouting from the other residents continued in the background. Chu Peipei suddenly understood. No wonder some people are angry, some are scared or sad, and some are just overly excited. Zhao Ping'an nodded. Our emotions just happen to be stable right now, almost no fluctuations, 0 times anything is still 0. Chu Peipei felt a chill. Good thing we calmed down before the fog rolled in, or I'd probably be just as agitated as everyone else. Hoot Suelon was still cursing nonstop nearby. The cages were shaking harder and harder. Zhao Ping'an sighed. My mom already has manic episodes. The fog is amplifying the mood swings she'd managed to suppress. Chu Peipei said, why don't we go inside? I'll give her some acupuncture. She should recover quickly. Zhao Ping'an agreed. Good idea. Even with the gas masks, we don't know exactly what's in the fog. Better not stay outside too long. Originally, they'd planned to camp out in the yard for the night and move inside once they were sure there were no aftershocks. But now it was clear that outside was more dangerous than indoors. Chu Peipei led Hoot Suelon into the new house and began calming her with acupuncture. Zhao Ping'an used the time to move some of the most important supplies, food, fuel, and so on into the house. He locked the gate, splitting the crucial supplies between the yard and the house. That way, whether or not there was another earthquake, they'd have options. After half an hour of acupuncture, Hoot Suelon's mood had stabilized considerably. As Chu Peipei removed the needles, she said softly, luckily you didn't breathe in too much of the fog. Your body seems fine now. Hoot Suelon relaxed. Thank you for your help. Chu Peipei smiled. It's nothing. We look out for each other. Zhao Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief. I'll bring in the lab equipment in a bit and see if I can analyze the fog. Know your enemy, and you'll never lose. Chu Peipei said, I'll help you. Hoot Suelon glanced around. Let's all sleep in the first-floor living room tonight. That way, if there's another earthquake, we can get out quickly. Zhao Ping'an agreed. Sounds good. Chu Peipei reminded them, we also need to watch out for those homeless neighbors trying to break in. Don't sleep too deeply tonight, and keep some weapons close, just in case. Hoot Suelon frowned. Honestly, the neighbors sound even more agitated than I am. Zhao Ping'an thought for a moment. How about we take turns keeping watch? That way, there's always someone awake to raise the alarm if anything happens. Chu Peipei nodded. Good idea. In the end, they decided Zhao Ping'an would take the first shift, Chu Peipei would relieve him, and Hoot Suelon, who was always up early anyway, would take the last watch. By the time they finished discussing, the chicks and bunnies in the cage had finally quieted down. Zhao Ping'an said, looks like the fog's effect on emotions isn't permanent. As long as you stop breathing it in and wait a while, you'll gradually calm down. Chu Peipei sighed. First half a year of floods, then over 2 years of extreme heat. We just barely gotten used to it, and now suddenly there's this fog. I hope it doesn't last long. Zhao Ping'an and Hoot Suelon stayed silent. Normally, fog would only last a day or two, but ever since the torrential rains flooded the city, nothing in this world had been normal. Being trapped indoors by the thick fog made all 3 of them more anxious than ever before. Finally, Zhao Ping'an tried to lighten the mood with a smile. Let's not overthink it. We're probably just still affected by the fog we breathed in earlier. We should try to stay positive, after all. We have a house, supplies, gas masks. If we're this down, how are the survivors outside supposed to cope? Chu Peipei forced a smile. You're right. We can't change the world, so we might as well adapt to it. Everything will get better. We survived the floods and the extreme heat, didn't we? Hoot Suelon suddenly said, Hey, speaking of the heat, don't you think it's gotten a lot more comfortable? Chu Peipei nodded. I was just thinking that. We haven't turned on the AC, but it doesn't feel unbearable in here at all. Zhao Ping'an pulled out a thermometer. 39 degrees. Before the disasters, that would have been considered hot, but compared to the nearly 50 degrees of the past few days, it felt almost pleasant. Chu Peipei was delighted. At the peak, it got up to 60 degrees, and the ground temperature reached 90. This is paradise compared to that. Zhao Ping'an smiled too. If the temperature goes back to normal, then maybe the fog isn't so bad after all. After all, high temperatures meant running the AC, which used up a lot of electricity and fuel. If things cooled down, at least they could save their precious fuel. Before bed, they carefully sealed all the gaps in the doors and windows. It couldn't make the house completely airtight, but at least it would keep the fog's concentration to a minimum. Luckily, this villa had an air filtration system installed. Once it was turned on, it could filter out the trace amounts of toxins that did get in. Villa number 1. Gu Jiu was watching a show in the media room. The 3 little ones were curled up obediently at his feet, dozing off. Just as Fugue could no longer fight off sleep and his eyelids started to droop, he suddenly caught his owner's scent. Instantly, he perked up and dashed toward the living room. Gu Jiu noticed his reaction, smiled, and stood up as well. After being gone all night, and Nan finally appeared. But before she could even take a step, Fugue pounced and knocked her onto the sofa. Hey, stop licking. Calm down. I just took a shower. Fugue seemed to understand and reluctantly stopped licking her face, though his tail was still wagging like crazy. The other 2 little ones were blocked by the overexcited dog. They barely managed to poke their heads out to greet their owner before being shoved aside by Fugue. And Nan couldn't help but laugh as she patted the dog's head. When she looked up, she saw Gu Jiu walking toward her in a black silk robe, collar slightly open, moving at a leisurely pace. She couldn't help but swallow as she caught a glimpse of his chest muscles. This devil, he's oozing hormones again. Gu Jiu walked over, easily picked up the 100-pound chubby dog, and set it aside before sitting down next to Nan. So, are you satisfied? Fugue grumbled, but unlike how he treated Lai Fu and Lord Rabbit, he didn't throw a tantrum at the handsome big brother. He just quietly trotted back and curled up at their feet. And Nan replied happily, I'm satisfied. More than satisfied. The time I can stay in the space is up to 6 hours now. She and Gu Jiu had spent half an hour inside earlier that day, and Fugue had spent another half hour, 1 hour in total. She'd entered the space alone at 6:30 p.m., and now it was 11:30 p.m. A full 5 hours. That meant the space's duration had just jumped by 4 hours at once. And Nan knew that the higher the level, the harder it was to upgrade the space. Even though she'd collected a lot of jade, she hadn't expected much of a time increase, maybe 2 or 3 hours at most. She never thought she'd get 4 extra hours in one go. If only, like unused phone minutes or data, the leftover time could roll over to the next month, that would be perfect. She laughed at herself for being greedy. Give her 1,000, and she wants 10,000. Make her emperor, and she wants to be immortal. Compared to the other survivors with nowhere to run, being able to hide in the space for 6 hours a day was already a huge blessing. Unlike in Nan's excitement, Gu Jiu's expression remained unchanged. When I asked if you were satisfied, I wasn't talking about the time. And Nan blinked. Huh? Then what? Gu Jiu pointed at his chest. I meant, are you satisfied with what you see? And Nan. I'm being serious, and you're flirting with me? Gu Jiu sighed and tugged his loose collar a bit wider. You kept staring, so I thought you liked it. And Nan turned away, embarrassed. Don't be ridiculous. I wasn't. But she couldn't help sneaking another glance. Gu Jiu chuckled. Anan, do you know what your biggest weakness is? Weakness? And Nan raised an eyebrow. How could a woman as tough as an eagle have a weakness? She perked up, curious. What weakness? Gu Jiu's eyes sparkled with amusement. You're a pervert. And Nan. She opened her mouth to protest, but then Gu Jiu pointed at Fugue on the floor. Just like him. And Nan looked down and saw the dog grinning up at Gu Jiu, drooling all over his chin. She raised an eyebrow. You silly dog. Before she could finish, Gu Jiu suddenly leaned in, pressing her down. And Nan was suddenly pushed down onto the sofa, startling her. She instinctively tried to push him away, but her hand landed on his chest. Wow, that's solid. She subconsciously swallowed. Then she couldn't help but reflect, was she really that lustful? Back in school, it wasn't like there weren't handsome guys who pursued her, but she'd never been swayed by good looks. But when it came to Gujiu, she always felt this inexplicable sense of losing control. And Nan blinked, seeing Gujiu's face magnified before her. So close, and yet, not a single flaw to be seen. And it's been 5 hours since I last saw you. And Nan closed her eyes, feeling a warm, soft touch land on the corner of her lips. Her heart pounded, as if every pore in her body was opening up, her senses heightened to the extreme. She'd lived to 26 in her last life, and now nearly 3 years into this one inside, she was already a mature woman of 29. 2 lifetimes, and only recently had she unlocked so many new feelings. Gujiu held her tightly, their bodies pressed close together. In that moment, a sudden realization hit her. Today, they'd almost died under that giant boulder. Life had been going so smoothly, she'd almost forgotten this was the apocalypse. Death could come for them at any moment. Maybe next time, there wouldn't be another chance. And she hadn't even experienced being with this amazing man by her side. She couldn't imagine how much she'd regret that. And Nan frowned. Had she been too uptight before? Did she really need to get a marriage certificate in the middle of this post-apocalyptic wasteland before taking the next step? She gathered her strength and pushed Gujiu up a bit, opening her eyes and trying to see him clearly. As her vision focused, she saw Gujiu's chest rising and falling, his warm breath brushing her face, making her shiver. Life is short. Shouldn't you seize happiness while you can? Gujiu was still lost in the kiss, but when she pushed him, he looked up in confusion, meeting in Nan's wide eyes. He paused, thinking she was nervous or resisting again, so he kissed her cheek and softly reassured her. Don't be afraid. I just want to be close to you for a while. I won't hurt you. Liking is indulgence, loving is restraint. Long Song-in used to say that when he was in love, but Gujiu never truly understood it until he met in Nan. He finally got it now. He had no idea how strong a Nan's pull on him was. Just one look from her, and he'd be all over her. But somehow, he could always force himself to hold back his desire for her. Even if he couldn't help but tease her, in the end, he managed to restrain himself. Gujiu buried his head in her neck, took a deep breath, and then pushed himself up. I'll go get the guest room ready for you. And Nan was stunned. Then she bit her lip, reached out, grabbed his collar, and pulled him back down. I'm not sleeping in the guest room. Gujiu didn't get it. Oh, I didn't think it through. You can have the master bedroom, I'll sleep in the guest room. And Nan looked at his gentlemanly act and almost laughed. She pursed her lips, met his gaze, and hooked her long legs around his waist. Let's sleep in the master bedroom together. Gujiu felt her legs tighten around his waist, his breath catching. He looked at her in disbelief. What did you say? And Nan looked deep into his eyes. I said, I want to sleep with you, in the master bedroom. Gujiu's heart pounded uncontrollably. He quickly reacted, wrapping his arms around Nan's back and pulling her up with him. To hell with restraint. He glanced at the 3 little ones watching nearby, then scooped Nan up and strode upstairs. Fugue cocked its head, watching Gujiu carry Nan upstairs, and hurried to follow. When they reached the master bedroom door, it tried to sneak in after them. Gujiu reacted quickly. Still holding Nan, he used his foot to close the door and swiftly reached out to lock it. Left outside, Fugue stared in disbelief at the tightly shut door. What's going on? It pawed at the handle, but couldn't open it. Inside the room, Gujiu gently, almost reverently, laid Nan on the bed, confirming again, and are you sure? And Nan didn't answer. She sat up, hooked her arms around his neck, and locked eyes with him. Gujiu nearly drowned in her gaze. He suddenly pressed her down, kissing her harder and more passionately than ever before. And Nan had a faint scent on her body, not quite milky, not quite like roses, but uniquely her own. Gujiu was enveloped by her scent, and at the last possible moment, he stopped. He stared at her, voice low and hoarse, and in, "Let's get married." Married? How? And Nan's mind was hazy, unable to process it. Half closing her eyes, arms still around his neck, she mumbled, "Okay." And then, a storm like none before. Outside the door, Fugue widened its eyes, then nudged Lai Fu and Lord Rabbit, who were eavesdropping by the door. "Awo, awo, awo. Let's go." It shook its head and led its two sidekicks downstairs. Their owner was sparring with the handsome guy again. When they were training, they didn't like anyone interrupting. Last time, back at the mountain base, Fugue had tried to butt in and got scolded for it. Inside the room, and Nan curled her toes, unable to hold back a sigh. "Ayu." Gu Jiu paused, stopping in his tracks, staring straight at her. "What did you call me?" And Nan's cheeks flushed red. She reached up, ran her fingers through his hair, and whispered in his ear, "Ayu. Keep going." Gu Jiu lost it. He'd never been this crazy in his life. Outside, the fog was thick. Inside, love filled the air. The next morning, and Nan woke up groggy, only to meet Gu Jiu's bright, shining eyes. She jumped. Gu Jiu was lying on his side next to her, propped up on his elbow, hand supporting his head, just watching her. Seeing her startled, he quickly reached out and patted her back to calm her. Their faces were so close, and Nan finally woke up fully. Remembering everything from last night, she blushed. She looked away, trying to sound calm. "When did you wake up?" Gu Jiu, looking refreshed, replied, "I didn't sleep." And Nan stared at him in surprise. "Huh? You didn't sleep?" She'd slept soundly, the best sleep she'd had since the apocalypse began. Gu Jiu smiled. "I didn't want to sleep." And Nan didn't get it. "Why? Aren't you?" She hesitated, then mumbled shyly, "Aren't you tired?" After all, he'd really worn her out last night. Gu Jiu, in a cheerful mood, pulled her into his arms. "You just looked so cute while you were sleeping, I couldn't help but keep watching you." And Nan, hearing this, she didn't feel sweet or touched at all. Instead, she quickly reached up to touch her eyes. "Good, no eye gunk." Then she touched the corner of her mouth. "Good, no drool either." She breathed a sigh of relief. Even though she was pretty confident about how she looked when she slept, she still glared at him and barked fiercely, "From now on, you'd better sleep properly and stop staring at me." Gu Jiu was still lost in the afterglow of romance. Seeing her suddenly turn on him, he frowned. "Anin, you weren't like this last night." And Nan raised an eyebrow. "Oh? And how was I?" Gu Jiu thought for a moment. "Very enthusiastic." And Nan. She fell silent, her ears turning red. Gu Jiu chuckled, hugged her, and gave her a kiss. "All right, whatever you say goes." And Nan's face flushed. "I'm getting up first. You can go back to sleep." Gu Jiu reached out and grabbed her. "I can't sleep without you." And Nan shot him a sideways glance. "What are you, a little kid? Need someone to keep you company to sleep?" Gu Jiu smiled, a handsome curve appearing at the corner of his lips. His long fingers started to get restless again. And Nan immediately tensed up. "I just woke up, and you?" She stopped mid-sentence. Last night, they'd rushed into the room so quickly they hadn't even bothered to close the curtains. She happened to glance out the window and saw a thick blanket of white outside. And Nan immediately sat up. "Is it foggy outside?" Gu Jiu thought she was just changing the subject and turned to look out the window with a smile. "What's the big deal about some fog?" Halfway through, he frowned too. "That's some serious fog." And Nan looked out the window as she hurried to get dressed. The heavy fog had already descended. She wondered how Pei and the others were doing. She needed to check on them. As she dressed, she asked Gu Jiu, "When did this fog start?" Gu Jiu replied, "I don't know. I didn't notice." And Nan was surprised. "How could you not know? Didn't you stay up all night?" Gu Jiu, "I wasn't looking outside." So basically, he'd spent the whole night just staring at her. And Nan shot him a look and kept getting dressed. Seeing how anxious she was, Gu Jiu caught on. "This isn't ordinary fog, is it?" And Nan nodded. "No. It messes with people's minds, makes them lose control of their emotions. The fog was the perfect cover for criminals, and it also made people lose their senses. It might not look as dangerous as floods or heat waves, but in reality, it was deadly. It didn't just affect individuals, it disrupted the already fragile social order. And this time, the fog had come so fast. The official base had only just been built yesterday, and now there was already heavy fog. The survivors had just gone through a massive earthquake. Many had lost their homes and were already on edge. This fog couldn't have come at a worse time. And Nan had a feeling that this round of fog would be even harder to get through than the last time. Last time, all the malice had been directed at the official base. But this time, most people hadn't even had a chance to move into the base yet. Plus, with the earthquake, the city was bound to be in utter chaos. Not to mention the city, even things here on the hillside wouldn't be much better. After Nan finished explaining, Gujiyu's expression turned serious. "You're going to check on Chupepe and the others? I'll go with you." And Nan shook her head. "I'll just go myself. Their new place isn't far. I'll be back soon." But Gujiyu insisted. "I'm coming with you." He started getting dressed as well. And Nan had no choice but to agree. Once they were ready, Gujiyu grabbed the walkie-talkie and gave a few instructions to Long Somin. Seeing the walkie-talkie in his hand, and Nan had an idea. She took out 2 police walkie-talkies she'd picked up from the station. "These are great. Even if we're separated, we can stay in touch." Gujiyu inspected the walkie-talkie. "Nice, it's the latest model. Should work fine in the villa area." Once they'd packed up, Gujiyu handed her a piece of bread. "Eat something before we go." And Nan was in a hurry. "No need." Gujiyu didn't lower his hand. "You burned a lot of energy last night. If you go out like this, your legs will give out." And Nan, "Thanks for your concern." She took a couple of quick bites of bread. Then both of them put on gas masks and headed straight for Chupepe's new place. The 3 little ones left at home watched their humans leave. Once they were sure the coast was clear, they scrambled upstairs, curious, and ran into the master bedroom. Fugue, with its keen nose, led the way, sniffing around. Weird. So weird. Why did the whole room smell like strawberries? Following the scent, it found a torn pink wrapper in the trash can. That's where the smell was coming from. Fugue pulled it out. There were some small words written on it. Ultra thin. 40 distance, love, safe, and happy protection. Fugue couldn't read, but its face was full of confusion. Was this something tasty? Strawberry jelly? Or a lollipop? Fugue wrinkled its doggy face. The humans had never given it any before. Yet they'd secretly shared it with the handsome guy behind its back. It suddenly felt like it was being left out by the 2 of them. Lai Fu and Lord Rabbit came over, curious as well. The 3 little ones stared at the empty wrapper together. After a while, Fugue picked up the pink packet and wobbled downstairs. Meanwhile, Nan and Gujiyu walked slowly down the main road. The fog was thick, visibility was less than 10 meters. No way they could drive in this weather. One wrong move and they'd crash right into someone's yard. Walking was fine, though. As long as they stayed within 10 meters of each other, they wouldn't get separated. Hand in hand, the closer they got to Chupepe's place, the clearer the sounds of crying and shouting became. "I'll kill you all. I'll kill every last one of you. You killed my dad. You all have to pay. Please, stop hitting me. I'm so scared, please." Gujiyu frowned. This fog is really something else. These rich folks were used to solving problems with their brains or their mouths. Like at the last homeowners meeting. Now, their emotions were running wild, and they were actually brawling. And Nan sighed. "Your villa number 1 is really secluded. The whole villa area is in chaos, but we didn't hear a thing at home." Gujiyu said, or maybe we were just too preoccupied. He sounded like a teenager who'd just discovered something new, always bringing up last night. And Nan rolled her eyes and pinched him before moving on. When they reached the villa Zhao Ping'an and the others had picked, they saw a figure sneakily peeking over the gate, craning their neck to look inside. And Nan frowned slightly, a pistol appearing in her hand. She aimed it at the person's back. What are you doing? The person jumped in fright and spun around. When she saw it was a Nan, she hurriedly raised her hands. It's me, Jiang Mengqiu. We've met before. I mean no harm, please don't shoot. And Nan got a good look at her face. It really was that popular young actress. A celebrity is a celebrity. Even without makeup, she looked a bit haggard, but still very attractive. Perhaps it was the effect of the fog, but being held at gunpoint, Jiang Mengqiu was so terrified she was sobbing and trembling all over as she spoke. And Nan stared at her. Why are you sneaking around someone else's door? Jiang Mengqiu hurried to explain. I just moved in next door. I'm your friend's neighbor now. I saw all their supplies piled up in the yard and wanted to remind them. She paused, then continued, you know, a lot of people's homes have collapsed lately, and everyone's short on supplies. I really just meant well. And Nan didn't believe she was being so kind. This person's reputation had always been bad, and Nan had seen with her own eyes how she interfered in Wei Yang's marriage. Clearly, the rumors weren't baseless. Seeing Nan still aiming the gun and saying nothing, Jiang Mengqiu finally broke down and started bawling. Woo-woo, I really didn't mean any harm. Please don't kill me. She cried pitifully, tears streaming down her face as she wrung her hands, begging for mercy. And Nan kept the gun trained on her. Go back to your own house. Hearing she was allowed to leave, Jiang Mengqiu let out a sigh of relief and nodded through her sobs. Okay, I'll go right now. Before leaving, she cast a pitiful glance at Gu Jiyu. That look, delicate, vulnerable, and heartbreakingly beautiful. Gu Jiyu frowned. What are you looking at? Jiang Mengqiu. After watching her return to her own villa, and Nan looked at Gu Jiyu with a half-smile, raising her eyebrow. Totally oblivious, aren't you, Mr. Straight Man? Gu Jiyu corrected her, I'm a loyal, self-respecting husband. And Nan burst out laughing. Well done, Mr. Husband. Gu Jiyu took her hand. So, do I get a reward? And Nan replied, that's just basic decency for a man, no reward. Gu Jiyu, then I'll claim one myself tonight. What are you going to claim? A reward. Even though his face was hidden behind a gas mask, and Nan had a feeling he was definitely grinning mischievously. She rolled her eyes at him. Cut it out with those thoughts. Gu Jiyu, what thoughts? And Nan, thoughts that'll get you beaten up. She ignored him after that and called out toward the yard. After only 2 shouts, Chu Pei came out. Nan. She opened the gate and pulled Nan inside. Come in, quick. And Nan and Gu Jiyu entered the house. The living room on the first floor was already spotless, thanks to Chu Pei and Hu Tsuelan. And Nan took off her mask and looked around. Where's Zhao Ping'an? Hu Tsuelan replied, he's in the back room doing experiments. As she spoke, she invited Nan and Gu Jiyu to sit on the sofa. Chu Pei took Nan's hand. I saw you two coming in with gas masks. Did you notice something strange about the fog too? And Nan looked at her. You guys noticed it too? Chu Pei nodded. And who had an episode yesterday, and even the chickens and ducks have been acting weird. And Nan turned to Hu Tsuelan. And who, are you okay now? Hu Tsuelan smiled. Don't worry, Pei did some acupuncture for me yesterday. I'm fine now. And Nan nodded. That's good. Then she took 3 gas masks and 2 walkie-talkies out of her backpack and handed them over. I came to bring you these. If you need to go out, remember to wear the gas masks. Don't let the fog affect you and make you do anything irrational. In the apocalypse, people were already on edge. In her previous life, many with fragile minds had been driven to self-harm or suicide by the fog. But Hu Tsuelan waved her hand and pointed to a shelf in the distance, where several gas masks were already placed. No need, we've got gas masks. Pei just rushed out when she heard your voice and forgot to put one on. And Nan glanced over and was relieved. Then keep the walkie-talkies. It'll be easier for us to stay in touch. This time, Hu Tsuelan didn't refuse and accepted them with thanks. After all, they were a mutual aid group. Keeping in touch and sharing resources was important, and it was good to have a way to warn each other if anything happened. As they were talking, Zhao Ping'an came out of the back room, looking delighted to see them. Idle. Brother Gu. You're here. Gu Jiu nodded at him in greeting. And Nan asked, were you doing experiments? Zhao Ping'an replied, yeah, I took some fog samples and did a quick analysis. Turns out there are all sorts of complex compounds in it, like methylhexanamine and ephedrine, which can stimulate the nervous system. But the composition is too messy to fully analyze. I experimented on a few rabbits. So far, if the exposure is low and stopped in time, they recover. But if they inhale a lot over a long period, it could cause permanent nerve damage. As for how long-term means, I'm not sure yet. The experiments haven't run that long. Permanent nerve damage? And Nan thought about it. After the heavy fog period in her previous life, she did often have migraines, and her mood was less stable. She'd get anxious or depressed for no reason. She'd always thought it was just the stress of the apocalypse. She asked, so gas masks do help, right? At least in her last life, people fought over gas masks. And on this trip, she and Gu Jiu had worn them the whole way and hadn't felt any strange mood swings. Zhao Ping'an replied, that's exactly what I was testing. Everyone looked at him expectantly. Zhao Ping'an continued, gas masks provide about 90% protection. But they can't filter out everything harmful. And Nan frowned. So even with gas masks, we should still minimize going out? Zhao Ping'an nodded. Exactly. The mood in the room grew heavy. But Nan wasn't too worried. After all, she'd survived her last life without even a gas mask. She smiled to reassure Aunt Hu and the others. Let's not be too pessimistic. Maybe the fog will clear up soon. Gu Jiu even spoke up for once. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Having survived 2 or 3 years of the apocalypse, the others quickly adjusted their moods. Hoot Suelon warmly invited them, let's not talk about this anymore. Come eat. Nan, Xiao Gu, stay for lunch. And Nan and Gu Jiu immediately declined. After all, it was hard to find supplies during the fog, and Aunt Hu's food was limited. They should save what they could. But Hoot Suelon was very insistent, refusing to let them leave no matter what. You two specially came to warn us and even brought us walkie-talkies. I haven't even given you a thank you gift yet. Just stay for a simple meal. You can't turn me down. Chu Pei chimed in, Aunt Hu is right. Besides, it's hard to go out in this heavy fog. Who knows when we'll get to eat together again. And Nan and Gu Jiu exchanged a glance, knowing it would be rude to refuse, so they nodded. All right then. As she spoke, and Nan used her backpack as cover and took out a big bundle of homemade smoked sausages from her space. We'll add another dish then. Chu Pei looked surprised. You even brought sausages with you? And Nan nodded. We made them last night. Thought we'd bring some for you to try. Of course, that wasn't true. She'd actually made these sausages ages ago when she was bored at home and had put them straight into her space for storage. Now she was just taking them out to add a dish and help them save on food. Hoot Suelon had already been cooking, so it was easy to finish up, add another dish, and slice up the sausages. Soon, dinner was ready. Everyone sat down and continued chatting as they ate. And Nan remembered what happened earlier and reminded them, by the way, when we came over just now, we saw Jiang Mengqiu lurking outside your courtyard gate. Hoot Suelon frowned. She's here again? And Nan raised her eyebrows. Again? Chu Pei nodded. She tried to talk to us yesterday when she first moved in, but we ignored her. Then, right before bed, she knocked on our door again. We just sealed up the doors and windows, so we didn't answer. And Nan asked, do you think she's after the supplies you keep in the yard? Chu Pei nodded. That's possible. Hoot Suelon glanced at her son but didn't say anything. And Nan continued, let's watch for another couple of days. If there aren't any more earthquakes, you should move all your supplies inside. It's not safe to leave them in the yard. Chu Pei nodded. That's what we were thinking too. As they ate and chatted, and Nan remarked, half joking and half serious, sigh, it's one disaster after another, floods, heat waves, acid rain, earthquakes, now this thick fog. It just never ends. Chu Pei agreed, yeah, we barely get a chance to catch our breath. Hoot Suelon gave a bitter smile. Who knows what the next disaster will be? She no longer hoped for the disasters to end. She just wished the next one wouldn't be so hard to endure. And Nan was just thinking about how to subtly steer their thoughts toward extreme cold when Zhao Ping'an put down his chopsticks and said, "I made a list of all the possible disasters that could happen. We can use it to prepare in advance." He ran inside and brought out a notebook. The open page was filled with notes and doodles. Everyone passed it around. Extreme heat, extreme cold, torrential rain, blizzards, hailstorms, heavy fog, tornadoes, acid rain, floods, tsunamis, earthquakes, typhoons, volcanic eruptions, sandstorms, meteor strikes, planetary explosion. And Nan couldn't help twitching her lips. That was a pretty thorough list. The disasters they'd already experienced, like extreme heat and acid rain, were all carefully checked off. No wonder he was a doomsday survival enthusiast. While others were passively enduring, he was already trying to predict the next disaster. Extreme cold and blizzards were both on his list. And Nan felt reassured. Having teammates like this was great, much better than Bai Wenbin and Xian Inger, who only knew how to ask for her protection and drag her down. But as she looked at the rest of the list, she couldn't help frowning. Would they really have to go through all of these? That was a terrifying thought. Zhao Ping'an pointed to the last 2 items. If it ever gets to the point where the whole planet explodes, we might as well just lie down, hug each other, and end this bizarre life with a smile. Chu Peipei looked at the long list and clicked her tongue. Feels like what we've been through so far are just the least destructive ones on the list. Zhao Ping'an held up the notebook. Do you guys have anything to add? Everyone fell into thought. And Nan thought of the eternal night and, after a pause, hinted, what if the sun disappears? Zhao Ping'an frowned. That doesn't sound very scientific. Chu Peipei pouted. Which of the disasters we've experienced so far has been scientific? Zhao Ping'an conceded, well, that's true. He thought for a moment. If the sun disappeared, it'd be like the polar night at the North and South Poles, 24 hours of darkness. Chu Peipei added, and on the flip side, there's the polar day. 24 hours of sunlight. Zhao Ping'an wrote both down in the notebook. Chu Peipei mused, those 2 shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Just a bit darker or brighter. And Nan quietly took a bite of sausage and said nothing. Of course they'd be dangerous. Just mentioning the eternal night, Bai Wenbin's face would turn pale with fear. But she could only hint this much. If she started talking about mutant animals, it would be too suspicious. Besides, she hadn't experienced it herself and didn't know the details. She'd just have to take things as they came. The group continued eating and discussing strategies for each disaster. Just as the conversation was heating up, they suddenly heard a strange noise outside. Chu Peipei put down her chopsticks. Sounds like someone's knocking? Zhao Ping'an got up and put on a gas mask. I'll go check. He hadn't been gone long when they heard his surprised shout from the yard. Fugue? And Nan immediately stood up. Fugue? Was that her dog outside? Gu Xiu stood up too, but before they could go out, Zhao Ping'an had already brought Fugue inside. Hey, your dog came looking for you. And Nan and Gu Xiu exchanged shocked glances. It really was Fugue. How did he get out? They'd locked both the front and courtyard gates when they left. Not only could this dog open doors now, he could unlock them too? And Nan walked over to Fugue. Silly dog, how did you get here? She saw the dog looking utterly miserable, tears streaming down its face. And Nan's heart clenched. She crouched down, worried, and asked, what happened to you? Fugue burrowed into her arms, sobbing even harder. Despite being as big and strong as a polar bear, he was now sniffling pitifully. Chu Peipei, seeing this, explained, Fugue must have been affected by the fog outside too. It doesn't just affect people, our pets were restless all night as well. Sharp-eyed Hoot Suelon suddenly exclaimed, hey. She pointed at the dog's mouth. Looks like he's carrying something? When Hoot Suelon said that, the others finally noticed that Fugue did indeed have something in his mouth. Only a little pink corner was sticking out, making it hard to tell what it was. And Nan asked, Fugue, what do you have there? Hearing this, Fugue looked even more grieved. He put the thing from his mouth onto the floor, then pawed at it. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Are you not loving me anymore? Now you're even hiding tasty treats from me. In a dog's simple mind, food is a very important thing, directly linked to love. If his owners secretly gave treats to someone else, it meant their love was being given away too. How could he not feel wronged? At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the torn pink wrapper on the floor. Ultra thin, 4-0 distance love. Just a few static words, but they seemed to thunder through the room. The scene fell silent in an instant. Zhao Ping'an, Xu Peipei, and Hu Zuelan couldn't help but look at Nan and Gu Jiyu. Nan. Gu Jiyu. This was hands down the most awkward moment of their lives. How did this silly dog manage to dig that thing out and even carry it all the way over here? Seeing the guilty looks on the two of them, Fugue felt even more justified. He cocked his head and barked loudly, woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. Shame on you. I caught you sneaking strawberry-flavored snacks behind my back. Xu Peipei was struggling not to laugh, while Zhao Ping'an's face was bright red. Hu Zuelan, always the most outspoken, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Little Fugue, what are you doing carrying that thing around? Even Gu Jiyu, who was usually thick-skinned, couldn't help but blush a little. This little rascal. Why does he have to drag out everything? And Nan forced herself to keep a straight face and tried to save the situation. Fugue, where did you pick that up? How many times have I told you not to pick up random things from outside? Fugue stared at her with big, innocent eyes. So you two sneak treats behind my back and now you're blaming me? He stuck out his neck and barked a few more times, woof woof woof. I got this at home, okay? Luckily, no one could understand dog speak, or things would have gotten even more embarrassing. The others all understood perfectly well what was going on, but they decided to give the couple some face and didn't say anything. Xu Peipei even tried to smooth things over. Dogs are always picking up random stuff outside. Fugue, still muddled from the effects of the fog, couldn't process things for a moment and kept whining pitifully. And Nan shot him a glare, picked up the wrapper from the floor, and tossed it in the trash. She leaned down and whispered a warning in his ear, just wait till we get home. Hearing this, Fugue's previous grievance instantly turned to fear. He shrank his head, tucked his tail, and started trembling all over. And Nan couldn't help twitching her lips at his exaggerated reaction. Seriously. She never even hit the dog. He acted like he was abused all the time. The others looked at Fugue's pitiful state and couldn't help but laugh and shake their heads. The fog really was having a big effect, turning their usually happy-go-lucky dog into a moody mess. Gu Jiyu, seeing that Fugue was about to be scared out of his wits, went back to the table and picked up 2 slices of sausage from his bowl, handing them to the dog. Fugue stretched out his neck to sniff, then immediately perked up. He squinted his eyes and grinned like a fool, wagging his tail like crazy as he happily munched on the sausage. After finishing, he joyfully dashed around the room in a circle. And Nan frowned, recalling her previous life. Was she really like this back then, swinging between joy and sorrow like a lunatic? She shook her head, ignored the drama queen dog, and called everyone back to the meal. After dinner, she and Gu Jiyu got ready to leave with the dog. Fugue hadn't been exposed to the fog for long, and after a while, he'd returned to normal. When Nan called him to go home, his doggy face even showed a very human-like embarrassment. What was going on? He'd come over to check if his owners were sneaking treats again, and to question them about the strawberry-flavored snack. How did he end up crying like a wimp? It was really damaging to his tall and mighty image. But embarrassment aside, before leaving, he still went over to the trash can to sneak another look at the strawberry bag. What was that thing anyway? He'd never seen it before, so curious. Seeing this, Nan couldn't help but give him a kick on the butt. Hurry up and get home. Fugue tucked his tail and slunk out the door. Xu Peipei stood at the door, waving her walkie-talkie with a smile. Keep in touch. And Nan nodded, then left with Gu Jiyu and the dog. Once they reached the main road, to prevent Fugue from having another episode, Nan took out a half-face gas mask and put it on him. The dog tilted his head, confused as to why his mask was different from the ones his owners wore. Woof woof woof. Are you isolating me again? And Nan understood what he meant and couldn't help but give him another kick. Stop whining. Let's go. She and Gujiu were both wearing full-face gas masks, which offered better protection. It wasn't that she didn't want to give the dog one, but his head was as big as a watermelon. There was no way he could wear a full-face mask. Covering his nose and mouth with a half mask was good enough. Gujiu watched the interaction between the two and couldn't help but wonder aloud, why did Fugue run out in the first place? And Nan shot the dog a glare before answering. He probably thought that thing was some new kind of treat, and thought we were secretly enjoying it without him, so he came out to spy on us. She sighed, he's so sneaky. Fugue perked up his ears and listened carefully, but deliberately turned his face away, pretending not to hear. Gujiu chuckled softly. Well, we did enjoy it without him. And Nan, who had been glaring at Fugue, immediately turned to glare at him instead. Shut your mouth. Fugue, sensing he'd caught onto something, cocked his head and barked a few times. See, handsome big brother admits it, but you still won't. And Nan ignored them both and started walking down the main road. Gujiu grabbed her hand. Inin, you're going the wrong way. Home is this way. And Nan pulled him back. We're going to collect supplies. There were still plenty of supplies left in the old house. No way she was going to just leave them behind. Since they were out anyway, they might as well bring everything back. After all, they'd have to go out less in the future. She didn't want to end up with migraines like in her previous life. The two of them and the dog soon arrived at Building 14. The villa looked the same as before. The third floor had collapsed completely, and the walls on the lower two floors were covered in cracks, looking like they could fall at any moment. And Nan crouched down to tighten her shoelaces. The house isn't safe. You two wait here. I'll go in and get the supplies and come right back out. Gujiu wasn't reassured. I'll go with you. The dog also barked. And Nan said, you two wouldn't be any help inside. I just have to reach out and the supplies will instantly go into my space. If the house collapses, I can teleport out right away. But if you're inside, it'll just make things harder. As if afraid that Gujiu would say something else, and Nan simply raised her hand and touched him, teleporting him straight into the manor. Fugue, woof. And Nan looked at it. You two. Go inside and drink some water. Then she sent the dog into the space as well. Satisfied, she glanced around at the empty, fog-shrouded street, rolling her ankles and wrists a bit. Time to go inside and collect supplies. Gujiu, who had suddenly appeared in the manor. He'd actually been about to say, all right then, you go in yourself. This domineering woman really didn't take no for an answer. He pressed his lips together, unable to help but wonder, from now on, will she just toss him into the space whenever she's unhappy with him? That didn't sound so great. Then he remembered, last night, she'd kept complaining I don't want to anymore, but she hadn't thrown him into the space. And it had already been past midnight then, the time quota had refreshed. Gujiu smiled in amusement, walked into the villa, and lounged on the sofa with his eyes closed to rest. Such a woman, her words say one thing, her heart another. The dog, still wearing its gas mask, bounced a couple of times by the spring, then followed him into the house, barking at Gujiu on the sofa. Gujiu opened his eyes. Woof 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 woof. I can't drink water with this mask on. Gujiu didn't get it. What? Fugue barked and pawed at the gas mask on its face. Gujiu understood. You want me to take your mask off? The dog nodded furiously. But Gujiu didn't know the wonders of the spring water, nor that Fugue wanted to drink it, so he said, don't take it off. And Nan will be done in 2 or 3 minutes, tops. He hadn't taken off his own gas mask either, after all, who knew when he might suddenly be teleported out. Fugue grew anxious. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. I want to drink water. The boss said I could come in and drink. Gujiu patted its head. Good boy, don't worry, we'll be out soon. Fugue. Stupid human. Can't understand dog language. At that moment, in the dog's eyes, Gujiyu's handsome face lost quite a bit of its appeal. There wasn't much left in the old house, and Nan dashed around collecting things and soon had everything packed up. Once she'd finished and safely exited the villa, she released Gujiyu and Fugue from the space. She immediately acted cute, apologizing, "Sorry, I didn't warn you before teleporting you into the space." Gujiyu, thinking of something, smiled and didn't seem angry at all. "Let's go home." But Fugue was not happy. It had finally managed to get its point across to Gujiyu that it wanted to drink water. But just as the mask was taken off, it was teleported out again. It barked twice in protest, looking very disgruntled. And Nan knew that when the dog came out of the space and started barking, it usually meant it hadn't had enough spring water. But today, she didn't plan to let it back in for more. "That's enough for today. Who told you to dig through the trash?" Fugue stomped its feet twice. "Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. But I haven't drunk any. Not even a sip." And Nan looked at it. "Will you dig through the trash again?" Fugue shook its head immediately. And Nan, good. Fugue straightened up, all excited, ready to be teleported back into the space. But and Nan just said, "Let's go home." Fugue. And Nan put the mask back on it, and the two humans and one dog headed home. Not long after their figures disappeared into the thick fog, a figure slowly crawled toward Villa 14 from afar. It was Xingye. His wounds had already become infected, and Wang Dang had hit him so hard, every punch aimed at his head, that he'd been unconscious the whole night. When he finally woke up, the door was wide open and the house was filled with thick fog. The limited visibility doubled his anxiety. He called out a couple of times, but no one answered. He groped his way through the villa, but couldn't find the missing supplies. Thinking of Lu Xiulian and Xiubei's heartlessness, he screamed in despair, then literally passed out from anger. Because of the fog, this happened several times. Wake up, get angry, pass out. Wake up, get angry, pass out. The last time, he got so worked up he triggered a heart attack. This time, he didn't faint again, but lay there clutching his pounding, agonized heart, not daring to move. Only after a long while did he recover a little. And Xingye knew he'd just had a brush with death. His anger was replaced by fear, and he lay there crying for a long time, snot and tears running into his mouth. All his former machismo and dignity were gone. He sobbed as he crawled out of the house. Now, all his hopes rested on Nan. He had to beg her forgiveness, beg her to take him in. With one useless leg and no crutches at home, and Xingye could only crawl along the ground like a worm. It took all his strength, but he finally made it to Villa 14. He looked up hopefully only to see the front gate wide open and the house in ruins. What happened? Did an earthquake destroy Nan's house? And Xingye couldn't believe it. He crawled inside, only to find the house empty. No people, no supplies. He breathed a sigh of relief and stopped to think. It looked like Nan had taken the supplies and moved. Where could she have gone? And Xingye thought of Gujiyu, and his eyes lit up. That girl must have moved into Villa 1 to live with President Gu. Thinking this, he was filled with energy again and turned to crawl out of the house. But he'd only made it halfway when the already unstable villa finally gave way with a thunderous crash and collapsed in an instant. And Xingye let out a miserable scream and disappeared beneath the rubble of steel and concrete. Dust billowed everywhere, then gradually settled. Only the fog remained, thick as ever. 2 hours later, a bloody hand trembled and reached out from the ruins. Meanwhile, in a dim underground room, an elderly woman with graying hair was tightly bound to a crude little bed, a rag stuffed in her mouth, sobbing nonstop. It was Wang Limei. Her face was streaked with tears. She struggled weakly, making faint noises from her throat. A figure slowly entered the dim room, clicking their tongue. "What are you making such a fuss for?" "The surgery was a success. All the needles in your body have been removed." Wang Limei glared, pointing at her wounds with her chin. Sure, the needles were gone, but her wounds had been dug up into a bloody mess. They were deep enough to see bone, blood still oozing. She looked at the person, both in pain and terrified. MMM. You want me to let you go? Wang Limei nodded frantically. But the person said, no can do. We still have unfinished business, you and I. Hearing these words, Wang Limei's eyes widened in fear, and she struggled even more desperately. Don't be afraid, I've already removed all the needles. I won't dig at your wounds anymore. With that, the person actually started to carefully bandage her up. Wang Limei frowned tightly. Although she let out a small sigh of relief, she still watched the other person warily. She might be getting on in years, and sometimes her mind worked a bit slower, but she could still tell whether someone meant her well or not. Sure enough, after bandaging her wounds, the person didn't stop. Instead, with a blank expression, they said, "All right. Next step." Wang Limei trembled all over in terror. Next step? What's the next step? She watched as the person picked up the steel needles from the tray again, her eyes full of fear. MMPH. MMPH. She begged for mercy through her gag, struggling with all her might. But somehow, the ropes binding her wrists and ankles only grew tighter the more she struggled. The person ignored her pleas, calmly picking up the steel needles and, one by one, sticking them back into her body. Each needle avoided the previous spots, creating new wounds. I heard you used to torture your own granddaughter with this trick? You seem pretty scared now. But when you were sticking needles in others, weren't you afraid? To be honest, even though I'm the one doing it now, I still find it pretty creepy. Sticking needles into someone else's body, honestly, isn't that just twisted? The person was a bit of a chatterbox. Although they rambled on, their hands never stopped moving. As they worked, they casually turned on an old tape recorder nearby. Wang Limei's painful whimpers and pleas for mercy were drowned out by the music. Why are you crying? The needles will only stay in for a day. Tomorrow, I'll take them out for you. After a pause, they added, of course, once I take them out, I'll put them back in again. That was the final straw for Wang Limei. She completely passed out. TSK, was that from fear or pain? He patted Wang Limei's face, trying to wake her. Wake up. I'm the one doing the work here. Why are you slacking off with your eyes closed? Dragged back to consciousness by the slaps, Wang Limei once again felt the pain in her body with perfect clarity. Instinctively, she tried to struggle, but the needles wedged between her bones made every movement agonizing. MMPH. The person ignored her pleas, staring at her hands and feet for a while. Sorry, but our boss said we have to be careful and thorough. I have kids at home, you know. To keep you from running out and scaring them, I'll have to inconvenience you a bit. With that, he took out a sharp knife, walked over, and rather clumsily began to cut her tendons. As he worked, he clicked his tongue. Man, this is scary. Guess being a psycho isn't easy after all. Cutting tendons is a real skill job. If you accidentally hit an artery, that's big trouble. Our boss said you can't be allowed to die too quickly. Wang Limei broke out in a cold sweat from the pain, managed a couple of weak screams, and passed out again. Hey, don't faint. This place is all bloody, and I'm scared being here alone. He gave her face a few more hard slaps. After a few tries, seeing she really wouldn't wake up this time, he gave up, put down the knife, and muttered to himself. That should do it. She shouldn't be able to move at all now, right? That's how they always do it on TV anyway. All right, I'm leaving. You keep sleeping. I'll come back tomorrow to take the needles out. He wiped his hands and left the small room. He carefully checked the locked door, made sure the iron chain was secure, pocketed the key, and muttered. If TV villains were all as careful as me, how would the heroes ever turn the tables? He went upstairs. At the top of the stairs, a woman was waiting. All done. Yeah, it's finished. How much longer do we have to keep this up? Bosku said to keep torturing her until she dies. Judging by her state, she'll last maybe 2 or 3 more days. The man was none other than Long Songen. As he spoke, he reached out to hug his wife. Li Shihan pushed him away in disgust and handed him a pack of disinfectant wipes. Clean yourself up. Then she sighed. Bosku really is ruthless. Long Songen wiped himself down as he replied, just giving her a taste of her own medicine. That's not ruthless. Li Shihan nodded. That old woman really is hateful. Just hearing about what she did to Missin with those needles made me angry. Imagine how much it must have hurt Bosku at the time. Long Tsongan said, Bosku is always so careful. I could tell he wanted to do it himself. Li Shihan glanced at him. It's just as well you did it. You seem to enjoy yourself. Didn't hold back today, did you? Despite her words, Li Shihan didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy for the vicious old woman. Back then, her annoying granddaughter and Xiao Bei used to hang around their gate, trying to get attention. A newly recognized illegitimate daughter, acting every bit the rich heiress, coming to their place with her snide remarks, saying they didn't deserve to live on the hillside, mocking them for growing poor people's vegetables in a fancy garden. After hearing about the old woman's evil deeds yesterday, Li Shihan felt she was just getting what she deserved. That whole family was rotten to the core. Long Tsongan sidled up to his wife pitifully. Who said I enjoyed it? You have no idea, it was terrifying. I was scared out of my wits. Li Shihan rolled her eyes at him. Quit pretending. Long Tsongan cleared his throat, grinning cheekily as he leaned against her. If I hadn't become Bosku's assistant, my dream was to play villains in movies. Too bad that scene just now can't be aired, or I'd definitely win Best Supporting Actor. Li Shihan gave him a shove and reminded him, just don't scare our son. Long Tsongan nodded. Don't worry, everything's under control. We're the good guys, stuff that scares kids won't happen to us. Li Shihan chuckled softly. All right, Mr. Justice, dinner's ready. You family villa. Tang Chiyun distractedly handed a glass of water to Kong Si, who had just finished dancing. But before Kong Si could get a good grip, Tang Chiyun let go. The glass fell to the floor, shattering into pieces and splashing water all over Kong Si's skirt. Madam, I'm so sorry. Tang Chiyun apologized in a panic, grabbing a towel to wipe Kong Si's skirt. But the fabric was special. The more she wiped, the dirtier it looked. Seeing this, Tang Chiyun grew even more flustered, apologizing over and over, not knowing what to do. Kong Si waved her hand. Xiaotang, what's wrong with you today? You keep making mistakes. Tang Chiyun's voice was choked with tears. I'm sorry, madam. I'll be more careful from now on. Kong Si let out a sigh. This is already the third time you've apologized to me today. Tell me, what's got you so distracted? Tang Chiyun was a maid she had carefully selected herself, quick, attentive, and considerate. For her to be like this, it was obvious something troubling had happened. In times like these, a capable maid was hard to come by, so Kong Si was willing to be patient and hear her out. But Tang Chiyun just bit her lip in distress, head lowered, unable to say a word. Kong Si frowned and watched her for a while, then suddenly seemed to realize something. Did Xiaochen do something? Tang Chiyun's head snapped up. Madam. Seeing her reaction, Kong Si's expression said it all, just as she'd suspected. No one knew her son better than she did. She'd known all along that her advice to Yuchen the other day had gone in one ear and out the other. Kong Si pulled out the chair beside her and sat down, getting straight to the point. Tell me, what exactly has he done? She paused, then added, Don't be afraid, just speak freely. If he's done anything out of line, I'll stand up for you. But despite these gentle words, Tang Chiyun didn't relax. She had no parents and had grown up relying on her grandmother. She'd seen enough of the world's coldness to be far more mature than others her age. She knew all too well how NGS worked. Promises of standing up for her were just words. After all, they were mother and son. She was just a maid. Even if she were the daughter-in-law of this family, Kong Si would never truly take her side. Tang Chiyun's mind raced, trying to figure out the best way to respond. If she handled this wrong, she'd definitely be kicked out of the Yu family. In this post-apocalyptic world, where people died every day, having a safe, stable place like the Yu household, where food and shelter were guaranteed, was a rare blessing. If she got thrown out, she wouldn't survive for long. But Kong Si didn't give her much time to think. She pressed again, Xiaotang, what's going on? This time, her tone was noticeably less patient. Tang Chiyun realized Kong Si's patience was running thin. Without time to think it through, she hurriedly replied, "It's nothing serious. It's just that young master you, for some reason, keeps saying he wants me to be his friend." She deliberately left out the word girlfriend. In front of Kong Si, she just couldn't bring herself to say it. At first, when Yuchen brought it up, she'd thought the young master was just bored and teasing her. But he turned out to be much more persistent than she'd imagined. Ever since that first time, he'd been pestering her every day. Sometimes he'd suddenly appear behind her while she was working. Other times, he'd show up when she was sneaking a break in the housekeeping room. The worst was when he actually turned up in her bedroom while she was sleeping. It had completely disrupted her life and work. The way he acted, it was as if he wouldn't give up unless she agreed to be his girlfriend. It made Tang Chiyun think of those tragic servant girls in old stories, forced by the young master of the house. After telling the truth, Tang Chiyun anxiously watched Kong Si's expression, but found that she didn't seem to care at all. Instead, Kong Si said earnestly, "Xiao Tang, Xiao Chen may seem a bit unreliable, but he's actually a good person." Kong Si was a smart woman and knew her son well. She understood exactly what Tang Chiyun meant by friend. But she still said what she did. Tang Chiyun was a little shocked. Of course, she had no illusions of being a Cinderella marrying into a wealthy family. Even with her transmigrator status, she didn't believe in fairy tales. There was no way a lady like Kong Si would allow her son to date a maid. Tang Chiyun's internal alarm bells went off. She became extra cautious, carefully choosing her words before saying, "The young master is wonderful, of course. But I'm just a servant. I'm really not worthy of being his friend. Our backgrounds and ways of thinking are worlds apart." She couldn't have made herself sound any humbler. Sure enough, Kong Si looked at her with satisfaction. "Xiao Tang, you're a sensible girl." Just as Tang Chiyun was breathing a sigh of relief, Kong Si added, "But there's no need to be so nervous. Since Xiao Chen wants to be friends with you, just enjoy it. Don't overthink things." Tang Chiyun's heart sank. "Madam, the young master and I are from completely different worlds." But Kong Si just laughed. "It's just friendship, not marriage. Does it matter if you're from different worlds?" Tang Chiyun almost couldn't keep her polite expression. So Kong Si was trying to persuade her to let her son toy with her. This kind of rich lady was even more detestable than those who'd just throw money at her to leave their sons alone. Tang Chiyun felt like she'd swallowed a fly. But she still needed this job and a place to stay, so she couldn't afford to fall out with her employer. She could only continue, "Madam, taking care of you is my duty." She just wanted to work honestly, to earn her living through labor. Working people could sell their souls to their bosses, but not their bodies or their dignity. That young master Yu was clearly not right in the head. Getting involved with him would only end badly. Kong Si didn't look at her anymore. She leaned back in her chair, admiring her manicured nails. "Work is work. Your free time is your own. I won't stop you from making friends." "Friends, my ass. Who wants to be friends with your son?" Tang Chiyun cursed her 1,000 times in her heart, but forced a stiff smile and said, "But madam, the young master also wants me to learn martial arts and firearms. I'm afraid I won't have time to do my job properly." At this, Kong Si finally stopped being so nonchalant. She sat up straight, frowning. "You two want to play with guns?" "Absolutely not. Weapons were not something the household staff should ever touch." She looked Tang Chiyun up and down with some displeasure. She really did have a rare, pretty face. It was one thing for Xiao Chen to have a bit of fun, but how could she be allowed access to the family's weapons? Could he actually be serious about her? But knowing her son, it was unlikely he'd fall for a girl who, aside from her looks, was otherwise so ordinary. Just then, as they were talking, Yuchen strolled into the dance studio. "Mom, you're not done yet?" He called her mom, but his eyes were on Tang Chiyun. Tang Chiyun immediately felt irritated and quietly took a step back. Kong Si frowned. "Xiao Tang, you can go now." Tang Chiyun wasn't sure what she meant, but she answered, "Yes, madam," and nervously left the room. Yuchen watched her go and was about to follow when Kong Si stopped him. Xiaochen, I hear from Xiaotang that you want her to learn to shoot? Yuchen had his hands in his pockets, looking unconcerned as he replied, yeah, not just guns, she's got a lot more to learn. Kong Xiai asked, what's the point of teaching her all that? Yuchen said, I want to turn her into a female warrior. Kong Xi's mouth twitched. A female warrior? What the heck is that supposed to mean? Puzzled, she asked out loud. Yuchen explained impatiently, I need a girlfriend who's actually capable. Kong Xiai still couldn't quite follow his logic. Frowning, she asked, if you want a girlfriend, just find one. What's this about creating a female warrior? Besides, if you want a girlfriend, there are plenty of well-bred young ladies from good families. Why pick a maid? Yuchen raised an eyebrow. Well-bred young ladies? Where are they? Kong Xiai replied, there are plenty up here on the hillside. She stopped halfway through her sentence. Yesterday's earthquake had destroyed a lot of houses and killed many people. Quite a few heiresses died on the spot. The ones who survived had lost their supplies and shelter. How many families in the entire villa district still had both people and supplies, completely unaffected? She frowned and thought for a while, then named a few people. Chen Tingting from the Chen family, Qi Jishan from the Qi family, and the girls from the Li and Zhou families. Aren't they all well-bred young ladies? But Yuchen looked utterly disdainful. Chen Tingting's a mama's girl. Her mom would drag her 800 meters away just to avoid me. Qi Jishan is a once-in-a-millennium saint. I'm not looking to get myself killed by getting involved with her. The Li family's daughter is already engaged, and she's a total airhead. As for the Zhou family's girl, she's so ugly it hurts my eyes. Kong Xiai. Why is her son so mean with his words? Listening to him, it sounded like that little maid was the best in the whole villa district. She protested, I don't believe it. Out of everyone on the hillside, you can't find a single girl you like? You have to pick a maid. Yuchen seemed to remember something and muttered, well, it's not like there aren't any. Kong Xiai breathed a sigh of relief. See? I told you, there are plenty of good girls. Xiaotang is a perfectly competent maid. I'm happy with her work. Just let her do her job and stop with this nonsense. Yuchen didn't respond. Kong Xiai glanced down at her perfectly manicured nails and continued, so, which family's girl is good enough for you? Yuchen replied, the Yin family. Kong Xiai thought for a moment, then frowned. That illegitimate daughter, what's her name again? Son, what kind of taste do you have? But Yuchen said, not her. I mean the one the Yin family kicked out, Gu Zhiyu's fiancé. She's pretty impressive, a real badass. Kong Xiai stood up from her chair. Gu Zhiyu's fiancé? She walked a few steps and smacked Yuchen on the back. Get a grip. Why would you mess with Gu Zhiyu? Are you tired of living well? Yuchen hissed, I wasn't trying to mess with him. You brought it up. Seeing Kong Xiai frowning and about to hit him again, he dodged back and said, I really wasn't trying to mess with him. That woman's like a man-eating flower, totally dangerous. Dangerous. Kong Xiai was surprised. For her son, who was already a handful, to call someone dangerous, she must really be something. She warned him, good. Just don't get involved. Your dad said times are tough now. It's best if we and the Gu family mind our own business and don't wear each other down. Who knows, we might need to work together someday. Don't go making enemies for no reason. Yuchen glanced toward the door. All right, I know what I'm doing. Kong Xiai knew he was about to go find Tang Qiyun, so she quickly added, I won't interfere with your dating life. Boys don't really suffer losses anyway. But I don't agree with you teaching Xiaotang how to fight and shoot. Yuchen turned to look at her. What's wrong with that? Kong Xiai frowned. Things are different now. Have you forgotten what happened to the Sun family? Servants are servants. If they get too good at fighting, the masters will be the ones in trouble. We have carefully selected, trustworthy security guards. We don't need a maid who's good with her fists. If you train her into some female warrior, aren't you afraid she'll turn around and take out your mother? Yuchen couldn't help but laugh. Ms. Kong Xiai, you really do have an imagination. Kong Xiai smacked him on the back again. I'm not joking with you. Yuchen shrugged. All right, I know what I'm doing. Just leave it alone, this is my business. Kong Xiai was a little exasperated. What does finding a girlfriend have to do with your career? Yuchen walked out. Anyway, I have my reasons for what I do. All these years, have I ever let anything important slip? He opened the door and flashed Kong Si a dazzling smile. You just keep on dancing and painting, enjoying your beautiful life. Your son will never cause you any trouble. With that, he closed the door and left. Kong Si clicked her tongue. That brat. She let out a breath and sat back down. Her son might seem a bit wild, but he'd never really given her any trouble. Still, guns were a serious matter. After thinking it over, she picked up her walkie-talkie and called for the head of security. When the security chief entered respectfully, Kong Si instructed in a low voice. That maid by my side, Tang Chiyun, assign someone trustworthy to keep an eye on her every day. Report anything unusual to me immediately. The security chief replied, yes, ma'am, then asked, should we? As he spoke, he made a throat-slitting gesture. Kong Si thought for a moment, then shook her head. No need. She added, young master likes her. He might train her to use a gun in the future. Keep a close eye on her and report any changes immediately. After a pause, she added, if there's an emergency, deal with her directly. Yes, ma'am. Yuchen left the dance studio and headed straight for the housekeeping room. Tang Chiyun was inside cleaning towels. When she saw Yuchen, she frowned, then reluctantly greeted him. Young master Yu. There was another older maid in the room, who also greeted him, young master Yu. Tang Chiyun saw that Kong Si and her son had finished talking, but this young master was still coming over to pester her. She had a bad feeling. So after greeting him, she immediately picked up a broom, trying to slip away. But Yuchen was quick and grabbed her. Where are you going? Tang Chiyun glanced at the hand holding her, tried to shake him off, but couldn't, so she had no choice but to stand there and reply reluctantly. Since you and madam have finished talking, I need to go clean the dance studio. She still had to clean up the cup she'd broken in there. But Yuchen didn't let go. He glanced at the other maid in the room and ordered, you go. All right. The older maid immediately picked up the cleaning tools and headed out. Before leaving, she shot a gossipy look at Xiao Tang, who was now cornered in the housekeeping room. TSK, looks like we're about to see a real-life CEO falls in love with the maid's story. Tang Chiyun had been bottling up her frustration for days, and now she just couldn't hold it in any longer. She put down her broom and raised her voice. Young master Yu, what exactly are you trying to do? Yuchen didn't seem to care at all whether she was angry or not. He just kept holding onto her hand, refusing to let go. I've told you so many times already. I just want you to be my girlfriend. Tang Chiyun stopped dodging and looked him straight in the eye. Young master Yu, we're not from the same world. I'm not good enough for you. You should find someone else. Yuchen pursed his lips. Tisk, you're really hard to win over. Tang Chiyun almost laughed out of exasperation. Hard to win over? When have you ever actually tried to pursue me? Yuchen looked genuinely confused. I've been pursuing you this whole time. Can't you tell? Tang Chiyun was speechless. Was this rich young master's idea of courting a girl just telling her, hey, be my girlfriend? But no matter what method he used, Tang Chiyun had no intention of getting involved with him. So she refused him again, firmly. Don't waste your time. I'm still young, I don't want to date anyone. Yuchen looked at her and muttered, you are quite a bit younger than me. Just as Tang Chiyun breathed a sigh of relief and tried to pull her hand back, she heard him say, the younger, the better for training. Not bad, I'll settle on you. You've got potential. Tang Chiyun. She really couldn't figure out why this young master was so obsessed with training a woman who could fight. It's not like his family was short on security guards. Her hand was starting to hurt from his grip. Young master Yu, can we talk properly? Let go of me first. Yuchen glanced at her reddening wrist and finally let go. Call me Yuchen. Young master Yu. Call me Yuchen. Tang Chiyun took a deep breath, feeling like it was impossible to communicate with this man. He could get hung up on something as trivial as a form of address for ages. She looked around to make sure no one else was around before finally saying, fine, Yuchen. Seeing that he was finally satisfied, she continued, I may be young, but I'm already 22. Starting martial arts now is a bit too late for me. Yuchen thought for a moment. True. Kids who aren't adults yet are better suited for martial arts training. Tang Chiyun nodded quickly. Exactly. So Yuchen cut her off. But I can't exactly have a kid as my girlfriend. You're still the most suitable for me. He paused, glanced at her face, and said, You're very pretty, barely good enough for me. I'll train you myself. Work hard, and maybe you'll surpass your teacher. Tang Chiyun. Why do you insist on having a girlfriend who can fight? For once, Yuchen patiently explained, My girlfriend has to be the best. Tang Chiyun didn't get it. What does being the best have to do with fighting? She'd never heard of a man whose criteria for a partner included being good in a fight. Yuchen stuck his hands in his pockets and leaned against the wall. Doesn't matter? Then what do you think makes a woman the best? Tang Chiyun thought for a moment. Successful career, well-educated, poised, from a good family, kind and virtuous. There are so many standards, but I've never heard anyone include marksmanship. Yuchen replied, Those are old standards. In the apocalypse, strength is what really matters. He thought of Nan, decisive and ruthless, and the corners of his mouth lifted. Then he looked at Tang Chiyun, his voice taking on a hint of temptation. Don't you want to become stronger? Tang Chiyun looked at his blonde hair and said nothing. Of course, she wanted to be stronger. But she knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Every gift comes with a hidden price tag. Her instincts told her that Yuchen was dangerous. And her instincts had never been wrong. Yuchen waited for a while but didn't get the answer he wanted. He pushed himself off the wall with his elbow and grabbed her wrist again. Come on, let's go train. Tang Chiyun, wait, I have something to say. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, she decided to agree to the martial arts and firearms training. No matter what, in chaotic times, having a skill was always a good thing. But, as for being your girlfriend, can we talk about that later? What if I turn out to be hopeless at this and can't learn anything? How would I be qualified to be your girlfriend then, right? Yuchen thought about it. You're right. He took her hand and headed for his gym. Test first, then the job. Tang Chiyun followed behind him, finally breathing a sigh of relief. At least, for now, her innocence was safe. In the days that followed, Luo Anshan gradually grew quiet. Because of the sudden earthquake and thick fog, the population in the villa community dropped by nearly half. Some died in the quake, others in fights. In the midst of the fog, the silent ruins of houses looked even more desolate. The survivors gradually realized something was off about the fog and stayed holed up at home, afraid to go out. In Villa Number 1, Gu Jiyu seemed to have discovered a whole new world, clinging to a Nan all day at home. The two of them had plenty of supplies, and the house had everything they needed, so even being stuck inside didn't feel stifling. Whenever they missed the sunshine outdoors, they could just slip into the estate's inner space. Now that the time limit for the space had increased to 6 hours a day, after every meal they'd take a stroll in the garden. The three little ones followed them around, drinking more and more spiritual spring water and growing stronger by the day. Elsewhere, Chu Peipei, Zhao Ping'an, and Hu Tsuelan were also living fairly comfortably. With no more earthquakes, the three moved their supplies into the villa. Chu Peipei still lived upstairs, while Hu Tsuelan and her son took the first floor and basement. The temperature dropped a little every day, and soon it was down to 30 degrees Celsius. The extreme heat was finally over. There was no need for air conditioning, just running the air filtration system for a short while each day was enough, saving on fuel. The three of them lived their lives as usual, occasionally worrying about when the endless fog would finally lift. After all, being stuck indoors and living off stored supplies wasn't exactly reassuring. The only other annoyance was Jiang Mingqiu, who kept coming by with all sorts of strange excuses, wanting to visit. Chu Peipei stayed upstairs most of the time, and Zhao Ping'an was busy with experiments in the basement, so it always fell to Hu Tsuelan to send her away. Life went on quietly like this until a month later, the mountainside suddenly welcomed new visitors. Oldley, the security guard, was dozing off in the guard booth when, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted two figures, one big, one small, emerging from the fog and heading his way. He immediately sat up straight and gripped the weapon at his side. Very soon, the two figures walked up to the gate. Oldley squinted for a closer look. It was a woman with a young boy. Both of them wore half-face gas masks that covered the lower half of their faces. Although he couldn't see their features clearly, the fine lines at the corners of the woman's eyes suggested she was about 38 or 39. The boy looked about 7 or 8 years old. He was thin and frail, but his skin was pale and clean. The woman wore a set of oversized clothes that swayed loosely with her every movement. In contrast, the boy's clothes were tight and short, with sleeves and pants that barely reached his wrists and ankles. Oldley studied the pair through the glass of the guard booth. In times like these, it was hard for vulnerable women and children to survive. How did they end up alone in the mountains? Normally, people like them could only have survived this long if someone was protecting them. After all, not everyone could get their hands on gas masks. Even he didn't have one. When he had to go out, he could only wrap several layers of cloth around his mouth and nose, and even then, he'd be gasping for breath if he walked too fast. Oldley deliberately glanced behind them, but didn't see anyone else.
We're diving deep today, and remember, on this channel, we never leave a story halfway, we always finish the novel. If you appreciate the full journey, please like the video, subscribe for the complete series, and share it with your fellow book lovers. Also, if you want to support the channel even further, we now have YouTube memberships available. If you're interested in signing up for exclusive perks and helping us keep these stories going, just click the join button below the video for all the details.
The woman apologized again. Sorry, I still can't hear you. Oldley's face darkened. Was she messing with him? The glass was just as thick for both of them. He could hear her perfectly, but she claimed she couldn't hear him. How was that possible? Was she trying to trick him into opening the door? Oldley grew more cautious, staring at her for a few seconds before simply sitting back down and ignoring them. The woman, seeing he wouldn't respond, seemed to grow anxious. Hello? Hello? Oldley leaned back in his chair, pretending not to hear. As long as he didn't open the villa gate, she couldn't get in. And as long as he stayed in the booth, she couldn't get to him. This woman wasn't a resident of the villa district, and she didn't look like a friend of any resident either. He decided to just ignore her. Oldley slouched in his chair and pulled a newspaper from the little desk drawer. He'd read this newspaper countless times. In fact, he'd read through the whole thick stack in the drawer many times. During these years of disasters, he had little else for entertainment. His phone was useless, and there were hardly any visitors to the villa district. When bored, he could only pass the time with newspapers. It was better when he had company on duty. At least they could chat and banter. But ever since the heavy fog descended, his colleagues on shift had started acting erratically, flying into rages and fighting at the slightest provocation. Sometimes it got so bad they'd pull knives on each other. Several had even died. Now there were only 4 security guards left, 2 per shift. The young guy who was supposed to be on day shift with him today was resting in the property management building with a fever, so he hadn't come. So Oldley was left alone, bored out of his mind. He read the paper for a while, and when he looked up to turn the page, he saw the woman was still standing outside, staring at him unblinking. Oldley jumped in fright. Why hadn't they left yet? He patted his chest to calm himself and shifted his gaze to the boy beside her. The kid was young, but unusually quiet. He'd stood there all this time without making a sound or fuss, just staring at Oldley without moving. Oldley felt a strange sense of unease. He quickly looked away and lowered his head, ignoring them. This time, the woman didn't just stand there quietly. She tapped on the little window of the booth. Hello. Hello. Oldley pretended to keep reading his newspaper, silently chanting to himself, didn't hear, just leave, just leave. He held up the paper, but none of the words registered. He couldn't help but wonder what if, when his shift ended, they were still standing out there? What should he do? Should he use force? He could handle a woman and a child, but they kept trying to trick him into opening the window. Clearly, they had some other motive. A long while passed, but he could still feel their burning gaze on him. Finally, Oldley couldn't stand it anymore. He slammed the table and stood up. "You damn well." Halfway through his outburst, he saw the woman lift her hair with one hand and point to her ear with the other. "Hello. I can't hear you." Only then did Oldley notice the hearing aid on her ear. What the hell? A huge wave of guilt washed over him. He hadn't even let her finish speaking before jumping to conclusions, making up a whole horror story in his head, and leaving a vulnerable woman and child standing outside for so long. "I'm such an idiot." Oldley hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs, "I'm so sorry, miss." As he spoke, he opened the booth door. "I'm really sorry. What can I do for you?" The woman had been watching him with gentle eyes, but as the door swung fully open, her gaze suddenly sharpened. In a flash, her left hand shot out, grabbing Old Lee's hair and yanking him out with brutal force. At the same time, a sharp knife slid from her right sleeve. In the blink of an eye, the knife slashed across Old Lee's neck, sending a spray of blood. You. The woman looked down at Oldley, who lay on the ground staring up at her, and chuckled. "Not bad, you were pretty cautious." "Just not cautious enough." She took off the hearing aid and tossed it onto Oldley's body. "Just something I picked up. If you like it, it's yours." Then she led the boy into the booth and opened the villa district's main gate. "Come on, son, let's go in." Oldley instinctively clutched his neck, but the blood kept spurting out. In his final seconds, his blurry vision caught the boy turning back, his eyes curving like crescent moons. Was he smiling? Struggling to breathe, Oldley finally realized what was so strange. After 2 years of extreme heat, all the survivors who'd scavenged outside were tanned as charcoal. But this boy was pale and clean, clearly someone who'd never suffered. Oldley stared, eyes wide, as life faded from him. The woman led the boy up the main road. Before long, the vague outlines of houses appeared in the thick fog. The 2 nearest villas. One had already collapsed, the other had its gate tightly shut, clearly still occupied. The woman paused to think, then said softly, "Wait here for me." She let go of the boy's hand and approached the intact villa. A silver wire shot from her wide sleeve, hooking securely onto the top of the wall. With a slight tug, she vaulted up and over. The woman crouched on top of the wall, peering into the yard for a while. Once she was sure there was no one inside, she jumped down from the high wall and landed lightly on her feet. The boy seemed used to his mother's agility. He calmly sat down on the curb by the roadside, fished a piece of candy from his pocket, and popped it into his mouth. The woman slipped into the yard and was just about to sneak up to the window for a look when the villa's front door suddenly swung open. Luckily, the thick fog provided cover, so her figure wasn't obvious. She reacted instantly, rolling on the ground and darting to the side of the house to hide. She barely steadied herself before she turned her head to sneak a glance, just in time to see a tall man walking out of the villa. The man dragged out an old woman, limp and lifeless, as if she were nothing more than a rag. "I thought you'd last 2 or 3 days at most, but you actually held out for a month. Tough old bird. Thanks to you, I've been pretty stress-free lately. Be careful in your next life. Don't do bad things. Off you go." The man quickly reached the front gate, opened it, and with a swing of his arm, flung the old woman's body out. The little boy, who had been sitting by the road, immediately darted into the ruins of a nearby house the moment he saw the villa's gate open. He had just settled into his hiding spot when a huge chunk of rotting flesh crashed down not far from him. With a loud thud, he was so startled that he swallowed his candy whole, nearly choking on it. Clutching his mouth, his face turned red. Only after the man went back inside the villa did he dare to cough quietly. The woman in the yard saw the man return indoors. She crouched in place, thinking for a few seconds, then decided not to go through with her original plan of peeking through the window. Instead, she quietly retreated. She went to her son first, patting his back to make sure he was okay, then approached the discarded corpse. Seeing the state of the body, she couldn't help but frown. The old woman's face and head of white hair were the only parts left intact. The rest, her limbs and torso, were covered in deep, bone-revealing knife wounds. Some wounds were fresh and still bleeding, others old and festering. It was clear she had been tortured for a long time. Aside from the wounds, the woman also found several steel needles partially embedded in the corpse. She poked at them with her small knife and found that many of the needles were already bent, clearly reused many times. The woman frowned, already picturing what the old woman must have gone through. She stood there in silence for a moment, then pulled her son up. This family is twisted. Come on, let's try the next one. The boy glanced back at the villa, then obediently followed his mother down the main road. Most of the houses on either side of the road were already collapsed or abandoned. The fog was so thick that they couldn't see far ahead, they could only take things as they came. After a while, the woman sighed, "This rich neighborhood is in even worse shape than we thought." The boy popped another piece of candy in his mouth. Mom, show. Old we keep going. Of course. The others are counting on us. As they spoke, the woman finally spotted another intact house. Using her usual tricks, she slipped easily into the yard, then crept up to the window and watched inside for a long while. 5 minutes later, she climbed back out, put away her wire, and called to the boy sitting by the road, "Let's go. This is the one." The boy got up and dusted off his pants. "Is there a man inside?" Just one." "Seems like it," the woman said, pausing. "But you never know, there could be others upstairs. We'll play it by ear." The boy asked, "Why does it have to be a man?" The woman replied, "Same sex repels, opposite sex attracts. I'm a woman, so it's easier to talk to a man." The boy nodded, half understanding. Mother and son stood at the gate. The woman cleared her throat and called out loudly, "Hello. Is anyone there? Excuse me, is anyone home?" After just a few shouts, someone came out of the house. It was a man with high, jutting cheekbones, sunken cheeks, and an extremely ugly face. He eyed the mother and son warily through the gate. "What do you want?" The woman pulled the boy in front of her. "Hello, sir. We're refugees. We really have nowhere else to go. Could you please take us in for a few days?" The man frowned, sizing them up. "Refugees? How'd you get in here?" The woman clung to the child, putting on a pitiful face. "We're from Quanching District in Limbay City. Ever since the fog rolled in, the city's been in chaos, fighting and killing every day. So many people have died. My whole family's gone. It was just the two of us who managed to escape the city." The man cut her off, still frowning. "I'm asking how you got in here. Isn't there security at the entrance to the villa district?" The woman's pitiful expression froze for a moment. This guy's not easy to fool. He wasn't listening to a word she said. If he's not even listening, how could he possibly feel sympathy? But she quickly adjusted her expression, still looking pitiful as she answered his question. "When we got here, the two security guards at the gate were fighting each other. I saw the gate was open, so I grabbed my kid and ran in. They were so caught up in their fight, they didn't even notice us." The man's frown deepened. "The security guards were fighting so hard they didn't notice you?" Seeing his skepticism, the woman hurried to explain, "Yes. This fog messes with people's minds. Loads of people in the city are like that. Once they start fighting, they don't care about anything, not even family." As she spoke, she watched the man carefully. "You're not going to suddenly snap and hurt us, are you?" The man was still frowning, about to say something, when a woman's voice suddenly came from inside the house. "Hee-Yuan, who is it?" The woman gripped her son's hand tighter. "There's a woman inside? That complicates things. Women are usually more observant and harder to fool. It was already tough enough with just the man, now with a woman. There's no way this will work." She shifted her arm, and the small knife hidden in her wide sleeve slipped silently into her hand. "Time to take care of them when the chance comes." A young woman slowly walked out of the villa. "Hee-Yuan, is someone out there needing help?" Hearing this, the woman paused and put her knife away. Hee-Yuan turned back and blocked Chi Ji-shan. "Don't come out, the fog's thick." Qi Jishan stopped, craning her neck to look at the pitiful woman and child outside the gate. Are they in trouble? He Yuan was about to explain, but the woman outside cut in first, shouting, "Kind souls, please help us." He Yuan shot her a dissatisfied glare, then used his hand to cover Qi Jishan's mouth and nose. "Jishan, this fog is poisonous. You should go back inside. Leave this to me." Qi Jishan pouted. "You make it sound like you're immune to all poisons. You just went out yesterday to scavenge for supplies. Don't expose yourself to the fog again. Go inside, I'll handle this." How could He Yuan possibly feel at ease leaving her alone with two strangers of unknown origin? He remained where he was, his tone unfriendly as he spoke to the woman outside the courtyard gate. "You should leave. We can't help you." The woman ignored him, her gaze fixed intently on Qi Jishan. "Kind young lady, I beg you, please have mercy on us. I can handle anything, but my child, he's still so young." As she spoke, she gently pushed the frail little boy forward. Qi Jishan glanced at the child. His clothes were far too short and tight, clinging awkwardly to his thin frame. He was a clean and delicate-looking boy, but his clothes were dirty and torn. She couldn't help but feel a surge of sympathy. "What happened to you?" The woman repeated what she'd just told He Yuan. But the effect was clearly different this time. Qi Jishan thought for a moment, glanced at the thick fog around them, and quickly replied, "The fog outside is too heavy. Come in and we'll talk." The woman's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, miss. Thank you so much." She could tell that the girl was the one in charge here. Overjoyed, she quickly thanked her again and patted her son. "Hurry, thank your big sister." The little boy's voice was barely louder than a mosquito's. "Thank you, big sister." He Yuan looked thoroughly disapproving and whispered, "Jishan, they're strangers. Isn't it too dangerous to just let them in like this?" Qi Jishan replied unhurriedly, "Everyone faces hard times. If we can help, we should. Or would you rather be like those cold-hearted neighbors, just watching others die?" She still hadn't let go of how their neighbors had stood by and done nothing during the earthquake. Even now, in the dead of night, she sometimes imagined hearing the faint cries of people trapped beneath the rubble. Now, faced with a similar choice, she couldn't just stand by. He Yuan still objected. But Qi Jishan knew what he was worried about and pointed at the two outside. One's a child who couldn't hurt a fly, and the other's a woman barely over 5 feet tall. Look at how thin she is, her clothes are practically blowing in the wind. Even if they were bad people, do you really think they could take you down? The reason Qi Jishan dared to let them in was because she had confidence. He Yuan was an outstanding private bodyguard. He'd been kept on by the Qi family precisely because of his exceptional skills. No number of elite bodyguards could take him in a fight. With such a formidable protector, and the visitors being just a mother and child, why not do a good deed? Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. She'd always believed in karma and wanted to accumulate more good fortune for herself. The woman, standing at a distance and unable to hear their conversation, called out again, as if afraid Qi Jishan would change her mind. "Miss?" At Qi Jishan's insistence, He Yuan finally went to open the gate for the mother and son. The woman hurried into the courtyard with her boy, thanking them repeatedly. Qi Jishan led them inside and invited them to sit on the sofa. "May I ask your names?" The woman removed the gas masks from her and her son's faces. "My name is Nan Guiyan." She pointed at the boy. "This is my son, Xiaojun." Only now did Qi Jishan get a good look at them. Nan Guiyan was quite pretty, but the fine lines at the corners of her eyes and the shallow grooves of her nasolabial folds spoke of a life worn down by hardship. Xiaojun looked very well behaved, with a maturity beyond his years, definitely not the type to be mischievous. After sizing them up, Qi Jishan nodded. "Hello. My surname is Qi, and this is my friend, He." Nan Guiyan nodded awkwardly. "Miss Qi, Mr. He, nice to meet you." He Yuan didn't sit down. The first thing he did after returning inside was to gather up all the kitchen knives and anything else that could be used as a weapon, putting them away. He then stood behind the sofa, listening to the conversation, every muscle tense and ready to act at the slightest sign of trouble. When Nan Guiyan greeted him, he didn't respond, just stood there coldly. Qi Jishan continued, "How have you survived these past 2 years? From what I know, life in the city hasn't been easy." Nan Guiyan wiped away a tear. "That's right. Every day feels like living in hell. The only reason we're still alive is because of my son's father." Qi Jishan hesitated. "Your son's father?" Nan Guiyan gave a bitter smile. "He's gone. Just 2 days ago. My son's grandmother is gone too. Now it's just the 2 of us left." After the heavy fog descended, everything turned to chaos. My husband's moods became unpredictable. That day, 4 angry young men came at him with machetes. At this point, she broke down, covering her face and sobbing. Qi Jishan's heart ached for her. She handed over a tissue, and seeing how distraught the woman was, didn't press further. She spoke gently. "I can offer you a temporary place to stay. I'll clear out a room for you in the basement. But our food supplies are limited. I can only spare enough for you for 1 day. After that, you'll have to find your own." As she spoke, Qi Jishan handed the little boy a piece of candy. "Think it over. If you're okay with it, I'll get the basement room ready for you." The boy took the candy but didn't eat it right away. He studied the wrapper and flavor for a while, then tucked it into his pocket. Nan Guiyan was overjoyed. "Oh, no need to think about it, thank you so much." She grasped Qi Jishan's hand excitedly. "Letting us stay is already more than enough. How could I expect you to feed us too? Don't worry, I'll do my best to find food for us." Qi Jishan smiled. "You're welcome." She was clearly pleased with the woman's attitude and continued, "I can't give you food directly, but I can point you in the right direction." Nan Guiyan looked eager to learn. "Please, go ahead." Qi Jishan glanced out the window. "You must have seen the ruins on your way here, right?" Nan Guiyan nodded. "I did. Such a shame, they were all nice houses." Qi Jishan went on, "There's a lot of supplies buried in those ruins. If you're willing to work hard, you can dig up quite a bit of food. Our own stores are running low, we're surviving by scavenging from the ruins too." When Nan Guiyan heard this, she gave her a long, searching look. As the saying goes, don't flaunt your wealth. If someone has something valuable, especially life-saving supplies, who wouldn't secretly stash them away for themselves? Who would openly share them with others? This little girl is almost unbelievably kind. Then, with a look of disbelief, she asked, "Life is this hard for you too?" "I thought people in the rich district would have plenty of food stored up." Qi Jishan sighed. "Being rich or not was all before the disaster. If it weren't for him taking care of me, I would have starved to death a long time ago." As she spoke, she gestured to He Yuan behind her. Nan Guiyan turned to look at the man, meeting his scrutinizing gaze. She forced a smile and was about to say something flattering when he asked, "If life is so hard for you and your son, how did you get something as valuable as a gas mask?" Nan Guiyan looked at him and replied calmly, "We found it." He Yuan frowned. "Found it?" Qi Jishan was also surprised. "Where did you find it?" Nan Guiyan picked up her gas mask and pointed at the dark, dried bloodstains on it. "I took it off a dead body." She sighed. "I guess you could say I got lucky." After Xiaojun and I escaped from the city, we found a few corpses by the roadside. Not only did I get the mask, I also found a pack of biscuits. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it this far. He Yuan gave a cold, insincere smile. "Pretty lucky, huh?" Nan Guiyan acted as if she didn't catch his underlying meaning and nodded a bit sheepishly. "Yeah, we've been really lucky. Otherwise, how could we have met you too?" But He Yuan wasn't buying her flattery. He turned to the little boy who had been silent all this time. "What's your name?" The boy glanced at his mother before replying softly, "I'm Xiaojun." He Yuan's face turned stern. "I know. I'm asking for your full name." Xiaojun looked at his mom again. Nan Guiyan hurried to answer for him, "His name is—" Before she could finish, He Yuan cut her off. "I'm asking him." Nan Guiyan closed her mouth awkwardly and glanced at her silent son, prompting, "Xiaojun, the uncle is talking to you." Xiaojun looked at He Yuan and answered seriously, "My full name is Li Jun." He Yuan kept his voice gruff and intimidating. You're not afraid of me? Li Jun shook his head. No. He Yuan, why not? Li Jun looked confused. Why should I be? He Yuan fell silent, just staring at him. His appearance was unusual. Not just children. Even mature adults would be startled when they saw him, some even frightened or disgusted enough to avoid him. And kids who can't hide their feelings would always end up crying. All these years, whenever he encountered children, there wasn't a single one who didn't burst into tears at the sight of his face. But this boy was completely calm, showing no reaction at all. It was truly odd. Even as He Yuan stared straight at him, the little boy Li Jun didn't seem uncomfortable at all, just sat there quietly. Nan Guiyan couldn't help but ask, Mr. He, is something wrong? He Yuan's tone returned to normal. Your kid's pretty brave. Nan Guiyan thought for a moment before realizing what he meant. Sir, you mean your appearance, right? She hesitated, then continued, I know it's a bit rude to say this, but my son has seen a lot of scary-looking people. Some even more unusual than you. He Yuan said nothing, signaling for her to go on. Nan Guiyan said, You haven't been down the mountain since the disaster, have you? He Yuan, I go often. Nan Guiyan was surprised. You go into the city often? Why? He Yuan, to look for supplies. Nan Guiyan glanced at Qi Jishan sitting nearby and thought to herself, this family really isn't that well off. She cleared her throat and continued, in the city, there are all kinds of people. Those disfigured by acid rain, those with faces slashed in fights over supplies. Xiao Jun has seen all sorts over the years. She patted her son's head. He's grown up in the apocalypse since he could remember. Of course, he's more mature than most kids. Seeing that He Yuan wanted to say more, Qi Jishan interrupted, All right, He Yuan, don't scare the kid. Then she explained to Nan Guiyan, Don't mind him. My friend is a private bodyguard, it's just professional habit. He's more cautious than most. Private bodyguard. Nan Guiyan glanced at He Yuan without making it obvious. Then she praised, That's impressive. I've only ever seen bodyguards on TV. You must be really good at fighting then. He Yuan sto. OD silently to the side, not responding. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about this mother and son. But since Jishan wanted to keep them, he didn't want to go against her. He'd just have to be extra careful and keep a close eye on them. Qi Jishan gave the mother and son a room on the basement level, helped them settle in, gave them a few instructions, and then went upstairs. Nan Guiyan watched her and He Yuan leave. Once she was sure they'd gone upstairs, she closed the door, lay down on the bed, and finally relaxed. The little boy took out the candy Qi Jishan had given him, unwrapped it, popped it in his mouth, took off his shoes, and climbed onto the bed. Mama, did we make it? Nan Guiyan grunted in affirmation, then sighed, I just didn't expect the man to be so difficult. The girl, though, is easy to deal with. Li Jun rolled the candy in his mouth with his tongue. Big sister is a good person. Nan Guiyan raised an eyebrow. They say the rich are never kind. But there really is a living saint in this rich district. Li Jun, what does the rich are never kind mean? Nan Guiyan replied without thinking, no rich person is a good person. Li Jun tilted his head. But big sister is nice. Mama, can we not hurt her? Nan Guiyan was silent for a moment, then said, We'll see. After a pause, she changed her tone. Xiao Jun, Art Sanglong Gang will only get stronger in the future. You must always remember who you are. Don't be childish, don't go soft just because someone gives you a little kindness. The little boy said nothing. After a while, he asked, What do we do next? Nan Guiyan put her hands behind her head. We need to get a clear picture of the villa district as soon as possible, so we can bring our brothers up here. The next day, Qi Jishan was cooking at home, while He Yuan put on a pair of gloves, getting ready to go out and look for more supplies. Not feeling comfortable leaving these two strangers alone with Jishan, he called Nan Guiyan to go with him. Nan Guiyan agreed without hesitation and took her son along. The three of them arrived at a collapsed villa and prepared to start digging. Nan Guiyan rolled up her sleeves and glanced off into the distance, only to spot, In the ruins diagonally across from them, what looked like two people, operating an excavator? She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. What's going on over there? Yuan glanced across the way, replying matter-of-factly, just some neighbors out looking for supplies. Nan Guiyan kept her eyes fixed in that direction. Besides you guys, there are other people scavenging the ruins for supplies? Yuan answered a bit impatiently, who doesn't need supplies? Nan Guiyan said, I thought everyone in the villa district was rich. Yuan didn't respond, just lowered his head and got back to work. But even as he worked seriously, he never let his guard down around the woman beside him. Even when bending over to move bricks, he never turned his back to her. Nan Guiyan also bent down to move a couple of large stones, but her gaze remained on the two people not far away. The fog was too thick. All she could see was the excavator they were operating. She couldn't make out their faces, couldn't even tell their gender. As she worked, she asked curiously, since they have something as good as an excavator, they must have plenty of fuel. Why are they still out here digging for other people's supplies? Yuan ignored her, focusing on his own work. Who would ever complain about having too much? There's no rule saying if you have supplies at home, you can't go out looking for more. He didn't care whether others were scavenging or not, and he wasn't about to fight them for it. There were so many ruins here, just one household's worth would be enough to feed him and Jishan for years. Rather than ending up like those idiots who, influenced by the fog, fought with their neighbors over supplies and died for nothing, he'd rather keep his head down and dig as much and as fast as possible, bringing home as many supplies as he could. Ever since he'd realized something was off about the fog, he'd tried his best to avoid conflict and emotional outbursts, so he wouldn't become a slave to his emotions, swept up by the toxic mist. All he wanted was to protect Jishan. Seeing that he was ignoring her, Nan Guiyan subtly signaled to her son, then went back to work. Li Jun, following his mother's cue, wandered slowly toward the other side. Yuan noticed, but didn't intervene. As long as the adults were nearby, a kid couldn't stir up much trouble. As long as they didn't hurt Jishan, he didn't care what they did. Li Jun ambled over, and the two figures ahead became clearer. He stopped a short distance away, carefully observing them. Both wore half-face gas masks, covering the lower half of their faces. The one operating the excavator inside was an uncle with glasses, while the one outside directing was a bald auntie. Hey! Over here, move it a bit more this way. Yes, right there, dig right here. Chu Peipei shouted, gesturing as she directed. Zhao Ping'an dug where she indicated and, before long, unearthed a big box of supplies. As he operated the machine, he marveled, "You're amazing. Wherever you point, there's something." Chu Peipei grinned, "My eyes are like a ruler." Zhao Ping'an laughed too. Chu Peipei's luck had been incredible lately. No matter where she chose to dig in the ruins, there were always supplies, saving them a lot of effort. They'd been out scavenging every day. Who knew how long the thick fog would last, or what new disasters might follow? Their food stores were limited. They couldn't just consume without replenishing. There were plenty of good things in the ruins of these villas. Many owners had died fighting each other, so most of the supplies left behind were unclaimed. The villa owners on the hillside mostly had enough food to last a year or two, so every time they dug out another collapsed villa, their anxiety eased a little. Chu Peipei had even called Nan over by walkie-talkie. Nan brought President Gu's excavator and dug with them for a day, but when she saw the work didn't match the reward, she stopped coming. For Nan, who already had plenty of supplies, health was more important. After all, Zhao Ping'an had said before that gas masks couldn't block out all the toxins. Of course, when she left, she just left the excavator with Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an. With that, digging was much easier. After Zhao Ping'an used the excavator to clear away the big stones, Chu Peipei would go in with gloves to search carefully, in case the machine damaged any smaller supplies. Zhao Ping'an got out to help her. "Be careful, there might be something flammable." Chu Peipei nodded. "You be careful too." As they were digging, they suddenly felt as if someone was watching them from nearby. Chu Peipei whipped her head around and saw a little boy, about 7 or 8, standing not far away, staring at them. Whoa, you scared me. Chu Peipei patted her chest. Where did this kid come from? She looked around, and through the swirling fog, she could just make out two figures digging in the ruins diagonally across from them. The kid probably came from over there. But with the fog, it was impossible to tell if anyone else was nearby. Both of them immediately became alert. Zhao Pingyan instinctively touched the gun at his waist. The boy, seeing they'd noticed him, slowly walked over to say hello. He stopped in front of them, hesitated for a moment, then looked at Chu Peipei. His mother had told him, same sex attracts, opposite sex repels. Even though this person was bald, he could tell she was a woman. Pretty auntie, what are you doing? He asked, tilting his head and softening his voice, just like his mother had taught him. This trick always worked every time. The aunties would pat his head affectionately. Chu Peipei stared at him for a moment, saying nothing. Instead, Zhao Pingyan replied, we're digging for things. Whose kid are you? Why aren't you with your parents? Li Jun pointed to He Yuan and Nan Guiyan, who were digging not far away. My mom and them are digging too. She told me to play by myself. Zhao Pingyan grunted, glanced across the way, and said nothing more. Chu Peipei just bent over and continued searching. Li Jun stood there for a while, then pointed at the excavator beside them. What kind of vehicle is that? I've never seen one before. Chu Peipei looked up at him, said nothing, and kept moving rocks. Zhao Pingyan glanced at Chu Peipei, then at the boy, and finally replied, that's called an excavator. Then he added, Uncle and Auntie are busy working. You'd better go back to your mom. Li Jun pouted. Mom doesn't care about me. I like Uncle and Auntie, I want to play with you. As he spoke, he looked pitifully at Chu Peipei. Seeing him staring at her, Chu Peipei finally spoke for the first time. Kid, why do you keep staring at me? Li Jun replied sweetly, because I like looking at pretty aunties. Chu Peipei's attitude was still cold. I'm wearing a gas mask. Can you even tell if I'm pretty? Li Jun opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but Chu Peipei cut him off with a gruff voice. Fake. Li Jun was a bit stunned. Why is this auntie so fierce? He pouted, looking pitifully at Chu Peipei. Chu Peipei put her hands on her hips and barked, go away. Li Jun was at a loss. After 2 seconds of silence, he squeezed out a few tears and whined, pretty auntie, I. But Chu Peipei wasn't buying it at all. She snapped again, are you leaving or not? If not, I'll beat you up. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of rubble and pretended to throw it at him. Li Jun was startled and quickly turned and ran off. Zhao Pingyan looked at Chu Peipei with amusement. Don't you really like kids? Why are you so fierce today? Chu Peipei continued moving supplies as she replied, who knows if this is another adult in a child's body. She snorted coldly, so glib, calling me pretty auntie without even seeing my face. Zhao Pingyan understood. She'd been traumatized by that little person, Xu Xiaoguai, before. Now she couldn't even bring herself to like cute kids. He glanced across the street. That kid does seem pretty mature. Chu Peipei only lowered her head and got back to work after watching the child run off. Li Jun dashed back to Nan Guiyan's side. Even though he was a bit precocious, he was still just a 7 or 8-year-old. Getting scolded out of nowhere left him visibly upset. Nan Guiyan noticed her son's expression, glanced at He Yuan beside her, and asked knowingly, Xiao Jun, where did you run off to? Then she added, and why are you crying? Li Jun pointed across the street. There's a mean auntie over there. She yelled at me. Nan Guiyan raised an eyebrow. Oh? An auntie? She looked across the street, then back at her son, signaling him to go on. Li Jun said, there's a glasses uncle and a bald auntie over there. The uncle can drive an excavator, and the bald auntie is really mean. I said I wanted to play with them, but she picked up a rock and chased me away. He Yuan couldn't help but glance up at the kid. He'd summed up the situation across the street in just a few sentences. Nan Guiyan noticed his look and explained, sorry, the kid's just a bit too playful. Then she told her son, stop crying. Stay with mom, and don't run off again. Li Jun nodded and obediently found a place to sit nearby. He Yuan said nothing and went back to work. The two of them worked all morning before heading home to rest. Yuan had inhaled too much of the fog lately and was feeling dizzy, so he didn't go out again that afternoon. Nan Guiyan, citing a lack of supplies, took her son out alone again. This time, with no one else around, the mother and son started working through their plan, going from house to house. Same old trick. Li Jun sat by the roadside as lookout while Nan Guiyan snuck into the yards to observe through the windows. In recent years, natural disasters had caused shortages, so even in wealthy neighborhoods, meals had gone from 3 a day to 2. This time of day was when most families were eating. By spying on what the homeowners were eating, she could roughly gauge each household's wealth. Nan Guiyan had brought a small notebook, marking down the approximate number of people and their meal conditions for each house. The reconnaissance went very smoothly. Nan Guiyan even spotted some familiar faces. Huh? Isn't that the movie star Wei Yang? And the one he's holding is TSK Jiang Mengqiu. So those two are a couple. She muttered to herself as she watched the scene through the window. Little Li Jun noticed his mom lingering at this house and couldn't help but whisper from outside the gate, "Mom, what's going on?" Nan Guiyan turned around, put a finger to her lips in a shoo gesture and quietly slipped away. Not for kids. Don't ask. Li Jun blinked. What does that mean? Nan Guiyan coughed. You don't need to know. Then she got ready to sneak into the next house. But this time, trouble found her. She had just jumped into the yard and hadn't even retracted her wire when, as soon as her feet touched the ground, a loud electronic announcement blared out. Warning! Intruder detected! Warning! Intruder detected! A shrill mechanical female voice repeated on a loop, startling Nan Guiyan. Before she could recover, she heard the sound of something slicing through the air from all directions. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a volley of arrows flying toward her. She immediately grabbed the wire and scrambled up the wall. Even with her quick reflexes, she couldn't avoid getting grazed on the arm by one of the arrows. Shit! Nan Guiyan couldn't help cursing. How could there be traps here? Gravity sensors, voice alarms, a barrage of arrows? Of course, it wasn't literally 10,000 arrows, but they came from all directions. If she hadn't been so agile, she'd have been turned into a pincushion. She didn't hesitate after reaching the top of the wall. She jumped straight out of the yard. Scooping up her son, she ran for her life. This house was not to be messed with. She and her son were too weak to take them head-on their turf. Inside the house, Chu Peipei was chatting with a Nan over the walkie-talkie during a break when she suddenly heard the blaring alarm in the yard. Over the past month, Zhao Ping'an had invented all sorts of gadgets and installed layers of traps in their new home. She hadn't expected them to come in handy so soon. On the walkie-talkie, and Nan asked, "What's going on?" "What's that noise?" Chu Peipei ran to the window, peering outside as she replied, "Ping'an's traps got triggered." From her vantage point, she saw a masked woman leap off the wall and out of the yard. "It's a woman." She ran off. Chu Peipei frowned. "Looks like she's heading your way." And Nan was silent for a couple of seconds. "Are you guys okay?" Chu Peipei said, "We're fine." The alarm went off and she ran. She was holding something, but she moved too fast, and the fog's too thick. I couldn't see clearly. They chatted a bit more, then ended the call. Chu Peipei went downstairs. Zhao Ping'an and Aunt Hu were checking the yard. "Ping'an, Aunt Hu, I saw it just now." The intruder was a woman, but I couldn't see her face. She was wearing a mask. Zhao Ping'an picked up an arrow, which was stained with blood. "It's fine. She's already been hit." On the other side, after running a good distance, Nan Guiyan made sure no one was chasing them before stopping to catch her breath. She took out her notebook and wrote, "Villa number 5 trapped." As she put the notebook away, she noticed the wound on her arm. The blood seemed to be black. Nan Guiyan frowned, reaching out to squeeze her wound hard. Soon, she forced out another clump of black blood. Her face immediately turned grim. The arrow was poisoned. Not only was the color of the blood off, but even after pressing the wound so hard, she hadn't felt any pain at all. That was definitely not a good sign. She had underestimated her enemy. She hadn't expected there to be such skilled people hidden in the mountains of Luoan. If her luck had been any worse today, she might have died here. Gritting her teeth, she pulled out the small knife she always carried. Xiaojun, give me the lighter. Li Jun looked at the wound on her arm with worry, but obediently fished a lighter out of his inner pocket and handed it over. Nan Guiyan expertly flicked the lighter and briefly sterilized the blade. Then she tossed the lighter back to her son, raised the knife, and aimed it at her injured arm. Li Jun jumped in fright. Mom, what are you doing? Son, let me teach you something new. Remember this. Nan Guiyan took a deep breath. When something must be cut off, do it without hesitation. Don't let chaos take over. Watch closely. As she spoke, she decisively pressed the knife down and dug into the flesh around her wound. "Moam!" Li Jun screamed in terror. Nan Guiyan had no time to comfort her frightened son. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she clenched her teeth, forcing herself not to make a sound. With trembling hands, she continued to cut away all the flesh around the wound, tossing the bloody pieces to the ground. Li Jun covered his mouth, staring at his mother's blood-soaked arm, and began to cry hoarsely. Mom? Nan Guiyan glanced at the blackened flesh on the ground, then at the deep, bone-revealing wound on her arm. Fresh red blood was now flowing out. She let out a sigh of relief. At least the poison wasn't spreading quickly. Cutting away some flesh was nothing. It was better than losing an entire arm or dying on the spot. The little boy was so shaken by his mother's self-mutilation that his legs gave out and he fell to the ground. Nan Guiyan tore a strip from her wide hem and tightly bound her wound to stop the bleeding. Then she called to her son. Stop crying. Tie a knot for me. I can't do it with one hand. Li Jun scrambled up, still sobbing, and shakily tied the cloth for her. Once the wound was bandaged, Nan Guiyan reached into a hidden inner pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. She took off her mask, pulled out a cigarette, grabbed the lighter again, lit up, and took a deep drag. She squinted, exhaling smoke that mingled with the surrounding mist. She hadn't smoked in a long time. The sudden deep inhale made her feel a little lightheaded. Nan Guiyan took a few more deep drags, feeling her mind grow hazy, as if the pain was fading. Damn, that hurts. She muttered, quickly finishing the cigarette. It wasn't enough. She lit another. Only then did she finally have time to pay attention to her son. Xiaojun, you didn't do very well just now. What have I always taught you? Li Jun wiped his tears, saying nothing. Nan Guiyan prompted him, Mount Tai. Li Jun replied in a small voice, remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses before you. Nan Guiyan flicked her ash with a frown, muttering, these cigarettes are too weak. If only I had some strong liquor. She continued, a bit impatiently, and what does that mean? Li Jun stammered, it means that even in the face of extreme danger or difficulty, you should keep your composure, stay calm and steady, and not be shaken by outside events. Nan Guiyan nodded in satisfaction. You've memorized it well. Then she criticized, but you can't actually do it. Li Jun lowered his head, staring at his toes in silence. The cigarette had burned down to the filter. Nan Guiyan took a final drag before tossing the butt to the ground. She pulled out another cigarette, hesitated, then didn't light it. She took a deep sniff, then carefully put it back. Damn apocalypse. Smoking a cigarette feels like chewing gold. She looked off into the distance. Once we take this place, I'll smoke 8 packs a day. Li Jun said weakly, Mom, smoking is bad for your health. Nan Guiyan glanced down at him, then said, you're right. Xiaojun, don't learn from me. She tucked the cigarette pack back into her inner pocket. She'd sewn that pocket in herself, making it very well hidden. Both she and her son had these pockets in their clothes, perfect for stashing small items. Li Jun stood to the side, unable to stop glancing at her right arm. Even though it was bandaged, bright red blood kept seeping into the cloth. Nan Guiyan noticed his gaze and pointed at the blackened flesh on the ground. What did I just say? Li Jun thought for a moment. When something must be cut off. Nan Guiyan frowned and finished for him. When something must be cut off. Do it without hesitation. Don't let chaos take over. As she spoke, she put her gas mask back on. It means that when you need to make a decision, you must be decisive. That's the only way not to get thrown into chaos. Got it? Li Jun nodded, half understanding. Enduring the pain, Nan Guiyan crouched down and looked her son in the eye. That arrow was poisoned. If I hadn't cut away the injured flesh in time, the poison might have spread to my whole arm, or even my whole body. She continued, her tone serious, so tell me, is it scarier to cut away a piece of flesh, or to lose an entire arm? Li Jun looked like he might cry, but forced back his tears and answered, word by word, losing an arm is scarier. Nan Guiyan said, if I'd hesitated just now, by now I might have had to give up my whole arm to save my life. She stood up. Now, if you ever run into something like this, what should you do? The little boy mumbled, be decisive and handle it quickly. Nan Guiyan nodded, satisfied. It's not just about your body. The same goes for other things, relationships, managing a gang, whatever. Do you understand? This time, Li Jun nodded firmly. I understand. Nan Guiyan patted his head. Good boy. Come on, let's keep going. Li Jun looked at her arm, his voice trembling. Mom, maybe we should go back and rest first? We can continue tomorrow, okay? Nan Guiyan knew her son was worried about her, but her tone was still stern. What have I always told you? Don't let minor, irrelevant things delay important plans. Li Jun pouted. But he glanced at his mother's dark, steely eyes and swallowed the rest of his words, obediently following her forward. Meanwhile, at the Yu family's training hall, Tang Chiyun looked at the gun in her hand, her voice uneasy. Young Master Yu, do we really have to? She hadn't even finished speaking when she was interrupted by Yuchen, who was leaning lazily against the wall with his hands in his pockets. How many times have I told you, little Yunkai? Call me Yuchen. Tang Chiyun sighed helplessly. Fine, Yuchen. Then she added, and I've told you plenty of times, don't call me little Yunkai. That nickname gave her goosebumps every single time. Yuchen looked at her lazily. I know, but I just like calling you little Yunkai. Tang Chiyun frowned. Well, then I just like calling you young Master Yu. Yuchen fell silent, just staring at her. Tang Chiyun met his gaze, refusing to back down. After 10 seconds, she finally admitted defeat. She took a deep breath and decided not to argue over these pointless things anymore. All right, Yuchen. I wanted to ask you. Are we really going to use real guns? Yuchen grunted in response. Let's give it a try. Who knows, maybe your aim will improve if you switch to a real gun. Tang Chiyun blushed and nodded. Over the past month, she'd undergone hellish training. Besides basic physical conditioning, she'd dabbled in boxing, swordsmanship, marksmanship, archery, pretty much everything. The conclusion, when it came to anything involving aiming, like shooting or archery, she had absolutely zero talent. She didn't know why. Her eyesight was fine, she wasn't cross-eyed, but she just couldn't hit the target. Yuchen had originally envisioned her as a sharpshooter, hitting a bullseye from 100 paces, or shooting a moving target from a speeding car. But the reality was, even standing at point-blank range, Tang Chiyun couldn't hit a stationary target. Not just missing the bullseye, she couldn't even hit the target at all. She was so off, she couldn't even graze the edge. She weighed the heavy pistol in her hand. So, switching from a training gun to a real gun will make my aim better? Is that even a thing? Yuchen shook his head. No, I just can't accept it yet. I want you to give it one last try. Tang Chiyun blushed again. Oh, okay. I'll do my best. She raised the gun, hands trembling, aiming at the bullseye with a nervous expression. She even shuffled half a step closer. Yuchen couldn't help but laugh at how tense she looked. Don't stress. If it really doesn't work out, just focus on boxing. He added, at least your coordination is excellent. That much was true. Tang Chiyun's physical coordination was better than most people's. If she watched a dance she liked a few times, she could copy it almost perfectly. She didn't have any formal dance training, and her moves weren't exactly textbook, but she could get the gist right. If her grandmother had been able to afford dance classes, she probably would have become an outstanding dancer. It wasn't just dance. During military training, she was better at martial arts drills than anyone else. In college PE, she picked up Tai Chi faster than her classmates. Basically, anything that required coordination, she could master quickly and well. The same went for martial arts now. After watching Yuchen demonstrate a move twice, she could replicate it perfectly. She might lack strength, but she certainly looked the part. Hearing Yuchen's praise, Tang Chiyun relaxed a little. He was right. She didn't have to be a jack of all trades. If she couldn't shoot, she'd just focus on boxing. Besides, she hadn't wanted to learn any of this in the first place. She was only doing it because Yuchen insisted. Why put so much pressure on herself? She gave herself a silent pep talk, wiped the sweat from her hands, and carefully aimed at the bullseye. I'm going to shoot now, Yuchen said. Go ahead. Don't worry, just shoot. But even as he said that, he took a cautious step back, positioning himself directly behind Tang Chiyun. No matter how bad her aim was, she couldn't possibly miss so badly as to shoot behind her, right? The only person more nervous than Yuchen was the head of security waiting outside the door. There was a glass panel on the training room door. Every time Yuchen trained Tang Chiyun, the security chief would stand guard outside to protect the young master. At first, Yuchen didn't like having someone there, but in the end, he couldn't win against his own mother. Kong Si's bottom line was, you can teach her to use weapons, but only if my people are there. Otherwise, forget it. The security chief was a distant relative of Kong Si's, had worked for the Yu family for years, and was absolutely loyal. Naturally, he was the top choice for the job. Right now, his hand was resting on his own sidearm. If Tang Chiyun so much as pointed her gun at young Master Yu, his bullet would be faster than hers. Bang! The shot rang out, but the target was untouched. Instead, a new bullet hole appeared in the wall 3 meters to the side. Yuchen's eyes widened slightly. At this distance, you still managed to. Tang Chiyun looked back at him, embarrassed. There really is a difference between real bullets and rubber ones. The recoil is much stronger. Should I try again? Yuchen's mouth twitched. She made it sound like she'd ever hit the target with rubber bullets before. Still, he didn't want to discourage her. Go ahead. I can spare a couple of bullets. Grateful for his patience and good temper, Tang Chiyun turned back and aimed even more carefully. Bang! Another miss. Tang Chiyun turned, her face red. Should I keep going? Yuchen was silent for 2 seconds. I can spare 2 bullets, but 3 is pushing it. Tang Chiyun breathed a sigh of relief and immediately handed the gun back to Yuchen. He put the gun away, glancing at her flushed skin and the sweat beading on her forehead. Just focus on martial arts from now on. Tang Chiyun nodded. Okay. The security chief outside the door also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, now he could finally relax a little. Outside the Yu family villa, Nan Guiyan stiffened, pulling her son back a few steps. Li Jun looked at her, puzzled. Mom, what was that noise? It was so loud. Nan Guiyan's face, hidden behind her mask, was grim. A gunshot. Li Jun tilted his head. A gun. He'd played with toy guns at kindergarten, pull the trigger, and it would play the Ultraman theme song. So much fun. So that's what a real gun sounds like. Nan Guiyan's arm was injured, so she couldn't climb walls with steel wires for now. She'd originally planned to skip villas 3 and 4 and check out villas 1 and 2 first. Those 2 villas and their gardens were much bigger than the others, so logically, there should be more exploitable gaps in their perimeter walls. But just as they approached Villa 2, they heard gunshots from inside. Nan Guiyan immediately pulled her son back, away from the Yu family villa. Firearms were no joke. Then, she turned her attention to Villa 1. Villa number 1 looked about the same size as Villa No. 2, but the styles were completely different. Villa number 2 was traditional European style, lavishly decorated from the building itself to the courtyard, grand and ostentatious at first glance. Villa number 1, on the other hand, was modern in style, with a more fashionable and upscale appearance. Its large floor-to-ceiling windows stood out as bright and eye-catching, even in the thick fog. Standing a little distance away, Nan Guiyan peered inside. Logically, those huge windows should have allowed her to see everything inside the house, but no matter what angle she tried, she couldn't make out anything about the interior. Nan Guiyan frowned. Is this special glass? She circled the perimeter of Villa Number 1 and discovered that not only was the glass opaque, but the surrounding courtyard walls were also covered with surveillance cameras. These cameras were different from the decorative ones at other houses. They were all powered on and working. Nan Guiyan instinctively touched the mask on her face. Fortunately, she hadn't gotten too close, and with the heavy fog, they probably hadn't noticed her. She took a deep breath, her eyes lighting up as she stared at Villa Number 1. This household must have a considerable amount of fuel. To keep such a large villa and so many surveillance cameras powered up, it was clear they were extremely wealthy. Although she was excited, she only stood outside watching for a while and didn't make any rash moves. The layout of the hillside villa district was obvious. The deeper you went, the better the houses got. The two villas at the end of the main road were the best in the entire community. Gunshots had already come from Villa Number 2 just now, so Villa Number 1's strength definitely wasn't less than Number 2's. There was no guarantee they didn't have guns inside as well. After thinking it over, she turned and left with her son. Li Jun looked puzzled. Mom, aren't we going in? Nan Guiyan replied, no. That Villa Number 5 just now nearly cost me my life. These two houses here are even less likely for me to take on alone. She strode away decisively. Let's go back and come up with a long-term plan. She was still injured, never mind if her arm was fine, even if she managed to climb into Villa Number 1's yard, then what? With that glass, you couldn't see anything inside from the outside. Clearly, this family valued their privacy highly. How could she possibly find a loophole to spy through? As she walked back toward the Chief family's place, she pulled out a small notebook and carefully wrote, Villa 5, number of people unknown. Has traps, intrusion alarm, poison darts. Villa 3 and 4, to be investigated. Villa 2, number of people unknown. Has guns, reason for gunfire unknown. Villa 1, number of people unknown. Privacy glass, full coverage surveillance cameras, ample fuel. After thinking for a moment, she added has guns, with a question mark after Villa 1. Little Li Jun obediently followed behind his mother, pulling a piece of candy from his pocket and popping it into his mouth as they walked. Nan Guiyan put away her notebook and glanced down at him. Xiao Jun, do you still have enough candy? Li Jun nodded. Yes. Nan Guiyan patted his head. Good. Inside Villa Number 1. And Nan was sitting on the sofa in the first-floor living room, watching the surveillance monitor intently. Gu Jiu came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of braised beef and a bowl of steamed egg custard. "Enin, time to eat." And Nan kept her eyes on the screen, not responding. Seeing she didn't move, Gu Jiu set the food on the dining table and smiled. "Done chatting with your friend?" And Nan's expression was serious. "Yeah, we finished talking." Gu Jiu put down the dishes and walked over. "What's wrong? Why so serious?" And Nan pointed at the surveillance screen, remote in hand, and zoomed in on one of the images. "Look, is that someone over there?" Gu Jiu studied it for a few seconds, then replied, "No, it's just a gust of wind distorting the fog." And Nan made an "oh" sound and switched the screen back, still staring at the real-time surveillance feeds. Gu Jiu sat down beside her. "What's up? You look so tense." And Nan said, "When I was chatting with Sister Pepe just now, someone broke into her yard." Gu Jiu frowned. "Someone broken?" And Nan nodded. "Yeah. A woman climbed over the wall into their yard, triggered Zhao Pingin's traps, and immediately jumped back onto the wall and ran off. The villa district's walls were all high, and Zhao Pingin's house was no exception. Normally, unless you picked the lock on the courtyard gate, it was almost impossible to get over the wall. You'd need a tall ladder. But there was no ladder in Zhao Pingin's yard. Yet this intruder managed to jump straight onto the wall. Gu Jiu raised his eyebrows. "Pretty agile." And Nan agreed. Yeah, I was wondering if she had some kind of qigong or something. Although both she and Gu Jiu were pretty capable, neither of them could do anything as fantastical as lightness skill or walking on water. Gu Jiu thought for a moment. I doubt it. She probably used some inconspicuous tool to help her. And Nan frowned. However she did it, she's definitely dangerous. Sneaking into someone else's yard with unclear intentions, she was someone to be wary of. If Zhao Pingyan hadn't set up those traps in advance, the intruder would have gotten into their yard without anyone noticing. Gu Jiu asked, and the other two weren't hurt, right? And Nan shook her head. No. The woman was very alert and ran off quickly. She didn't even come face to face with them. She paused. According to Sister Pei, she ran in our direction. I've been watching the surveillance. If anyone tries to climb our wall, I'll flash out and ambush them. Gu Jiu looked at the monitor. Has anyone shown up? And Nan shook her head. No. The fog is too thick, visibility is way down, and the footage is all gray and blurry. She frowned, recalling, I thought I saw a figure in the distance earlier, but it was too far away to tell if it was a person or not. Gu Jiu reassured her, doesn't matter if there's something in the distance. As long as they enter our yard, there's no way they'll escape our surveillance. With that, he stood up and moved the two dishes from the dining table to the coffee table. Let's eat first. We can keep watch while we eat. And Nan nodded. You need to eat to have the strength to fight. Then she added, in a few days, I'll ask Zhao Pingyan to help us set up an automatic alarm system too. That way, we won't have to keep staring at the screens in case something happens. Gu Jiu nodded and said, sure. Because they'd previously hired 24-hour security staff at home, they'd never actually installed any automatic alarm systems. But now, it seemed they really needed one. He moved the braised beef and steamed egg custard onto the coffee table, then went back to the kitchen and brought out a plate of stir-fried cauliflower and a cold dish. And Nan started to get up to help him serve the rice, but Gu Jiu waved her off. You keep watching the screen, no need to come over. The two of them ate while keeping an eye on the monitor. After finishing their meal, they sat there for a while longer, but still, no one showed up. And Nan rubbed her tired, aching eyes. I'm done watching. I'm exhausted. Gu Jiu said, you go rest. I'll keep an eye on things here. And Nan shook her head. Let's just stop. After all this time, even if that woman was crawling, she should have arrived by now. I bet she never even came. Gu Jiu thought for a moment and added, or maybe she did come, but didn't get too close and just left. At that moment, and Nan suddenly remembered something and grinned. Almost forgot, we have a professional in the house. There's no need for the two of us to keep watch ourselves. With that, she whistled, and the plump, sturdy Fugue immediately ran out from the pet room, two little followers trailing behind. After moving here, Gu Jiu had set up an 80-square-meter pet room on the first floor for the three little ones, complete with a pet slide, swing, and all sorts of entertainment facilities. These days, the three of them preferred to eat and sleep in their pet room. Hearing the command, the goofy Fugue dashed into the living room, happily leaping toward his owner. And Nan dodged quickly. Hey, you're all greasy. Keep that big face of yours away from me. Fugue had to brake hard and stopped himself from jumping up. He'd just finished eating, and his chin was still covered in grease. He hadn't had time to clean up before being called over. And Nan twitched her lips and asked Gu Jiu, what did you feed him? That food looked different from ours. Their own food was never this greasy. Gu Jiu smiled. I cooked him a pork knuckle. And Nan raised an eyebrow. You made a special meal for Fugue again? Gu Jiu nodded. Then he laughed. After all, we kicked him out from your bedside. Gotta make it up to him somehow, right? Fugue immediately let out a few howls in agreement. Exactly. That's right. He even wagged his tail at Gu Jiu. Watching the two of them getting along so well, and Nan couldn't help but laugh. Just a month ago, when they'd first moved in, this man and dog had been at each other's throats. Fugue had slept with her since he was a pup, but after moving into Villa No. 1, He'd been assigned his own room, which he obviously didn't like. But having 2 people and a dog in one bedroom really wasn't convenient for a lot of reasons. Most dogs wouldn't care, but Fugue understood everything. He was smarter than a 10-year-old kid, so he definitely needed to be kept out sometimes. It had taken Gujiu quite a bit of effort to get Fugue to agree to move out of the bedroom. First, he acknowledged Fugue's status as the boss of the household pets, helping him establish authority over his old rival, Laifu, and successfully turned the troublemaker Laifu into Fugue's little sidekick. Of course, on top of all that, there was plenty of good food and treats. Like now, he'd made him a whole pork knuckle. And Nan flicked Fugue on the forehead. So a few good meals are all it takes to lure you away from your owner's side? Fugue protested, scrunching his nose and twisting his mouth. Awuwa? So should I move back? For once, and Nan understood what he meant, but she chose to ignore him. Fugue craned his neck and stared at her. Woman, do you dare look me in the eye? Gujiu stifled a laugh, grabbed a wet wipe, and cleaned the dog's mouth. Your sister Nan is teasing you. She called you over because she's got a job for you. The moment he heard job, Fugue sat up straight, ready for orders. After training from both of them, this dog loved having a job to do. Give him a task, and he'd get all excited and eager to get started. Seeing how professional he looked, and Nan couldn't help but smile with pride. After all these years of raising you, it's finally your time to shine. Fugue let out an excited bark. It's nothing difficult. We just want you to keep watch. If anyone tries to break into our yard, let us know right away. After hearing her out, Fugue's previously upright posture relaxed a lot. That's it? This task was way too easy for him, barely even a job, more like instinct. His nose was sharper than anything. Even if he was asleep, he'd sense a stranger entering the yard right away. Why would he need to keep a special lookout? Seeing his confident expression, and Nan laughed and patted his head. Good dog. I'm counting on you to guard the house. Then she pointed at the TV screen. I'm done staring at this thing. My eyes are going blurry. Fugue barked, assuring her he'd take care of it. He then patted Laifu and Lord Bunny with his paw, barking a few more times. Lord Bunny stood up straight, all his muscles tensed. Laifu lifted his head and crowed. His feathers had grown back a lot lately, still a bit patchy, but at least not the scorched mess they'd been before. Watching the 3 little ones interact, and Nan asked Gujiu curiously, "What are they doing? Can you tell?" Gujiu thought for a moment. I guess Fugue is assigning them tasks? And Nan was puzzled. What kind of tasks? Gujiu shook his head, indicating he didn't know. And Nan looked down at Fugue. I gave the job to you and you're passing it off to them? That won't do. A rabbit and a chicken can't match a dog's nose or guarding skills. Fugue barked a few times in protest. And Nan didn't understand a word. So the dog shook his head, indicating he hadn't delegated the job to his 2 sidekicks. And Nan asked curiously, then what were you guys just doing? This time, not just Fugue, but Laifu and Lord Bunny came over to explain. The 3 of them barked, clucked, and thumped away, each trying to get their point across, but Nan was completely lost. Gujiu, sitting beside her, was just as confused. After a moment of silence, Nan's eyes suddenly lit up. She turned to Gujiu and said, Hey, didn't we say yesterday that we wanted to try the spiritual spring water? Why don't we give it a shot now? All 3 of their pets had only started understanding human speech after drinking the spiritual spring water. And Nan and Gujiu had a bold hypothesis. This spiritual spring water might be able to break down the language barrier between different species. But aside from that, the spring water clearly had other effects. The 3 little ones were getting smarter and stronger by the day. Even Laifu, who had never participated in any training, was surprisingly powerful. He could go several rounds with the burly beast Fugue, holding his own in their tussles. Of course, getting smarter and stronger wasn't anything to be afraid of. The real reason Annan had never dared to try the spiritual spring water herself, after all this time, was because of the potential for physical mutation. A French bulldog's normal size wasn't much different from a small poodle, but Fugue was now bigger than a golden retriever. Laifu's size far exceeded that of a normal rooster. Before his feathers got singed, he looked almost like a giant phoenix. As for Lord Rabbit, there was even less need to mention it. When he stood upright on two legs, from behind he looked just like a small child, a child packed with muscle at that. Annan was terrified that if she drank the spring water, she'd inexplicably turn into a green giant. That would be a disaster. So she asked Zhao Ping'an to help analyze the components of the spring water. A few days ago, Zhao Ping'an had asked her and Gu Jiu whether they had a certain common lab reagent. That was when she suddenly remembered that, during the raid on Taiyu Group, she had cleaned out an entire laboratory's worth of supplies. Those things were unfamiliar and useless to her, but to Zhao Ping'an, they were a treasure trove. Rather than letting them rot away in storage, it was better to put them to good use. So she and Gu Jiu cleared out a spare room, filled it with all the chemicals and lab equipment, and set up a simple, makeshift laboratory. Then they invited Zhao Ping'an over, telling him to take whatever he needed. Zhao Ping'an was like Sun Wukong entering the peach garden, excitedly poking around everywhere, wishing he could cart everything back home. Of course, he was too embarrassed to actually do that. So he only took a small portion of what he needed for now, and even insisted on leaving some supple IES behind as an exchange. Annan and Gu Jiu didn't lack for supplies and tried to refuse, but Zhao Ping'an blushed furiously and declared that if they didn't accept his trade, he wouldn't take anything at all. So Annan had no choice but to accept a token amount in return and urged him to take as much as he needed. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she gave Zhao Ping'an a small bottle of spiritual spring water and some samples of the manor's soil, asking him to analyze their components for her. Although Zhao Ping'an didn't know where the soil and water came from, he still ran the tests for her diligently. After several rounds of careful and detailed analysis, he finally reported the results to Annan over the walkie-talkie yesterday. The soil, as she expected, contained components similar to nutrient solutions and growth agents. The exact composition couldn't be fully analyzed, but Zhao Ping'an speculated that plants grown in this soil would grow faster and be of higher quality than those in regular soil. Zhao Ping'an was quite excited and asked Annan where she'd gotten such a treasure. Annan made up a story, saying it was from a half-finished research project by the Gu Group. Zhao Ping'an sighed again, saying he should have just gone to work for the Gu family back then. As for the test results on the spiritual spring water, according to Zhao Ping'an's data, it was just a bottle of very, very ordinary water. There were no harmful substances, but also no special components detected. It was perfectly suitable for drinking. This was the last thing Annan had expected. She thought there might be some mysterious ingredients that even Zhao Ping'an couldn't explain, but the results showed nothing unusual at all. Still, the miraculous effects of the spring water were obvious. If only Fugue had mutated, it could have been a coincidence, but all three little ones had changed after drinking the spring water. That meant the water definitely had some special properties. It was just that, with Zhao Ping'an's current technology, he couldn't detect it. But since it posed no harm to humans, Annan grew curious and wanted to try it herself yesterday. It was just that it got late and Gu Jiu pulled her away to do something else. Now that the topic came up again, Annan decided not to hesitate any longer and to try it herself. Surely the space wouldn't harm her, right? I'll drink it. The three little ones perked up their ears and crowded around her when they heard this. Fugue even excitedly pawed at her leg. With a wave of her hand, Annan produced a glass of spiritual spring water from her space. Gu Jiu glanced at the glass and confirmed, "Are you sure you want to drink it?" Annan thought for a moment and replied, "Fugue and the others drank it for days before any dramatic changes happened. I'll just try a little first, and if anything feels off, I'll stop right away." She had tried everything else in the space except for this spring water. Surely the space didn't create this just because it knew she'd be raising pets and specially prepared it for them? Annan felt that, most likely, the water was meant for the owner of the space. Of course, she'd never had the time or interest to study these things before, but now that life was so comfortable, she wanted to try everything. Annan pushed aside all the random thoughts in her head, picked up the glass, and prepared to take a sip. But before she could bring it to her lips, Gujiyu, quick as lightning, snatched it away. "I'll do it," Gujiyu said. Annan protested, "No, let me." Before she could finish, Gujiyu had already taken a big gulp. Come on, how could he let his wife be the guinea pig? He was thick-skinned and tough, nothing scared him. Annan watched him curiously. "What does it taste like?" Gujiyu shook his head. It tasted just like regular purified water. "No alcohol flavor?" Annan asked. "No," Gujiyu replied. Annan muttered, "That's strange." When Fugue and the others first drank it, they got drunk and passed out. Later, they gradually got used to it, like their alcohol tolerance improved. She picked up the glass and sniffed it. No alcohol smell. What's going on? That wasn't drunkenness. It was numbness. I passed out from the numbness. Fugue interjected in his own way. Gujiyu smacked his lips. Actually, it does feel a bit. Annan looked at him nervously. A bit what? Gujiyu looked at her. Numb. There's definitely a slight numbing sensation, but... Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly looked down in shock, his gaze shifting to Fugue nearby. Fugue, seeing Gujiyu staring at him, turned his head slightly to the side. Hey, don't look at me like that. Too handsome. I can't take it. TSK, only he could get away with stealing the owner's attention, and I'm not even mad. What can I do? He's just too good-looking, I can't even get angry. Gujiyu couldn't help the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, a rare look of speechless bewilderment appearing on his usually calm face. And Nan tugged at his hand. What's wrong? Why are you staring off into space at Fugue? She glanced at Fugue as well. And what are you woofing about over there? Then, as if something occurred to her, her eyes suddenly lit up. Ayu, don't tell me you can actually understand what Fugue's saying now? Gujiyu stiffly nodded. Seems like. I can. Fugue let out a few more woof-woof sounds. And Nan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Gujiyu. Quick, translate. What did she say? Gujiyu pressed his lips together, not answering. And Nan gave him a shove. Come on, tell me. What exactly is she barking about? You really can understand her. Gujiyu cleared his throat. She said she's always been able to talk, and that you're, making a big fuss over nothing. And Nan turned to Fugue, squinting. You silly dog, is that really what you said? Fugue guiltily turned her head away, avoiding in Nan's gaze. Seeing Fugue's expression, and Nan knew Gujiyu hadn't mistranslated. Oh my god. This is incredible. Forgetting to scold Fugue for her cheekiness, and Nan stared excitedly at the cup in Gujiyu's hand. So this spring water really lets different species understand each other's language? Then she looked a little anxious as she turned to Gujiyu. Are you feeling okay? Is your mouth still numb? Gujiyu nodded. Not just my mouth, my whole body feels a bit numb. He added, but it's not serious, just a slight tingling. Doesn't affect anything. Fugue. Woof 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 woof. It's fine, you'll get used to the numbness after a few times. I don't feel anything at all when I drink water now. Gujiyu nodded. And Nan, who couldn't understand a word, asked, what did she say? Before Gujiyu could explain, Lai Fu, who had been silent until now, suddenly flapped his wings and flew into Gujiyu's arms, clucking a few times. Gujiyu, oh okay, got it. The usually silent Lord Rabbit let out a whimper. Squeak squeak squeak. Gujiyu raised an eyebrow. Really? I didn't feel that way. In Nan. She was as anxious as a piglet searching for melons in a field and finding none. What on earth are you all talking about? Gujiyu smiled and was just about to explain when the three little ones crowded around him, all talking at once. Gujiyu listened, nodding as he responded, okay, got it. In Nan. She felt completely left out of her own household. Everyone could communicate freely except her. She couldn't understand a thing. Seeing her getting anxious, Fugue placed her paw on In Nan and barked a few more times. What In Nan heard, woof 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 woof. What Gujiyu heard. Sister Nan, Why aren't you talking? Are you afraid I won't understand you? Gujiu almost laughed. He suddenly realized that Fugue was quite the chatterbox. It was the first time the three little ones could be understood by a human, and they were all so excited, chattering nonstop, each pulling at Gujiu to tell him their requests. Usually, whatever they said went right over Nan's head, so it was hard to get her help with anything. Now that the male owner could finally understand them, all three had a mountain of things to say. And Nan looked at the noisy room, unable to understand a single word, and grew desperate. She grabbed the last mouthful of spiritual spring water from Gujiu's cup, tilted her head back, and drank it down in one gulp. How is this just a little numb? This was seriously numb. And Nan felt a jolt of electricity run from her mouth to her stomach, then spread all over her body, leaving her tingling all over. Gujiu's pain tolerance was way too high. He'd called a 7 out of 10 numbness just a 3. After a few seconds, and Nan suddenly heard a familiar yet strange voice. My most beloved, beautiful, invincible, fragrant, and soft sister Nan, are you okay? She followed the voice and saw the chubby white Fugue wagging her tail and acting cute. And Nan hesitated for a few seconds before asking, Fugue, is that you? Fugue leapt at her in excitement. Master, you can finally understand your darling little baby. And Nan was nearly knocked over, but Gujiu reacted quickly and steadied her. And Nan straightened up, frowning. You big fat dog, you really need to lose some weight. Fugue scrunched up her nose and eyes. When you first brought me home, you called me your little baby. Now, after all this time, you call me a big fat dog. And Nan almost burst out laughing. Even Gujiu's lips curled up. And Nan patted the dog's head. I never knew you were so funny when you talked. The dog was downright mushy when she spoke. Looking at her sturdy build, and Nan often forgot that Fugue was actually a little female dog. Now, hearing her talk, she really did sound like a girl who loved to act cute. The sturdy little girl, Fugue, tilted her head and rubbed against her owner a few times. At that moment, Laifu couldn't hold back anymore. He jumped out of Gujiu's arms and flew into Nan's embrace. Master! You biased master! Look at me! And Nan was startled, catching him, then couldn't help but laugh. Oh my! That's a real duck voice. She turned to Gujiu. How did you manage not to laugh just now? Gujiu's lips twitched. It's my first time experiencing something so magical. I was a bit dazed. Master, this ugly bird's voice is really awful, isn't it? Lord Rabbit's voice and tone matched his appearance, deep and robust. And Nan looked at the three little ones and commented, Laifu's voice is the worst. Master, how could you say that? Are you bullying me with them too? What's wrong with what Master said? Your voice really is terrible, like you've got a toad in your mouth. What? You big fat dog, you're as fat as a pig, and you have the nerve to criticize my perfect, resonant voice. Ugly bird, show some respect to your dog sister. Looking for a fight again? I knew you still weren't convinced. Just wait, I'll show you. You dare? Master's right here. At last, and Nan understood why Gujiu hadn't had a chance to translate for her. It was just too noisy. The three of them were about to blow her mind with all their bickering. Enough. Quiet, all of you. And Nan had to shout several times before they finally calmed down. To keep them from starting up again, she quickly changed the subject. So, what were you talking about before we drank the water? She'd drunk the spring water precisely because she wanted to know, so of course she had to ask. The three little ones all chimed in, explaining at once. When Nan heard their answer, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. She and Gujiu had really overestimated the dog, actually thinking it was arranging for Laifu and Lord Rabbit to guard the house together. Who would have thought it was just bragging, making the other two little ones bow down and worship it? And Nan couldn't help but laugh, asking, what's so worship-worthy about watching the door? Fugue blinked its big eyes. Beautiful Nananjeg gave me this task. It must be because I'm so outstanding. And Nan. Lord Rabbit, boss is right. Laifu stayed silent on the side. Lord Rabbit immediately shot Laifu a fierce look. Laifu unwillingly echoed, boss is right. Then it looked a bit mournfully at Gujiyu. It was only bowing to the silly dog's tyranny because of its male owner's pressure. Gujiyu pressed his lips together, amused. Fugue glanced at its two sidekicks with satisfaction, wagging its tail at its owner in a good mood. Dear master, rest assured and leave the house to me. With me, the clever, beautiful, mighty, and brilliant one-of-a-kind good dog, no one will ever break into our home. And Nan twitched her lips. She'd always thought Fugue was pretty full of itself, but hearing it talk in person, she realized it was even more conceited than she'd imagined. And Nan smiled and humored it. Yes, you really are excellent. But she didn't expect that this bit of praise would open the floodgates for the three little ones again. Laifu flapped its wings twice and squawked, Master, what about me? I'm excellent too. You always used to call me the great bug-catching general. Lord Rabbit snorted, you're everywhere. How can you compare to my dog sis? Fugue lifted its head. Little bunny, you sure know how to talk. Laifu bristled, you bootlicking rabbit. Why are you always meddling? Lord Rabbit, you ugly bird. Is that how you talk to your Lord Rabbit? The three little ones went back and forth, each with their own tone and pitch, making so much noise that Nan's head hurt. She covered her ears, starting to regret drinking that spring water. Only now did she realize that being able to understand what they were saying wasn't necessarily a good thing. Gujiyu saw how annoyed she was by the noise, so he got up and found some snacks, tossing them to the three little ones, hoping to shut them up with food. But unexpectedly, that just made them even rowdier. Laifu, with its wings and smaller, lighter body, was the quickest and snatched the first bite. Lord Rabbit was immediately displeased, thinking it was terribly disrespectful not to let the boss eat first. Fugue, seeing Lord Rabbit speak up for it, naturally put on airs as the boss. In no time, chaos broke out again. And Nan couldn't stand seeing the other two ganging up on Laifu, so she spoke up for Laifu. Fugue wrinkled its doggy face. Nanjia, how could you awoo? And Nan froze. Awoo? What did you say? Fugue, awoo. And Nan looked at Gujiyu in disbelief. Can you understand what Fugue is saying? Gujiyu glanced at her. Yes. It said you're being fickle and playing favorites with Laifu. And Nan, huh? That's what it said. Seeing her confused look, Gujiyu suddenly realized, and you can't understand them anymore? And Nan nodded. Yeah. It seems I suddenly went back to normal. Fugue looked convinced. Awoo. And Nan looked at Gujiyu. Gujiyu translated for her. It says you're just pretending to be clueless. Before Nan could say anything, Fugue let out a few more awoos and turned back to its snacks. And Nan asked Gujiyu, what did it say this time? Gujiyu paused, looking at Nan. I didn't understand either. And Nan, you can't understand anymore, too? Gujiyu, yeah, all of a sudden it's just dog talk again. And Nan said with delight, so we're both back to normal now? Thinking of this, she smiled and called out to Laifu, say something. Laifu, cluck. And Nan breathed a sigh of relief and said to Gujiyu, I'm really back to normal. Gujiyu smiled. Me too. Ignoring the three little ones still squabbling over snacks, and Nan pulled Gujiyu back to the sofa. Looks like the effect of breaking the language barrier isn't permanent, it's only temporary. And Nan was quite pleased. That was even better. She could drink the spring water when she needed to translate, and the rest of the time she wouldn't be bothered by all the noise. Otherwise, if she could hear what every cockroach and mouse on the street was saying, that would just be too weird. Most importantly, those three really were noisy. Gujiyu agreed. It's better that it's not permanent. Use it only when you need it. And Nan said, but I drank the spring water later than you did. How come I went back to normal before you? Gujiyu thought for a moment. It's probably related to how much you drink. I had more than you. And Nan nodded. That made sense. She'd only had a small sip left over from Gujiyu. She stood up and checked her height and weight, no changes. Good, she hadn't turned into the Hulk. But then again, Fugue and the others hadn't changed all at once either. Their physical mutations happened gradually as they drank more over time. She thought about it, then called Gu Jiu to the training room for a sparring session. She found that her speed and agility hadn't changed either. It seemed the spring only had an immediate effect on language, while any other effects would take a long time to show. After the three little ones finished their snacks, they came over to join their owners. And Nan and Gu Jiu had just finished sparring and were resting quietly on the small sofa in the training room. The three little ones gathered around, chattering away, but Nan couldn't understand a word. She glanced contentedly at Gu Jiu and smiled. The world is so peaceful now. Gu Jiu couldn't help but laugh. If you say that, Fugue's going to be heartbroken again. Sure enough, Fugue looked at her with teary eyes. Awa. Nanjia, why don't you want to hear me talk? And Nan curled her lips, closed her eyes, and leaned back on the sofa, smiling, silly dog. Elsewhere, Nan Guiyen returned to the Chi family home with her son. She had lost a lot of blood, her face and lips pale, and her arm was wrapped in a large, blood-soaked bandage. As soon as she walked in, she saw Qi Jishan and He Yuan sitting on the sofa talking. Qi Jishan was startled by her bedraggled appearance. What happened to you? She stood up as she spoke, hurrying over to support her. He Yuan glanced at her injured arm but said nothing. Nan Guiyen smiled at Qi Jishan. It's nothing. I just accidentally bumped into some exposed rebar while digging for something and hurt my arm. As she spoke, she lifted the small box she was carrying. At least I didn't come back empty-handed. The supplies in this box were something she had deliberately dug up on her way back, just so she wouldn't return empty-handed and arouse suspicion. Qi Jishan frowned, supporting her as they walked to the sofa. Come, sit here and rest for a bit. Then she fished out a piece of candy and handed it to Li Jun. You must have been scared, kid. Have some candy to calm your nerves. Li Jun stared at her for a few seconds. Only after Nan Guiyen nudged him did he reach out to take the candy, glance at it, and carefully tuck it into his pocket. Then, in a rather serious tone, he said, "Thank you, big sister." Qi Jishan patted his head. No need to thank me. She then turned to Nan Guiyen. You can't just leave your arm like that. It'll get infected. You need to put some medicine on it. As she spoke, she got up. I don't have much medicine, but I do have some alcohol. Bear with it. I'll help you disinfect the wound. Nan Guiyen hurriedly grabbed her. That's really not necessary. Miss Qi, I've already troubled you enough. I can't possibly use your alcohol too. She definitely didn't want them to see the wound under the bandage. Anyone could tell at a glance that a wound missing such a big chunk of flesh wasn't caused by a piece of rebar. There'd be no way to explain it, and it would just stir up unnecessary trouble. But Qi Jishan frowned and insisted, why be polite at a time like this? You were stabbed by rebar. If you get tetanus, that'll be a real problem. Nan Guiyen quickly stopped her. Really, it's fine. I found a bottle of water earlier and already cleaned it. Besides, if it really is tetanus, alcohol won't help anyway. Qi Jishan was taken aback. Alcohol can't disinfect tetanus? Nan Guiyen nodded firmly. That's right. Qi Jishan turned to look at He Yuan, who gave her a slight nod. Nan Guiyen added, if alcohol worked on tetanus, why would anyone bother getting vaccinated? Qi Jishan nodded. That's true. I don't really know much about this stuff. Then she said, but you should still disinfect it. Even if it doesn't kill tetanus, there are other germs. Disinfect whatever you can. Nan Guiyen refused firmly. Really, it's not necessary. I lost a lot of blood, and it took a lot to tie the bandage tight enough to stop the bleeding. If I untie it now, the bleeding might start again. Qi Jishan glanced at her pale face and finally sat down. All right then, keep it bandaged for now. Once the bleeding's completely stopped, we'll disinfect it. Nan Guiyen breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. She grabbed Qi Jishan's hand. Thank you so much, Miss Qi. Qi Jishan waved it off. Don't mention it. Nan Guiyen glanced at He Yuan beside her and probed, by the way, do you know who lives in Villa number 5? Qi Jishan thought for a moment and shook her head. No idea. He Yuan stayed silent. Qi Jishan asked, why do you ask all of a sudden? Seeing that she didn't know, Nan Guoyen didn't press further and just said casually, I saw someone go into Villa No. 5 when I was out looking for supplies. Their back looked familiar, so I wanted to ask if it might be someone I know. Qi Jishan thought about it. I don't know who lives in Villa number 5. After the earthquake and the fog, a lot of houses changed hands. We don't really know who moved where. Nan Guoyen nodded. It's fine. It probably wasn't anyone I know anyway. She smiled, a little cryptically. The people I know aren't rich. Qi Jishan looked puzzled. Weren't you looking for supplies nearby? Why'd you end up near Villa number 5? Nan Guoyen replied calmly. The supplies nearby were hard to dig up, so I went a bit further in. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she asked, by the way, the 2 villas at the very end of the neighborhood look different from the others. Why is that? Qi Jishan answered without hesitation. Those belong to the Gu family and the Yu family. Naturally, their houses are nicer than ours. Gu family? Yu family? Qi Jishan looked at her. You don't know them? Gu group and Taiyu group. Nan Guoyen's eyes lit up in realization. Oh, I know Gu group. My family's TV and mattress are both from Gu, and the mall near my house is theirs too. She added, and I know Taiyu group as well. The building where my family shop is located was developed by Taiyu. She scratched her head a little sheepishly. I never paid attention to the boss's surname before. So it's you. Qi Jishan nodded. Yep, the Yu family and the Gu family. Nan Guoyen smiled. No wonder those houses are so grand. I didn't even dare get close. At this point, He Yuan, who had been silent, suddenly asked, What kind of shop does your family run? Nan Guoyen hadn't expected him to join in and blurted out, martial art. She quickly swallowed the last syllable and changed it to dance studio. She couldn't let them know she was good at fighting. This bodyguard was already wary enough of her. If he found out she knew martial arts, there'd be even more trouble. Qi Jishan's eyes lit up. You can dance. Nan Guoyen was afraid she'd be asked to perform, so she quickly said, No, I can't. My family just runs the business. We hire professional teachers to teach. Qi Jishan made a sound of understanding. Nan Guoyen then steered the conversation back to Villa number 1 and number 2. Did you guys hear gunshots earlier? I was out looking for supplies when I suddenly heard shots from Villa No. 2. Scared me half to death. Qi Jishan, unfazed, said, Yeah, I heard it. Nan Guoyen made an exaggerated face. How are you so calm? I was terrified. Qi Jishan replied, No need to be scared. Young Master Yu from the Yu family likes to have fun. Sometimes he'll fire a couple of shots just for kicks when he's in a good mood. Back when he used to throw pool parties, he'd often fire into the air for fun. As long as you don't cross him, you'll be fine. Pool parties? Firing guns for fun? Just shooting whenever he feels like it? Nan Guoyen couldn't help but click her tongue. The Yu family really has that much power? Guns and bullets are such precious resources, and he just plays around with them? What a waste. She thought to herself, the rich really are wasteful while others starve. These people deserve to be robbed blind. Qi Jishan noticed her expression and asked with concern, What's wrong? Nan Guoyen quickly replied, Nothing, just a bit scared. I've never even seen a gun before. Then she asked, Does the Gu family in Villa number 1 have guns too? He Yuan, who had been silent and was growing suspicious of her constant questions about the villas, interrupted Qi Jishan before she could answer and deliberately muddied the waters. Villa number 1 doesn't have any guns. No guns in Villa number 1. Nan Guoyen was quite surprised. As far as I know, the Gu family is even richer than the Taiyu family, right? How come the Yu family has guns, but the Gu family doesn't? He Yuan replied with a blank expression, Whether or not you have guns has nothing to do with money. Nan Guoyen paused, then thought about it and realized that was true. There's no rule saying rich people must have guns. From what she'd heard, that young Master Yu seemed like the reckless type, probably not a stranger to breaking the law, so it was normal for him to have a few guns. But judging by the style of Villa number 1, the Gu family seemed more like cautious, prudent businessmen. Even if they weren't exactly law-abiding, they probably wouldn't do anything too outrageous. Besides, This little bodyguard looked so serious. He didn't seem like the type to lie. Still, just to be safe, she looked over at Qi Jishan. This girl was almost completely defenseless, willing to tell her anything, ask and you'd get a straight answer. So Nan Guiyan confirmed, Miss Qi, you seem to know a lot about the Gu and Yu families? Are you sure the Gu family really doesn't have any guns? Qi Jishan hesitated for a second. As if the Gu family wouldn't have guns. That day, Gu Jiu had waved a shotgun around and pointed it at every single homeowner in the villa complex. She glanced at He Yuan. He'd been on the receiving end of that gun too. But if He Yuan was suddenly lying, he must have his reasons. She hadn't really guarded against this poor widow and orphan, but she wasn't about to contradict He Yuan in front of others, either. So Qi Jishan just went along with him, mumbling, no guns. Nan Guiyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There were only 2 big families in this villa area. If both had guns, things would get tricky. That young master you sounded like a tough nut to crack, so she'd have to pick the softer target. She thought for a moment, then asked, the Yu and Gu family houses are so big there must be a lot of people living in them, right? He Yuan gave her a meaningful look. You seem very interested in them? Nan Guiyan quickly smiled. Not really, I'm just curious. I've never seen such grand houses before, so I'm wondering what kind of people live in them. She knew this man was guarded, so she turned her gaze straight to Qi Jishan. Under her stare, Qi Jishan answered instinctively, there are quite a few people in the Yu family. The Gu family seems to have only 2. Only 2 people? Perfect. Nan Guiyan nodded, catching He Yuan's probing gaze from the side, and smiled. You two go on chatting, I won't disturb you. She stood up. My arm hurts quite a bit, I need to get some sleep and rest. Qi Jishan glanced at her bloody arm and nodded. All right. Once Nan Guiyan took her son downstairs, Qi Jishan quietly asked He Yuan, why did you lie and say the Gu family doesn't have guns? Did you notice something off? He Yuan pressed his lips together. She's asking too many questions. Qi Jishan thought back. But they all seemed like harmless questions, and none of them were about our family. He Yuan wasn't sure what that woman was up to, but it never hurt to be cautious. He said, if she means no harm, then telling a few harmless little lies doesn't matter. She's just here for the gossip anyway. He paused, then added, but if she's up to something, then it's good to muddy the waters a bit. Qi Jishan nodded thoughtfully. Makes sense. Basement level. Li Jun climbed straight into bed as soon as he entered the room. Lying on his pillow, he took out the candy Qi Jishan had given him and stared blankly at the wrapper. Nan Guiyan, meanwhile, pulled out her little notebook again. Next to number of people unknown for Villa number 2, she added a note, you family, many people. Then she crossed out the has guns and question marks for Villa number 1 and wrote, Gu family, only 2 people. She put down her pen and stared at the notes for a while, then marked Villa number 1 with a special symbol. Villa number 6. Jiang Mingqiu lazily walked out of the bedroom, naked, and gathered her underwear and dress, which were scattered all over the sofa, floor, and coffee table. As she got dressed, she looked at the messy living room and let out a scornful laugh. They sure made a big fuss, moving from the living room to the bedroom, switching rooms, but in reality, it was always over in less than 3 minutes. She finished dressing, heard snoring from the bedroom, and walked over in annoyance to close the door. He wasn't much in bed, but he sure got tired. Fell asleep in no time. Who would have thought that the movie king who made millions of girls SW would snore like a pig? When he's asleep, he tortures her ears. When he's awake, he's all sharp tongue and sarcasm. If she had any other choice, she wouldn't stick with Wei Yang. Jiang Mingqiu let out a long sigh, feeling a bit frustrated as she sat on the sofa, wanting to light a cigarette or have a drink. But there was nothing like that in the house now. Back when she was a public figure, she had to be careful with smoking and drinking, afraid of being photographed. Even though she had money, she had to do everything on the sly. Now, finally free from the paparazzi, she still couldn't do anything, never mind cigarettes. These days she was lucky just to have enough food to eat. She opened a bag of crackers and munched for a while. Suddenly, she thought of something, went upstairs to the walk-in closet, and pulled out a flirty little dress. She was out of makeup, but she always carried a lip gloss with her. A touch of it brightened her complexion and made her lips look plump and juicy. She carefully applied the gloss in front of the mirror, then tied up her messy hair. Looking at her slightly flushed cheeks and watery eyes, she smiled in satisfaction. Wei Yang wasn't completely useless. At least he made her look more alluring now. She spun in front of the mirror, a bit narcissistic, then suddenly noticed a few bite marks from Wei Yang on her arm. Very obvious. Jiang Mingqiu frowned, found a red and white scarf, and wrapped it around the spot, tying a stylish little bow. Looking in the mirror again, perfect. Not only did it cover the marks, it also made her look extra fashionable. After tidying herself up, she gracefully went downstairs and once again arrived at the door of Villa number 5 next door. She'd already been a few times before, always getting turned away, but she never tired of trying. From her experience, there are no women who can't steal someone else's man, only women who don't try hard enough. This tough family was a challenge she was determined to conquer. That household was well-stocked. All three of them looked well-fed and healthy, clearly living much more comfortably than she was. She didn't have any fresh meat to eat these days, only dry rations to fill her stomach. This family, though, had chickens, rabbits, even fuel and homegrown vegetables. When they first moved into Villa number 5, she saw it all. The supplies filled up the entire yard. She and Wei Yang never had much to begin with, and they lost a lot more during the earthquake, buried under the house where they couldn't dig it out. She told Wei Yang to go dig for more supplies from other people's ruins, but he refused, insisting the fog was toxic and would affect his brilliant mind's ability to think. Honestly, he was nothing like a real man. Not a shred of responsibility. But this family was different. Not only did they have plenty of supplies, the man of the house was clearly a techie, an engineering type. Men like that were always straightforward. If she played her cards right, it'd be easy to get what she wanted. The lady of the house was bald, with not a trace of femininity. Clearly, she didn't understand romance or how to keep a marriage alive, leaving the door wide open for someone like her to swoop in. The only tricky one was the old lady. Every time they met, the woman looked at her with suspicion, never a kind word, always loud and rude. But Jiang Mingqiu wasn't discouraged at all. As long as she kept visiting, she'd eventually get a chance to be alone with that man. Once that happened, everything would be under her control. She'd never heard of a son cheating who needed his mother's approval. If the son liked her, what could the old lady do, kick her out? She'd used this trick before, reeling in plenty of rich heirs and resources, and in just a few years, she'd become a trending celebrity. She'd been with Wei Yang for years now, and there was nothing more to gain from him. It was time for her to make a comeback. Jiang Mingqiu stopped in front of the gate of Villa number 5 and called out sweetly a couple of times. To her surprise, someone came to open the door almost immediately. And it was the young man of the house. Jiang Mingqiu's heart leapt with excitement. Perfect. Finally, it wasn't that fierce old lady. Here was her chance to be alone with him. She put on her most delicate, fragile act and stepped forward, greeting him in a soft voice, "Brother Ping'an, we meet again." Zhao Ping'an frowned and looked her up and down. "How do you know my name?" Jiang Mingqiu replied gently, "I heard your mother call you before Zhao Ping'an, right?" She widened her eyes deliberately and tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "My name's Jiang Mingqiu. You've probably seen me on TV before." But Zhao Ping'an wasn't really listening to her. His attention was fixed on the scarf around her arm. He studied her expression, then asked, "You seem really weak?" Jiang Mingqiu froze. What did he mean, weak? This was called delicate. What a clueless, unromantic nerd. Still, she noticed he kept looking at her arm, and she felt secretly pleased. She really did have the best fashion sense, a simple dress, a bright red scarf, and she could keep a man's eyes glued to her. No wonder she'd snatched up most of the fashion resources in the entertainment industry. She was just starting to feel smug when the man across from her suddenly moved at lightning speed, grabbing her arm with a strong grip. "Ow, that hurts," she cried out involuntarily. Before she could say anything else, he twisted her arm behind her back and snapped a pair of handcuffs on her. Jiang Minchio's eyes widened. Starting off with something this intense? So the bespectacled tech guy really was a maniac. When he snapped, he really snapped. She felt a little scared. Was this guy some kind of perverted gentleman? But then she thought of all those supplies and the good life ahead, and she gritted her teeth. A little suffering was nothing. She'd dealt with perverts before. There was that billionaire old man before. He was a real creep, and she'd handled him just fine. She took a deep breath to steel herself, then called out coquettishly, "Oh, be gentle, will you?" Hearing her speak, Zhao Ping'an thought she was still trying to resist, so he tightened his grip. One hand clamped her arm, the other pressed down on her shoulder, and just like a cop arresting a thief, he marched Jiang Minchio into the house. Got her. Chu Peipei and Hu Tsuelon hurried over. When they saw it was Jiang Minchio being held, they both froze. You! Jiang Minchio was stunned too. This guy really was a pervert. He even called his mom and wife over to watch. Was this some new kind of kink? She'd never been in a situation like this before and felt a bit nervous, so she greeted them timidly, "Hello." Hu Tsuelon frowned and asked her son, "She's the one who broke in before?" Zhao Ping'an was certain. "No doubt about it, it's her. Look, she's even got an injury on her arm." Chu Peipei and Hu Tsuelon both turned to look at her arm. Hu Tsuelon said, "It really is her. She's even wrapped a tourniquet around it. Looks like she bled a lot. I told you she kept coming to bother us. She's up to no good." Chu Peipei glared at Jiang Minchio. "Speak. Why did you sneak into our yard? What are you after?" Jiang Minchio was even more confused by their accusations. Sneakin'? She'd knocked on the door fair and square. Zhao Ping'an tightened his grip, forcing Jiang Minchio to bend over. "Still acting tough? You ran away, patched yourself up, and dared to come back." Chu Peipei said, "Your arrow was poisoned. Are you back to trick us into giving you the antidote?" Jiang Minchio's arm and back ached from Zhao Ping'an's hold. She cried out in pain, "What are you doing? When did I ever sneak in?" With a sudden burst of strength, Zhao Ping'an forced her to her knees. "Still denying it? The wound on your arm is right there." "What wound?" "That's just a scarf for decoration. Let me go, you're hurting me." Chu Peipei frowned and stepped forward, yanking off her scarf. Everyone fell silent. Hu Tsuelon looked puzzled. "Are these bite marks?" Then she looked at Zhao Ping'an in disbelief. "Son, something's not right here." Zhao Ping'an was stunned too and unconsciously let go. Jiang Minchio seized the chance to straighten up and scrambled to her feet. "What arrow wound?" "This is just..." She paused, her face flushing a little. "I was bored and bit myself." Chu Peipei examined the scarf in her hand, then leaned in to check Jiang Minchio's arm. "There's no wound here, and this red isn't blood, it's just part of the scarf's design." She even checked the rest of Jiang Minchio's body. No injuries anywhere else either. But this angle, Chu Peipei looked at Jiang Minchio. "Can you really bite yourself like that?" Jiang Minchio shot her a glare, then explained to Zhao Ping'an, "Brother Ping'an, this is my favorite tie-dyed scarf. The red is just dye on the white fabric, not blood." "You misunderstood. Now please unlock the handcuffs." Zhao Ping'an frowned, clearly displeased. What a mess this woman was making. He'd thought they'd finally caught the thief. Seeing his furrowed brow and silence, Jiang Minchio looked up at him with teary eyes, her hands still cuffed behind her back. "Brother Ping'an, my hands really hurt." Chu Peipei sighed from the side. "It really isn't her. Let her go." Zhao Ping'an grumbled reluctantly, "Even if it's not her, we can't rule out that she's involved. Maybe she's an accomplice, coming back to check things out." Hu Tsuelon chimed in, "Exactly. She's always been sneaky, trying to snoop around our house." Chu Peipei glanced at Jiang Minchio. "It probably has nothing to do with her. If she was an accomplice, they'd have sent that skilled woman over, not let her come and waste her time over and over." Zhao Ping'an thought for a moment. "That's true." Then he added, "But even if she's not an accomplice, she must have some ulterior motive." By now, Jiang Mingqiu had figured out what was going on. She immediately jumped in, aggrieved. Brother Ping'an, you've really misunderstood me. I mean no harm, I just wanted to make friends with you. The handcuffs were digging into her wrists, making them ache. With her hands pinned behind her back, she felt like a criminal, deeply humiliated. Her voice was tinged with tears. Please, let me go first. Zhao Ping'an hesitated for a moment, but finally unlocked the handcuffs. Still, the three of them kept a wary eye on her, ready to act if anything seemed off. Jiang Mingqiu rubbed her red wrists, wanting to say more, but Hu Tsuelon cut her off directly. Since it's all a misunderstanding, you'd better leave now. Jiang Mingqiu pretended not to hear, lowering her head and continuing to massage her wrists. She'd spent over a month trying to get into this house. How could she just leave now? Who knew if she'd ever get another chance? So, while rubbing her wrists, she forced a conversation. Did someone break into your house? Hu Tsuelon frowned. What's that got to do with you? To buy herself more time, Jiang Mingqiu lied. Someone broke into my house too. I came over to tell you about it. Chu Peipei was surprised. Your house was robbed too. But Hu Tsuelon remained suspicious. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Mingqiu pouted. You tied me up as soon as I got here. I didn't even have a chance to speak. Hu Tsuelon stared at her. If someone broke into your house, why aren't you at home keeping watch? What are you doing here? Jiang Mingqiu pouted again. I already said, I just wanted to make friends with you. Times are tough, and it's hard to get by alone. Since I noticed someone suspicious, of course I had to warn my neighbors. Hu Tsuelon had no intention of befriending her. She'd seen all kinds of people in her life, and this girl couldn't say a sentence without making 3 unnecessary gestures, fidgety, coquettish, clearly not someone honest or reliable. She frowned, determined to get to the bottom of things before kicking her out. Then tell us what happened at your house. Do you know who it was? What were they after? Jiang Mingqiu patted her waist and turned to Zhao Ping'an with a playful complaint. Brother Ping'an, you were too rough. My waist is killing me. Then she grinned at Hu Tsuelon. Auntie, let's sit down and talk. My back really hurts. Without waiting for a response, she walked straight over and sat on the sofa. The other 3 exchanged glances and followed, but all kept a safe distance from Jiang Mingqiu. Hu Tsuelon even made a point of sitting between her son and this woman, separating them. Chu Peipei looked at Jiang Mingqiu. Go on, tell us what happened. Jiang Mingqiu replied casually, someone came into our yard and peeked through the window. It scared me. As soon as I shouted, they ran off. She was making things up just to stay and chat at Zhao Ping'an's house, but by sheer luck, she'd hit the mark. She still didn't know that someone really had broken into her yard and had watched her and Wei Yang's performance for a while. Zhao Ping'an looked at her and asked, how did the person get into your yard? And how did they get away? Jiang Mingqiu was caught off guard. Such detailed questions? She pictured the high walls around her house. There was no way anyone could climb over, and she'd just said the person ran off when she shouted, surely they couldn't have flown out of the yard? So she said, I forgot to lock the gate earlier. The person just slipped in, and when they heard me shout, they pushed the gate open and ran out. The 3 exchanged glances, but said nothing. Jiang Mingqiu felt nervous at their silence. Had they seen through her? But then she remembered, there were no cameras here, no way to check the truth. Whatever she said, they'd have to believe. She straightened up and continued to bat her eyes at Zhao Ping'an. But Zhao Ping'an frowned. Is there something wrong with your eyes? Jiang Mingqiu froze, a little embarrassed. No. Zhao Ping'an continued to stare at her. Your eyes don't look quite right to me. Jiang Mingqiu. Hu Tsuelon, stifling a laugh, leaned forward to block Jiang Mingqiu's view of her son and asked, what did the person look like? Jiang Mingqiu answered without thinking, I didn't get a good look. Chu Peipei chimed in, didn't you say you were startled? How could you not see what they looked like? Jiang Mingqiu pouted, I was nervous. And I'm a bit face blind, not good at remembering faces. I think they had pretty thick lips. Chu Peipei frowned. The woman who'd scaled the walls had been wearing a gas mask. How could anyone have seen her lips? Hutsuelon gave Jiang Mengqiu a meaningful look. But you must have noticed what they were wearing, right? Even if you can't remember the face, you'd have some general impression. Jiang Mengqiu thought for a moment and made up a generic answer. They were dressed simply, not too tall or short, not fat or thin. She paused, then emphasized, it was a woman. She felt quite pleased with herself. Since these three thought the thief was a woman, her answer was perfect. The other three exchanged glances. This little starlet was clearly making things up. Apart from the gender, nothing else matched. Of course, it was also possible that there were multiple people working together, and the ones who broke into the two houses weren't the same person. Zhao Ping'an thought for a moment and asked, "Did you hear any noises coming from our yard?" Jiang Mengqiu thought back and shook her head. No. This time, she was telling the truth. The villa was very well soundproofed. To liven up the mood, Wei Yong had even blasted loud music in the room, so Jiang Mengqiu didn't notice the alarm going off at Villa number 5. Zhao Ping'an stared at her for a while before finally losing patience. He turned to his mom and asked, "Should we just kick her out?" "I don't think she's got anything useful to say." Hutsuelon nodded. "Sounds good to me." Jiang Mengqiu was startled. "What are you doing? Who meets someone for the first time, cuffs them, and then just kicks them out like this? How rude could they be?" By now, Zhao Ping'an was already on his feet, ready to throw her out. Chu Peipei also stood up, prepared to help. Jiang Mengqiu felt truly wronged. She'd never been treated like this in her whole life. She hadn't done anything to offend them. Why couldn't they tolerate her at all? In her panic, real tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother Ping'an, Peipei, please don't do this." Chu Peipei frowned at the words. "Who are you calling Peipei?" Zhao Ping'an was also taken aback, then scolded her awkwardly. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Mengqiu was stunned. "Aren't you two a couple?" Then, delight bloomed in her heart. Perfect. If they weren't married, there were some things that would be much easier to say. She wiped her tears, about to speak, but Zhao Ping'an yanked her up from the sofa. "Hurry up and go." Jiang Mengqiu immediately latched onto his arm. "Brother Ping'an, wait. I haven't finished talking to you yet." Zhao Ping'an frowned in annoyance and instinctively tried to pull his arm away. "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm busy." But Jiang Mengqiu clung to his arm for dear life, refusing to let go. "Let's be friends. We're neighbors now, and it's always good to have more friends looking out for each other." As she spoke, she pressed her body tightly against Zhao Ping'an. She thought to herself, any man would react to this, right? After all, she was the dream girl of countless shut-in guys, voted most popular actress 2 years in a row. Even though she'd lost some weight since the disaster, her charm was undiminished. Zhao Ping'an felt the warmth of her body and wrinkled his nose in distaste. "Why do you smell like sour sweat?" Jiang Mengqiu froze, then fumed. "Sour sweat? That's called fragrant sweat. Fragrant." She cursed him silently. Was this guy even a man? She was Jiang Mengqiu. Even in dramas full of beauties, she played the unrivaled stunner. Forget this clueless science nerd, even seasoned actors who'd been with countless women had fallen for her. How could she possibly be rejected? Jiang Mengqiu's face darkened. This guy must be sick, or maybe not even physically normal. Seeing that her close contact had backfired, she awkwardly and angrily let go of his arm and stepped back. "Maybe it's because I just finished yoga and got a little sweaty. I'm pretty disciplined, you know, always working out and stuff." She quickly changed the subject. "So, where did you guys move from? When I first saw you, you were all wearing police body armor. I thought you were cops on a mission." Zhao Ping'an didn't answer, and Chu Peipei ignored her too. They didn't know or trust anyone in this villa community. Why would they reveal anything about themselves? Seeing Jiang Mengqiu rambling on and on, Hutsuelon walked over and dragged her toward the door. "Time to go, we won't see you out." "Hey!" Jiang Mengqiu yelped in surprise, instinctively trying to resist. But Aunt, who had been doing square dancing for the past 2 years and was in great shape. She easily dragged the delicate Jiang Mengqiu to the door. Jiang Mengqiu knew that if she got kicked out now, it would be hard to get back in again. So she squeezed her eyes shut and shamelessly shouted, "Brother Ping'an, I like you." The room fell silent. Jiang Mingqiu smirked to herself. This was her ultimate move. No man could resist a beautiful woman making a direct confession, especially a woman as stunning as her. It was almost impossible to be rejected. Her beauty was on another level. Even those internet-famous girls known for their looks would pale in comparison standing next to her. With this confession, even if she couldn't become his girlfriend right away, at least he wouldn't keep her at arm's length anymore. She batted her eyes and pressed on, "Brother Ping'an, I fell for you at first sight." Hu Tsuelan and Chu Peipei were both speechless. Wasn't she dating that movie star? Why was she suddenly here confessing to someone else? Maybe Zhao Ping'an didn't know what those marks on her body meant, but Aunt Hu and Chu Peipei, as experienced women, could tell at a glance. She'd clearly just finished fooling around with Wei Yong, and now she was here making a crazy confession? Who would believe she didn't have some ulterior motive? Both women looked at Jiang Mingqiu with obvious hostility. The calmest person in the room was Zhao Ping'an. He was silent for a few seconds, then took a few steps forward and said to Jiang Mingqiu, very seriously, "Thank you for liking me, but I can't waste your time." Jiang Mingqiu was overjoyed. "Brother Ping'an, don't say that. There's no such thing as wasting time, actually, Before she could finish, Zhao Ping'an cut her off. "Honestly, you're just not good enough for me. We really can't make do. You should move on and not waste your own time." Jiang Mingqiu was dumbfounded. What? Did he just say? Who wasn't good enough for whom? Before the disaster, a plane, the spectacled office worker like him would never have even gotten a glimpse of a big star like her. People had to line up just to get her autograph. And now he was saying she wasn't good enough for him? Jiang Mingqiu was so angry her nose was almost crooked. But the seriousness and sincerity in his tone, even the way he patted her shoulder comfortingly, left her no room to explode. Even though she was completely thrown off, for the sake of supplies, she forced a smile. "Brother Ping'an, what are you talking about?" Hu Tsuelan stifled a laugh and pushed Jiang Mingqiu out. "All right, Miss Jiang, please leave and stop pestering us." Pestering? Dragged out the door and shoved out of the yard, Jiang Mingqiu finally couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a shrill scream. Hu Tsuelan acted as if she hadn't heard a thing, calmly locked the gate, and went back inside. Feeling utterly humiliated, Jiang Mingqiu raged outside for a good while before storming back to Villa number 6. Affected by the mist, she was gasping for breath, her eyes bloodshot with anger. Wei Yong was sleeping soundly, comfortably sprawled on his bed, when he suddenly felt as if some wild beast was lurking nearby, watching him. His human instinct for self-preservation jolted him awake. Groggy, he opened his eyes. Before he could fully come to his senses, he found himself staring straight into a pair of blood-red eyes. The shock sent a jolt through his whole body. He sat bolt upright with a yelp, all the blood rushing to his head, and his sleepiness vanished in an instant. He leapt out of bed and, once he'd steadied himself and taken a closer look, realized there was no wild beast at all, just Jiang Mingqiu glaring at him. Wei Yong let out a long sigh of relief, leaned against the windowsill, and took a few deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Only then did he snap, "Crazy woman. What the hell is wrong with you?" Jiang Mingqiu didn't answer. She just stood by the bed across from him, staring at him fixedly. Her gaze was a tangled mess, anger laced with sorrow, longing mixed with blame. All those swirling emotions seemed to have condensed into those bloodshot eyes. Wei Yong felt the fear he'd just suppressed start to creep back up, a chill running inexplicably down his spine. He asked again, "Jiang Mingqiu, what's gotten into you this time?" Still, the woman just stared at him, eyes red, breathing heavily, not saying a word. Wei Yong swallowed nervously and instinctively glanced at her hands to check if she was holding a knife or anything sharp. Once he confirmed her hands were empty, he tried to sound tough to bolster his own courage. "What the hell are you staring at me for?" Silence was all he got in return. Wei Yong cursed under his breath at her crazy, possessed-looking stare. She just kept looking at him, as if she might lunge at him and tear him apart at any moment. He finally couldn't take it anymore and decided to strike first. With a shout, he charged over, leapt up, and punched Jiang Mingqiu right in the face. Snap out of it, damn it. Jiang Mingqiu fell to the floor and shouted in anger. Wei Yang grabbed her by the collar and punched her again. Get a grip. Pull yourself together. Left hook, right hook. He kept at it for a while before the inexplicable rage in Jiang Mingqiu finally seemed to dissipate. She stared at Wei Yang for a few seconds, then suddenly started trembling all over. Help. Wah. Murder. Someone's killing me. She screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Wei Yang stopped, looking at her speechlessly. Come on, lady, is that really necessary? I was just trying to wake you up, I didn't go that hard. He'd never hit a woman before. This woman was always unpredictable, but he'd never laid a hand on her. If she hadn't been so terrifying today, he wouldn't have done it. Hey, stop crying, will you? Want me to rub it for you? As he spoke, kneeling on the floor, Wei Yang suddenly felt a warm sensation spreading over his knees. He looked down and saw a puddle of some unknown liquid slowly seeping out from under Jiang Mingqiu. What the hell? You pissed yourself from fright? What's going on? Just now you looked like you were about to kill me. Wei Yang scrambled to his feet, grabbed a pillowcase from the bed, and hurriedly wiped himself down. Jiang Mingqiu, still sobbing, crawled up from the floor, trembling all over and crying nonstop. Wei Yang wiped himself off, frowning as he scolded her. Shut up already. This crazy woman was acting like she was the victim? He was the one who should be upset. He'd been sleeping soundly, only to get scared awake and then peed on. What a mess. After cleaning himself up, he threw on some clothes, left the still shivering Jiang Mingqiu in the bedroom, and went out to the living room. He sat on the couch for nearly an hour before Jiang Mingqiu finally calmed down, came out of the room looking embarrassed, and sat beside him. Wei Yang frowned at her. You okay now? Jiang Mingqiu nodded. Wei Yang finally relaxed. Damn, the way you looked just now, it was like you'd killed 7 or 8 people. He'd played roles like that in movies before, but even as a best actor, he'd never managed to look as terrifying as Jiang Mingqiu had just now. He knew her acting skills, she was always over the top. If it weren't for her looks, she'd have been out of the industry long ago. There was no way she could act that scary. That's why he'd been so afraid. She looked like she was possessed, ready to tear him to pieces at any second. He even suspected that if he hadn't woken up in time, this crazy woman really might have done it. Jiang Mingqiu, her face swollen, leaned against the sofa and explained, I don't know what happened either. My emotions just went out of control. It was all those 3 people next door's fault for making her so angry. Then she came back and saw Wei Yang sleeping so soundly and got even angrier. Once her emotions took over, she just couldn't control herself. She rubbed her red, swollen face. You really hit hard. Couldn't you have just talked to me? Why'd you have to hit me? Wei Yang rolled his eyes. If I hadn't knocked some sense into you, you would have hit me first. Then he frowned. I didn't even hit you that hard. Why'd you get so scared you pissed yourself? He shot her a look of disgust. You actually peed yourself. I got scared awake by you and I didn't even pee. Jiang Mingqiu rubbed her face. I don't know, I just felt this overwhelming fear. It was unbearable. Wei Yang suddenly thought of something. He sat up straight and looked her over. Did you go outside just now? Did you breathe in a lot of that fog? Jiang Mingqiu nodded. Yeah, I went out. Wei Yang slapped his thigh. See, I told you that fog is poisonous, but you didn't believe me. Jiang Mingqiu was puzzled. But I've gone out plenty of times before, and nothing like this ever happened. Wei Yang clicked his tongue. That's because you didn't have any strong emotions before. He'd already noticed, the fog amplifies whatever you're feeling. But it only amplifies, it doesn't create emotions out of nowhere. Before, when Jiang Mingqiu ordered him around at home, he'd just get a little impatient. But as soon as he went outside, he'd want to toss her off the mountain. And whenever he was in a good mood, just stepping into the yard would have him dancing with joy. He'd never been so outwardly emotional in his life. After a while, he realized the fog was definitely toxic. And the way the neighbors had started going crazy and turning on each other only proved it. Jiang Mingqiu had always thought he was overthinking it. But after today's weird episode, she had to admit he was right. After all, her emotions just now had been truly inexplicable. Seeing her finally agree with him, Wei Yang grinned smugly. Then, suddenly, his smile faded as he realized something. Wait a minute, the fog only amplifies emotions. It doesn't create resentment out of thin air. So that means Jiang Mingqiu's anger toward him was real to begin with. Wei Yang frowned. He provided her with food and drink. Where did this woman get all her anger from? She was really getting out of hand. He raised his eyebrows and said, Jiang Mingqiu, are you holding a grudge against me? Jiang Mingqiu was momentarily stunned, then guiltily looked away. Of course not. Why would I have any resentment? Wei Yang narrowed his eyes. Really? Jiang Mingqiu replied, of course. I love you so much, how could I possibly resent you? Seeing that Wei Yang remained silent, his eyes fixed on her like searchlights, Jiang Mingqiu pursed her lips and hurriedly tried to sound a bit more sincere in her defense. All right, fine, I am a little upset, but not at you. I'm just annoyed by the people next door. Wei Yang raised an eyebrow at that. Those three next door? Did you over there again and get the cold shoulder? He'd heard Jiang Mingqiu mention the neighbors quite a bit over the past month. Or more accurately, the little chickens, rabbits, and the abundant supplies next door. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. But Wei Yang remembered that when that troublemaker and Nan first moved into the villa complex, she'd come with those people next door. He'd once had a gun pointed at him by a Nan, which had scared him half to death. Later, her lover Gu Jiu had also pointed a gun at him. He was truly convinced these were people he couldn't afford to mess with, and he had no intention of getting involved. Chickens and rabbits were nothing compared to his own life. Thinking of this, Wei Yang frowned. Did you have a conflict with the neighbors? If she did, he'd have to kick her out right away. Who was Jiang Mingqiu to him? He didn't know her. The woman seemed to know what he was thinking, rolled her eyes, and snapped, I didn't offend them. They mistook me for a thief and grabbed me. Of course, what really upset her wasn't that, but that Zhao Ping'an had rejected her confession. But there was no way she'd let Wei Yang know that. Until she found a better prospect, Wei Yang was still her only sugar daddy. Wei Yang looked at her and asked, what thief? Jiang Mingqiu explained, they had a break-in, but the thief got away. I think he was injured while escaping. As she spoke, she pointed at the scarf thrown on the coffee table. I was wearing this at the time, and they thought I was hurt, so they mistook me for the thief and grabbed me. Wei Yang stared at the red scarf for a few seconds, raised an eyebrow, and said, were you trying to seduce someone again? Jiang Mingqiu froze, then snapped angrily, what are you talking about? Wei Yang bent down and picked up the red scarf. Every time you try to seduce someone, you wear this. Seeing Jiang Mingqiu's embarrassed expression, he burst out laughing. You didn't even realize it yourself, did you? He tossed the scarf onto the sofa, leaned back with his hands behind his head, and reminisced. When you seduced me back then, you wore this too. TSK, you were quite something. Jiang Mingqiu hurried to explain, don't talk nonsense. I'm not as scheming as you think. I just wanted to make friends with the neighbors. That way we could help each other out in the future. Seeing he didn't respond, she added, a bit guiltily, you've always liked guns, right? If we really became friends, maybe a Nan would let you borrow one for fun. Wei Yang snorted. Dream on in broad daylight? Why would she lend me a gun? Don't use me as an excuse, I'm not a kid. Although he didn't believe her excuses, he couldn't be bothered to argue. He lifted his eyelids and reminded her, anyway, I'll say it again. If I ever strike it rich, don't forget me. We've shared a bed, that's not just any relationship. If you really manage to cozy up to the neighbors, don't forget to throw your old lover a bite to eat. He paused, then added, but be careful, don't end up getting killed by the wife before you even get close to the big shot. Jiang Mingqiu instinctively explained, she's not his wife. Oh, you've done your homework. Wei Yang crossed his legs. Looks like good days are just around the corner for you. He teased, knowing he's single must make you happy, huh? Jiang Mingqiu stiffened her neck and refused to admit it. I'll say it again. I don't have any designs on him. I only love you. Wei Yang clicked his tongue. Enough with the I love yous. Don't you think it's a bit much? He leaned forward, picked up a strand of Jiang Mingqiu's hair, and twirled it around his finger. If there was really love between us, wouldn't I have given you a proper status? Would you still be looking for someone else? Halfway through, he suddenly noticed a white hair. He gently plucked it out. So young and already getting gray hairs? Jiang Mingqiu jumped in surprise and immediately reached up to check. Wei Yang handed her the white hair and continued, "We're all wolves here, so why pretend to be rabbits? Let's just be real. When you make it big, don't forget your old pal. At least you'll prove you know how to be grateful." Jiang Mingqiu stared at the white hair in her hand, not wanting to continue the conversation. "All right, enough nonsense. I'm getting gray hairs from all your talk." Wei Yang curled his lips. "Fine, I'll drop it. So tell me, why are you really holding a grudge against me?" He paused, then teased, "I've got to keep the future rich lady happy after all." Jiang Mingqiu frowned in annoyance. "I told you I'm not mad at you. It's the neighbors." Wei Yang said, "Don't give me that. If you're mad at them, why were you staring at me so creepily from the bedside?" He put on a "you can't fool me" face and said seriously, "If you don't tell me, I can't let you stay here. Who knows if you'll stab me in my sleep." Jiang Mingqiu protested, "I really didn't." Wei Yang sneered, "Not talking? Then get out." Seeing she couldn't dodge it anymore, Jiang Mingqiu finally admitted, "It's nothing really. It's just that you always talk nonsense to annoy me, and you never take responsibility as a man." God knows how anxious she'd been about the lack of supplies, while this man only cared about enjoying himself every day, never making any plans for the future. Wasn't she justified in being angry? But Wei Yang looked at her in disbelief. "Just because of that?" Jiang Mingqiu's temper flared up again. "Isn't that enough? You're a man. You should take responsibility and go out to find more supplies for me." Wei Yang spread his hands. "You're not my wife. Why should I be responsible for you? Have you ever seen anyone take responsibility for their mistress?" He paused, then emphasized, "I don't even take responsibility for my wife. Don't forget, I'm a scumbag." Jiang Mingqiu was furious at his shamelessness. Wei Yang patted her back. "Xiao Qiu, don't get angry. It's bad for your health." Jiang Mingqiu. Meanwhile, Qi Jishan had just changed into her pajamas and was about to lie down when there was a sudden knock on her bedroom door. She paused, then asked, "He Yuan, what is it?" But there was no sound outside the door. Qi Jishan called out again, "He Yuan? Is that you?" A little boy's voice replied, "Sister, it's me, Xiaojun." Qi Jishan was taken aback. "Xiaojun? Why did he suddenly come looking for her?" She thought for a moment, then asked through the door, "Is something wrong?" Although Li Jun's voice was soft and childish, he always spoke slowly and steadily, carrying a maturity beyond his years. "Sister, I have something to give you." Qi Jishan hesitated for a moment, but still opened the door. "What is it?" Li Jun seemed a little surprised that she opened the door so quickly. "Sister, you opened the door so fast?" Qi Jishan bent down and patted his head. "It's dark and there's no light in the hallway. I was afraid you'd be scared." Li Jun stared at her for a few seconds, then pouted. "You're not even worried I might be a bad guy?" Qi Jishan laughed at that, crouching down to meet his gaze. "You're a funny kid. I'm an adult, am I supposed to be scared you'll eat me up?" She paused, then teased, "So, are you a bad guy?" Li Jun didn't answer. Instead, he carefully reached out and handed her something. Qi Jishan took it and looked. It was a small pink hair clip, decorated with a lollipop-shaped ornament. She examined it, puzzled. "What's this?" Li Jun replied seriously, "It's a prize I won at a kindergarten event. The teacher said I could give it to my best friend." He paused for a moment. "But I never met my best friend until now." Qi Jishan was stunned. Judging by Xiaojun's age, he must have been in kindergarten when the apocalypse began. By now, he should be in elementary school, but sadly, he no longer had the chance for an education. She held the little hair clip, gently patting his head with affection. "So you want to give this to me and make me your best friend?" Li Jun nodded. I really like you. Qi Jishan felt a little embarrassed. Thank you for liking me. She looked at the hair clip. The workmanship was average, and after being through so much, the decoration was already a bit faded, no longer bright and new. But the fact that this child had kept it with him all this time showed how much it meant to him. Qi Jishan hesitated. You might meet other friends your age who you get along with even better. Are you sure you want to give this to me? Li Jun nodded firmly. I want to give it to you, sister. He explained, you're very kind. Not only did you take in me and my mom, you even gave me several precious candies. Though young, Li Jun was mature and sensible. He knew that now, candy was worth more than the gold rings his mother used to wear. It wasn't something you could get just anywhere. He had low blood sugar, and his mother often went to great lengths to collect candies and chocolates to help him quickly replenish his energy. This big sister didn't have much supplies herself, but she was never stingy. In just 2 short days, she'd already given him several candies. And she reminded him of how his mother used to be. Since the apocalypse, his mother had become stricter, no longer gentle and loving like before. But this big sister always gave him that motherly feeling. Qi Jishan carefully clipped the little hairpin by her ear. Thank you for your gift. After a moment's thought, she said, wait here for a second. She went into her room, opened the bottom drawer of her nightstand, and took out a small silver bracelet. Best friends should exchange gifts. I have something for you too. She came back to Li Jun, crouched down again, and put the bracelet on his wrist. This is a child's bracelet I wore when I was about your age. Now I'm giving it to you. I hope you'll grow up healthy and strong, just like I did. Li Jun stared at the little silver bracelet on his wrist, lost in thought. Qi Jishan waved her hand in front of his eyes. Xiaojun? What's wrong? Don't you like it? Li Jun quickly pulled his arm back, hiding his hand behind his back as if afraid she'd take the bracelet away. I like it a lot. Thank you, sister. Qi Jishan laughed. That's good. I thought you might mind that it's something for girls. Li Jun shook his head. I don't mind. He emphasized, I really like it. Thank you, sister. Qi Jishan teased, you've said thank you so many times. Then she stood up. Go get some rest now. Li Jun replied with an turned to leave, but after a few steps, he looked back and said very earnestly, goodbye, sister. Qi Jishan waved with a smile. Sweet dreams. See you in the morning. Li Jun didn't say anything else and slowly went downstairs. The next morning, Qi Jishan and He Yuan sat at the table for breakfast. Each had a sausage, a bag of crispy noodles, and a small cup of water. He Yuan took a bite of his sausage, glanced at the childish pink lollipop hair clip in her hair, and asked, Where'd you get that hair clip? Qi Jishan smiled. Xiaojun gave it to me. He Yuan was surprised. When? How come I didn't know? Qi Jishan crushed the crispy noodles and ate them bit by bit with her hands. Last night. Last night? He Yuan frowned. He came to your room? Qi Jishan nodded. Yeah, he came just to give me a little gift. He Yuan looked disapproving. From now on, don't open the door for outsiders when I'm not around. Qi Jishan explained, I did hesitate at first. But there's no light in the house and the hallway is so dark. Even I get scared walking there at night, let alone a little kid. I just couldn't bear to leave him outside alone. Seeing He Yuan still frowning, she reassured him, It's fine, see? Nothing happened. He Yuan was silent for a moment, then reminded her, Don't do that again. He glanced at the hair clip in her hair and said, It's pretty childish, not really your style. Qi Jishan's mouth felt dry from the crispy noodles, so she took a sip of water before grinning. You mean it looks childish on me, right? She took off the lollipop hair clip, looked at it in her palm, and said, But it's a token of a child's affection. She waved it in front of He Yuan. Xiaojun said this was for his best friend. It's his way of recognizing me. He Yuan was silent for a while, then said softly, It's not about the gift, but the thought behind it. You should keep it safe. Then he reminded her again, but you still shouldn't open the door for him so easily in the future. Qi Jishan smiled and put the hair clip back in her hair. Okay, I got it. Then she pretended to scold him. I know it doesn't look good on me, but you're not allowed to laugh. She touched the hair clip in her hair. The child gave this to me so sincerely. Of course I have to wear it for a few days, so he'll see that I value his gift. Hee-Yuan looked at her, a gentle light in his eyes. All right. After they finished eating, they sat and chatted for a while. Then Hee-Yuan stood up, ready to head out and continue searching for supplies. Seeing this, Qi Jishan quickly got up, wanting to go with him. Noticing Hee-Yuan was about to say something, Qi Jishan hurriedly interrupted, "Don't make me stay at home again. I'm really not that delicate. Even if this fog is poisonous, it's not some deadly toxin. You've been out there for so long and nothing's happened to you, right?" Hee-Yuan hesitated. But Qi Jishan cut him off, "No buts. There's strength in numbers. The more supplies we can dig up, the better." Hee-Yuan thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Mainly, it was because that bald woman and the guy with glasses in the other family really didn't play fair. While everyone else was digging with their hands or shovels, their family used an excavator. Luckily, they hadn't started digging as early as Hee-Yuan and Jishan, and there was still plenty buried. Otherwise, they really might have ended up with nothing. Hee-Yuan specially found a few precious masks and handed them to Qi Jishan. She waved him off. "Why should I wear so many layers by myself? Besides, this fog isn't a virus. Wearing a mask might not even help." Hee-Yuan insisted, "It doesn't matter if it helps or not. Wearing one is better than not." Qi Jishan handed 2 masks back to him. "Then you wear some too." Hee-Yuan said, "I won't. They're all for you." Qi Jishan didn't like how he always sacrificed himself and only protected her, so she insisted, "I'll only wear them if you do." Hee-Yuan's face was expressionless. "If you don't listen, I won't take you with me." Qi Jishan frowned and fell silent. She knew Hee-Yuan meant what he said. If he really decided not to take her, she wouldn't be able to change his mind. Once they were ready to go, Hee-Yuan suddenly thought of something and stopped. "Wait for that mother and son." Qi Jishan said, "Sister Yen is inju. Red. She probably can't go out looking for supplies today." But Hee-Yuan wasn't planning to bring Nangua Yen along to search for supplies. He was worried about leaving the house empty for her. So he said with a blank face, "If she can't work, she can stand by and watch." Qi Jishan realized what he meant and frowned. She seemed pretty badly hurt yesterday. Maybe she should just stay home and rest? Hee-Yuan shook his head. "No. If she locks us out or sneaks off with our supplies while we're gone, that'll be trouble." Qi Jishan thought it over. "All right then." Hee-Yuan glanced out the window. "It's this late already, and they're still not up?" To save food, they were only eating 2 meals a day now. So after breakfast, it was already close to noon. Qi Jishan said, "Could her wound be infected and she's running a fever?" "I'll go check." Hee-Yuan followed. "I'll come with you." He thought to himself, if that woman really can't get out of bed, then he'd bring her son along as a hostage. In any case, he couldn't leave the house empty for them. But when the 2 of them went downstairs, they found the basement level empty. Qi Jishan's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? The door to the room where the mother and son stayed was wide open. Inside, there was no one. The bedding was neatly folded, as if no one had ever been there. Hee-Yuan checked every room, but there was no sign of the mother and son. He frowned, thinking maybe they'd run off with their supplies. But after checking, he found nothing missing. Even the small box of supplies Nangua Yen had found yesterday was still there, untouched. The candles Qi Jishan had given them for lighting were still on the nightstand. Qi Jishan looked around. "What happened? Did they go out early?" Hee-Yuan nodded. "Probably. Everything's still here. Maybe they got up before us and went out first." Qi Jishan said, "Then let's hurry and look for supplies too. Maybe we'll run into them." Hee-Yuan thought for a moment and agreed. Anyway, once they left, he'd lock the door. Nangua Yen didn't have a key, so she couldn't sneak back in. As long as no outsiders were left alone in the house, he felt at ease. So the 2 of them got ready and went out to dig for supplies as planned. But after wandering around the villa complex all day, they didn't see any sign of the mother and son. When they returned home, exhausted and ready for dinner, the two still hadn't come back. Yuan searched every room again, making sure they weren't hiding somewhere. The two of them sat on the sofa, confused. Jishan said, "They're not at home, and not in the villa complex." "Did they just leave like that?" Yuan nodded. "Seems so." Jishan frowned. "Why didn't they at least say goodbye?" Suddenly, she remembered little Li Jun knocking on her door last night. No wonder he came over so late to give me something. Was that his way of saying goodbye? Yuan said, "Could be." Jishan was puzzled. Then why not just say it? Why leave without a word? Yuan didn't reply. Either way, those two outsiders were finally gone and hadn't caused any loss. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But Jishan said, "See? I told you they weren't bad people. They left without taking anything and even left us the supplies they found." Yuan still felt something was off. Is it possible she just didn't care about that box of supplies? Jishan laughed. "How could that be? A widow and her child. She even asked us for food before." Yuan frowned. "She said she had nowhere to go, but suddenly left just like that?" He paused, then added, "And while she was injured, too." That wound had seemed odd to him. Yesterday, she'd been evasive, refusing to let Jishan help treat it. Very strange. This woman had appeared out of nowhere and left just as suddenly. There were too many suspicious points. He couldn't figure out the real reason. Fortunately, nothing bad had happened to him or Jishan, so he stopped worrying about it. After a few more words, they started preparing dinner. Limbei City, Quanqing District. In an abandoned hotel once used for wedding banquets, a crowd of over 500 people had gathered. In the largest banquet hall, everyone sat neatly in their seats, all eyes on the entrance. Soon, under everyone's watchful gaze, two figures, one tall, one small, walked into the hall. The crowd immediately stood up in unison and called out, "Welcome back, Chief." Nan Guiyan strode confidently to the seat of honor with her son in tow. "No need for formalities, brothers. Please sit." At her words, the group immediately sat down in unison. The image of a destitute, pitiable single mother was nowhere to be seen. In her place now sat a commanding, awe-inspiring gang leader. The oversized, tattered robe she once wore was gone, her hair now neatly tied up high. Her clothes had all been swapped for high-end garments, freshly pressed and immaculate, radiating a subtle warmth. Li Jun had also shed his old three-quarter sleeve outfit, replacing it with a clean, well-fitted set of clothes. He sat obediently by his mother's side. Leaning back in her chair, Nan Guiyan swept her sharp gaze around the room. "Brothers, I've already scouted out the situation at Luoan Mountain. Once we pull off this job, everyone can take a good year or so off to rest." The words had barely left her mouth before the room erupted in cheers. Someone even started a chant, "Long live the boss! Long live the boss! Long live the boss!" When the chants died down, Nan Guiyan waved her hand, smiling, her voice ringing out strong and clear. "Tonight, we settle on our battle plan. Tomorrow, we set out." Someone immediately stood up to flatter her. "Whenever our boss takes the lead, nothing ever goes wrong. Sis Yen risks herself to scout for us. Where else could you find a boss like that?" This banquet hall had once hosted wedding feasts. The venue was divided into a stage and an audience area, with Nan Guiyan and Li Jun seated on the stage. The audience below was split down the middle by an aisle. Before the apocalypse, these two sections would have been reserved for the bride's and groom's families. Now, the division remained just as stark. On the left, the brothers were all excitement and praise for Nan Guiyan. On the right, the people sat in silence, their faces lifeless. Nan Guiyan curled her lips, glancing at the quiet right side, then continued. "This meal isn't just to welcome me back, it's also our mobilization banquet. Eat and drink well, brothers. Get ready to take Luoan Mountain. Take Luoan Mountain. Take Luoan Mountain." This time, even those on the right, who'd been silent before, joined in the chant, though their faces betrayed their reluctance. Nan Guiyan acted as if she hadn't noticed, raising her wine glass and swirling the red liquid inside. Let's eat. At her command, everyone dug in. Those on the left ate and chatted excitedly. I'm so pumped. How long's it been since we had a proper break, a few days of peace? As soon as the boss said we could rest after this job, I felt pure happiness shoot straight to my head. Sounds like the supplies in those hillside villas are even better than we thought. Think it'll be a tough fight? Come on. Those rich folks are all soft and clueless. Their bellies are full of nothing but fat. What's so hard about it? Exactly. Besides, since the Tsanglong gang was founded, we've never failed a job. Someone next to him smacked his head. What are you so smug about? It's all thanks to our boss's leadership. The man immediately raised his glass. You're right. Can't argue with that, haha. Nan Guiyan had sharp ears, and the words of support were spoken loud on purpose. As she ate, she couldn't help but smile. Who doesn't like to hear nice things? What they said didn't matter, nor whether they meant it. What mattered was that they all obeyed her. She glanced again at the quiet right side, took a bite of food, and let out a satisfied sigh. It's easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but hard to go back. After gnawing on dry rations at Qi Jishan's place these past couple days, her mouth had gone bland. Now, eating a hot meal like this, what a treat. Even though the food was a bit bland due to the lack of seasoning and oil, in the midst of disaster, a hot meal like this was pure luxury. Li Jun, however, didn't share her good mood. He stirred the coarse grains in his bowl, but didn't eat, his eyes glazed over, clearly lost in thought. Nan Guiyan noticed his distraction. As she continued eating, she asked casually, Still thinking about your sister Qi? Li Jun snapped back to reality, hesitated for a few seconds, then said no. Nan Guiyan glanced down at the crowd and whispered, Stop overthinking. Worst case, I'll spare her life and bring her back to keep you company. Li Jun's mood only worsened. He glanced at Nan Guiyan, pleading softly. Mom, I don't want her to keep me company. Please don't capture her, okay? Nan Guiyan looked exasperated. Haven't I taught you not to be soft-hearted? Li Jun kept stirring his rice. But sis is a good person. Nan Guiyan dismissed it. Rich people aren't good people. Li Jun looked at her. Mom, we're rich now too. Nan Guiyan was momentarily at a loss for words, her expression darkening. After a few seconds, she continued, Yes, we're rich now because we've become bad people. Li Jun pouted and fell silent. Nan Guiyan watched him for a while, then relented. Fine, let's say she is a good person. But when have I ever taught you that good people can be spared? She enunciated each word. Remember this. Anyone who stands in our way, good or bad, must be eliminated. Li Jun's face was stubborn. But sis isn't standing in our way. Nan Guiyan put down her chopsticks, displeased. She's from Luoan Mountain. We're attacking Luoan Mountain. Understand? The mother and son spoke in hushed tones, so the others couldn't hear, but some noticed her suddenly putting down her chopsticks and glanced over curiously. Nan Guiyan took a deep breath, picked up her chopsticks again, and resumed eating as if nothing had happened. But Li Jun still looked troubled, his unhappiness written all over his face. Nan Guiyan glanced at the silver bracelet on his wrist, finding it oddly irritating. After a while, she finally compromised. Fine. Once we take Luoan Mountain, I'll let your sister Qi stay there. We won't drive her out or hurt her. Is that enough? Li Jun's eyes immediately lit up. Thank you, Mom. Nan Guiyan instinctively glanced at the crowd, then tapped his head with her chopsticks. Keep your voice down. She added, but that high-level bodyguard of hers absolutely cannot stay. The little boy's face scrunched up. But that would make Sister Qi sad. Nan Guiyan was so angry her nose was practically crooked. Was Qi Jishan some kind of ancestor now? She was leading a gang, and she still had to worry about whether Miss Qi would be happy or not. But with so many people around, she couldn't lose her temper. She could only grit her teeth and lower her voice. Li Jun, don't go too far. Mommy is really upset now. Hearing his mother call him by his full name, Li Jun finally softened his attitude. I understand, Mom. Nan Guiyan snorted, picked up some food for him, and said, Eat properly. Stop poking around. There are so many people watching, you can't act like some clueless little kid, understand? Li Jun straightened up and nodded obediently. Got it. Nan Guiyan patted his shoulder and continued eating. When most people had finished their food, she cleared her throat and turned to address the crowd, ready to get down to business. First, she went over the entire situation at the hillside villa, following the notes she'd made, and then encouraged everyone. We've come all the way from Jiangyang City to get here. I know it's been tough on all of you. But this time, the fat sheep are fatter than ever, one big score, and we can rest for a year. So everyone, stay sharp. Seeing the crowd sit up straighter, she nodded in satisfaction and continued, as for the battle plan, my thought is that Villa Number 1 is a good entry point. What do you all think? A trusted aide named Ayong, sitting in the front row, immediately stood up. Boss, the brothers will follow your orders. Nan Guiyan waved her hand. The Tsanglong gang isn't a one-person show. Speak your minds, let's come up with the best plan together. A young man at Ayong's table stood up. Boss's commands have never been wrong, and this time will be no different. Villa Number 1 is the king of the villas, so it's bound to be the fattest target. There are only 2 residents inside, so it's definitely the best entry point. Other tables chimed in exactly. We should focus our firepower and take Villa Number 1 first, then use it as a base to pick off the others one by one. Villa Number 2 has more people and guns, and Villa Number 5 is full of traps. Compared to those, Villa Number 1 is much easier. If we take Number 1 first, it'll be safer to deal with the others afterward. The brothers on the left side of the room were deep in heated discussion, while the group on the right remained mostly silent. After a while, as the room quieted down, Nan Guiyan made the final call. All right. I'll personally lead. She hadn't finished when wild laughter erupted from outside the door. Ha 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 ha. Sis Yen, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. A burly, broad-shouldered man with a thick beard strode in, followed by several underlings. The atmosphere in the room immediately shifted. The brothers on the left put down their chopsticks and eyed him warily. Meanwhile, the usually unenthusiastic group on the right perked up, standing to greet the man with utmost respect. Deputy boss. Deputy boss. The bearded man didn't even glance at the crowd, his eyes fixed straight on Nan Guiyan on the stage. Nan Guiyan met his gaze for a moment before responding to his enthusiastic greeting. Deputy boss, it's only been 2 days. You can't have missed your big sister that much, can you? The smile on the bearded man's face froze for a second, but he quickly recovered. Sis Yen, don't be so distant. I told you, just call me Biaozi like you used to. His full name was Dong Zhibiao, the Tsanglong gang's second-in-command. But second-in-command didn't mean he was Nan Guiyan's right-hand man. Instead, he was her rival, each with their own loyal followers, splitting the gang into 2 not-so-united factions. He'd answer to anyone else calling him deputy boss, but he hated hearing it from Nan Guiyan. Whenever she said deputy boss, it always felt like she was reminding him that she was the real boss, and he was just the deputy. By nature, Dong Zhibiao was never content to play second fiddle, especially not to a woman. But the gang had been founded by Nan Guiyan, and she was the better fighter. He really had no choice but to take a back seat. Even his SE. I was down below the stage, while that brat Li Jun got to sit above him. Reluctantly, Dong Zhibiao sat in his assigned seat. Just as he was about to speak, Nan Guiyan cut in. Calling you deputy boss is just to show respect, right? Little Biaozi. Biaozi is fine, but what's with the little? Dong Zhibiao was hot-tempered and wore his emotions on his face. His ambition to take over was never hidden. He scowled, about to retort, but Nan Guiyan interrupted him again without any courtesy. I've been running around for 2 days and was too tired to wait for you, so I started the meal without you. Hope you don't mind. Dong Zhibiao huffed. This woman wouldn't even give him a chance to speak. He'd planned to show up fashionably late and embarrass her, but she'd just started without him, not waiting at all. So he replied with a sarcastic tone, how could I dare? Of course, the boss comes first. Nan Guiyan smiled sweetly. Good. You're very sensible. Dong Zhibiao. He really wanted to punch this woman. Nan Guian's family ran a martial arts school. Not only was she a skilled fighter herself, but she also had a large group of senior and junior disciples under her command. After the apocalypse hit, she and her martial arts school stuck together and survived disaster after disaster. With her brains and leadership, she gradually became the core of the group. Over the past 2.5 years, she not only kept everyone alive, but also grew the group, taking in new members and forming a sizable gang. From Yen, she had risen to become the boss of the Tsanglong gang, leading her people to seize resources and become a local power. Dong Jibiao was her junior from the martial arts school and had fought alongside her since the beginning. But as the gang grew and resources increased, the two friends began to drift apart, eventually splitting into factions. With more members, some of the old-school types couldn't accept a woman in charge and started backing Dong Jibiao, sowing discord between the two leaders. Over time, even the appearance of unity became hard to maintain. Dong Jibiao picked up his wine glass, squinting as he asked, "Yen, I heard you got hurt?" He raised his glass, looking up at her with a hint of challenge. Leading the charge is tough work. Why not leave it to your little brother? The group on the right, who had been silent until now, suddenly became lively. That's right. Charging into battle is a man's job. The boss has been working hard for 2 days straight. She deserves a break. Let the deputy lead us into battle. You should stay here, rest up, take care of your injuries and the kid. Leave the fighting to us men. Nan Guiyan hated it when people used gender as an excuse. She looked down at the crowd below with a blank expression, saying nothing. It hadn't been easy for her, a single mother with a young child, to achieve her current position. Things weren't as glamorous for her and her son as they appeared on the surface. Dong Jibiao and his crew had been eyeing her spot for a long time, ready to push her out at any moment. Otherwise, as the gang leader, she wouldn't have had to risk her own neck to scout out the situation herself. She'd brought Xiaojun along because the gang was in chaos. If she left him behind, Dong Jibiao might seize the chance to harm him. And besides, she wanted her son to gain some experience, hoping it would make his future path a little smoother. No matter how noisy the crowd got, Nan Guiyan just swirled her wine glass in silence. Dong Jibiao's scheme was obvious. She'd risked her life to bring back intel, and now he wanted to swoop in and claim the credit? If she really let him lead the team, the first to be sacrificed would be her own people. He'd use the opportunity to weaken her power. Of course, she considered this as well. When she learned there were guns at Villa No. 2, she'd thought about sending those rebellious underlings to wear down the enemy's ammunition, a win-win. Seeing Nan Guiyan just rolling her eyes and staying silent, her trusted followers on the left immediately caught on and shouted back at the others. The boss brought back the intel, of course she should lead the team. Exactly. The boss hasn't even spoken yet, who are you to butt in? Aang glared straight at Dong Jibiao, openly mocking him. These bastards really don't know who's in charge. Dong Jibiao's face darkened at once. Aang, watch your mouth. Aang didn't back down at all. Deputy boss, what did I say? He put heavy emphasis on the word deputy, making Dong Jibiao's eyes go wide with anger. Dong Jibiao took a few deep breaths, then fixed his sharp gaze on Nan Guiyan. Sister Yen, what do you say? He used the polite you, but there wasn't a shred of respect in his tone. Nan Guiyan smiled. Aang isn't great with words. Biaozi, you're just worried, that's all. It's just a scratch on my arm, nothing serious. She paused, looking around the room. It won't affect my ability to lead. Dong Jibiao stared at her for a while. Oh? That's good then. As long as it's not serious. He signaled to his men, and immediately someone else stood up to speak. Boss, don't push yourself. When you came back, everyone saw. The blood soaked right through the bandages. How could it not be serious? Yeah, there are guns up in Luan Mountain. You should put your own safety first and let the deputy boss lead the team. Put her own safety first? Nan Guiyan sneered inwardly. If she stayed here, by the time they returned, none of her loyal followers would be left. That would be real danger. Everyone understood, whether it was the boss or the deputy, Both sides wanted to weaken the other. Whoever led the team, the other side's people would suffer heavy losses. So the two factions started arguing, neither willing to back down, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. Amid the noise, Nan Guiyan clicked her tongue at Dong Zhibiao. "Biaozi, look at you. Everyone was happy before you showed up, and now they're fighting again." She wasn't being polite at all. Dong Zhibiao glared at her, refusing to back down. "So, boss, are you saying I shouldn't have come to this dinner?" Nan Guiyan snorted. "I never said that. But look at you. Why do you always have such poor comprehension?" The standoff dragged on for a while, with no resolution in sight. Dong Zhibiao's temper finally snapped. He said forcefully, "Since Sister Yan won't let me lead the team, I'll just have to help out as much as I can." He waved his hand. "I'll pick some of my men and head out myself." His legs were his own, she couldn't stop him. If he couldn't get rid of her people, at least he could protect his own. Without waiting for Nan Guiyan's response, he stood up, ready to leave. Ayong on the left immediately jumped up, drawing his knife to block him. "Stop. Did the boss say you could leave?" Dong Zhibiao's men, seeing the knife, also stood up at once, positioning themselves protectively around their deputy. Ayong's brothers followed suit, standing up and glaring across the aisle at the other side. As the atmosphere grew tense, Nan Guiyan let out a barely audible sigh. There was still a battle ahead. Now was not the time for infighting or wasting manpower. She spoke up to stop them. "Ayong, is that any way to speak to the deputy? Sit down." Ayong shot Dong Zhibiao a glare, then reluctantly sat down. His men followed suit. Nan Guiyan turned her gaze to Dong Zhibiao. He curled his lip and waved at his own men. "You all sit down too." Nan Guiyan was stronger than him, and she had a loyal following he could never win over. If it came to a real fight, he'd get nothing out of it. Once everyone had quieted down, Nan Guiyan said, "Since the deputy is so eager to go, then I'll trouble you to take a team and scout things out first." Dong Zhibiao narrowed his eyes. So this woman wanted him and his men to be the vanguard, while she sat back and reaped the rewards. He wasn't happy, but he knew this was already a concession on her part. At least he'd be leading his own men, not being used as cannon fodder. Besides, he was confident, taking Villa No. 1 would be a piece of cake. It was just 2 people. He had over 200 men, 100-fold advantage. How could he lose? Once he took Villa No. 1, he could lure Nan Guiyan's people to attack Villa No. 2 and weaken her that way. He cupped his hands and said the expected words, "I won't let you down, boss." Li Jun, sitting beside Nan Guiyan, saw that Dong Zhibiao was about to head to Luan Mountain first and immediately wanted to say something. Nan Guiyan pressed his leg under the table, signaling him to keep quiet. The young boy, still immature, looked anxiously at his mother. Nan Guiyan leaned in and whispered in his ear, "If you want to protect your sister Qi, then keep your mouth shut." Her eyes swept the room. "I've taught you before. Never reveal what you care about in front of others. That will become your weakness." Li Jun nervously pinched the corner of his clothes, closed his mouth, and said nothing more. When the banquet ended and Dong Zhibiao left with his men, most of the brothers below the stage had also dispersed. Only Nan Guiyan and a few of her trusted aides remained in the hall. "Sis Yan, are we really letting him take his people ahead of us? Won't that put us at a disadvantage?" "Yeah, Sis Yan, he might just seize Villa No. 1 and use it as a base to strike back at any of our brothers who arrive later." Nan Guiyan smiled calmly, the corners of her lips curling up. "Do you all think taking Villa No. 1 will be a walk in the park?" The others exchanged glances. "Honestly, it doesn't seem that hard. Just 2 people unarmed in such a big house full of vulnerabilities. With over 200 of us, even if we only sent 10, wouldn't it be easy to take them down?" Nan Guiyan chuckled. "Don't underestimate those cunning rich folks. All the windows in that villa are one-way glass and the surveillance cameras are still working. That alone shows how cautious they are. I don't believe the owner would leave the place unguarded and just let others barge in." She paused for a moment. "We might as well let Biaozi and his men scout things out for us." Someone frowned. "But chances are, the deputy boss and his crew will still win big. After all, The numbers in Villa Number 1 speak for themselves. But Nan Guoyen wasn't worried. Even if Villa Number 1 is easy to take, what if we throw Villa Number 2 into the mix? And maybe some others. Ayang's eyes lit up. You mean, set them against each other? Who kills who isn't certain yet, Nan Guoyen smiled. You could call it a case of the snipe and the clam fighting while the fisherman profits. Ayang grinned. Then we'll be the fisherman who reaps the rewards. Nan Guoyen pressed her lips together. We'll need to fan the flames a bit more. It's time to use the people I had you plant earlier. Ayang. You mean, have our guys who are undercover with the deputy boss go stir up trouble at Villa Number 2? Nan Guoyen nodded, lips curling. Since he loves the spotlight so much, let's use his people to help us burn through some ammo. She leaned back in her chair. And don't forget, set Villa Number 5 on fire too. Ayang laughed. Yes, ma'am. The others chimed in happily. The boss is brilliant. When the dust settles, we'll just clean up the mess. Whoever's left, we'll take them down. Nan Guoyen rubbed her fingers together. There's a ton of supplies buried under the ruins in the Villa district. Once we take over Luoan Mountain, we can dig them up slowly. The brothers who went undercover get triple shares. Suddenly, she remembered something. One family still has an excavator. That'll come in handy. Make sure to find it when the time comes. She smiled. I'll give it to my son to play with. Her trusted aides replied in unison, yes, ma'am. Nan Guoyen glanced at Li Jun beside her and finally noticed how he was fidgeting with the silver bracelet on his wrist, looking uneasy. She added, a little helplessly, don't touch Villa Number 12 yet. I have other plans. Li Jun's eyes lit up at her words. Thank you, Mom. Meanwhile, Dong Jibiao was also discussing the next day's campaign with his men. Boss, once we take Villa Number 1, we're not coming back. We'll hold the place and wait for Nan Guoyen and her lot to walk right into our trap. Dong Jibiao laughed heartily, clearly in a good mood. It's about time we settled things with her. I've been swallowing my anger for too long, finally, I can let it out. Someone spoke up cautiously. Boss, isn't it a little suspicious that she agreed to let us go ahead so easily? Dong Jibiao waved it off. I only made that request after she shared all the intel. What could she possibly be up to? Besides, even if she wants us to be the vanguard and clear the way for her, so what? With so many of our warriors, how could we possibly lose to just 2 people in Villa Number 1? Boss is right. No need to overthink it, let's just do it. The next day, Dong Jibiao led his men in a grand procession up Luoan Mountain. At the same time, the villa halfway up the mountain was bustling with activity. Long Tsomin poked his head out of the walk-in closet in a fluster. Honey, hurry up. Don't hold up President Gu's big event. Li Shihan was helping their son tidy his hair as she shot him a look. I'm already done. You're the slowest in the family. How do you have the nerve to rush us? Long Tsomin glanced at them. Hey, you're right. I'll be quick, just need to change. He hurriedly pulled out a suit he hadn't worn in ages and started putting it on. We need to move fast. We still have to help Zhao Ping'an and the others set up the scene. Li Shihan finished getting ready and put on a gas mask. You don't need to go help. I'll do it. You just go stand guard outside President Gu's house. Long Tsomin thought about it. All right. He kissed her on the cheek. Thanks for your hard work, honey. Li Shihan smiled, lips pressed together. It's not hard. I love being part of the excitement. Little Long Baobao pouted. Mom, Dad, what exactly are we going to do? Li Shihan pinched his cheek. Your Uncle Gu is going to propose. We're going to help him. Long Baobao nodded, half understanding. Oh, propose. Li Shihan knew her son didn't really get it, but didn't explain further. Instead, she sighed, President Gu is really something. Even in the apocalypse, he still cares about ceremony and is planning a surprise proposal for Missin. Long Tsongin was fastening his belt as he said, if you ask me, since his sweetheart is already with him, why bother with all this fuss? Li Shihan shot him a look. You just don't understand how much he loves his wife. Long Tsongin widened his eyes. Are you saying I don't love my wife? Li Shihan snorted. Not as much as President Gu. Long Tsongin protested, hey my propo. Sal to you is a big deal too. Li Shihan scoffed. That was before the apocalypse. Everyone did it that way. If it had been the end times, would you have still proposed and married me so seriously, like President Gu? You'd probably just muddle through and live together. Long Tsongan paused, thinking seriously. If it were the apocalypse, I really wouldn't have done some grand proposal. But if you wanted one, even if it was just the two of us, I'd still put together a simple little ceremony, just the way you like it, and make you my wife. Li Shihan smiled. All right. I admit you're a good husband. But today isn't about us. Let's get going. We can't hold up the main event. All right, let's go. The family of three quickly arrived at Zhao Pingan's house. After saying their goodbyes, Li Shihan took her son inside, while Long Tsongan greeted Chu Peipei and the others before heading to Villa No. 1. He had a mission to carry out. Zhao Pingan and the others were responsible for luring their benefactor to the carefully prepared Villa No. 5, while the three little ones would definitely be left at home. According to Boss Gu, those three pets were very important family members to their benefactor, so of course, they had to witness such a major moment of happiness together. So Long Tsongan was to wait outside the villa and, after the couple left, bring the three little ones over to Zhao Pingan's house as well. Wearing a gas mask, Long Tsongan soon arrived near Villa No. 1. Fortunately, the thick fog provided cover, and the surveillance cameras couldn't spot him. He found a corner to stand in and quietly waited for the two to come out. Inside the villa, Nan and Gujiu were having breakfast. Nan picked up a crystal-clear steamed dumpling and popped it into her mouth, letting out a satisfied See? Even though I haven't cooked in a while, my skills haven't gotten rusty at all. She picked up another dumpling and ate it. The shrimp filling is so fresh and tender. Looking up, she saw Gujiu still focused on shoveling char siu rice from his plate. Nan teased him, "Why are you only fighting with the rice on your plate? Try this dumpling, it's delicious." Gujiu absent-mindedly replied, "It's good." Nan raised an eyebrow. "You haven't even tried it. How do you know it's good?" "Huh." Gujiu snapped out of it and quickly picked up a crystal dumpling. "I haven't tried it?" He put it in his mouth and chewed. It really is pretty good." Nan looked at him in surprise. "Why do you keep zoning out? It's like you have something on your mind." Gujiu cleared his throat. "What could I possibly have on my mind?" Nan narrowed her eyes, studying him for a moment. "You're acting weird, mister." Then she blurted out, "Tell me, do you have someone else outside?" Gujiu couldn't help but laugh. "I'm with you at home every day. Where would I find someone else?" Nan pointed at him, joking, "Then it must be someone in your dreams." Gujiu picked up some bitter greens and put them on her plate. "Eat your veggies." Nan shot him a look and went back to eating. She thought to herself, this man is definitely hiding something. He's always so calm, but today he actually looks troubled. But they spent every day together. Nothing unusual had happened, right? He did go out for a walk by himself yesterday. Could something have happened in that short time that she didn't know about? Lost in thought, she unconsciously finished all the food on the table. She put down her chopsticks and patted her stomach. "I think I ate too much." Gujiu glanced at the empty plates, surprised. "You ate that fast? I'll get you some digestive tablets." Nan waved him off. "No need." She added, "You were dawdling and barely touched the dishes, so I ended up eating everything without realizing it." She pointed at the char siu rice on his plate. "You haven't even finished your own rice." Gujiu paused. That was true. He was especially nervous today, something that had never happened before. He was so anxious he couldn't even eat, constantly worrying that something might go wrong with Zhao Pingan's group. He knew Nan probably wouldn't reject him later, but he still couldn't help feeling tense. He hadn't tasted a thing on the table. Gujiu quickly finished the rest of his food and was about to clear the dishes when Nan's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled. "Nan, come here, quick." Gujiu immediately sat up straight. It was happening. Nan picked up the walkie-talkie. "Peipei, what's wrong?" Chu Peipei's voice sounded anxious. "That strange woman from before is back again. Come take a look, she seems a little." Before she could finish, the walkie-talkie went silent. Nan frowned. Peipejia. She called several times, but there was no response. And Nan looked at Gujiyu. Something's happened. Gujiyu said, let's go check it out. And Nan nodded, pulled 2 submachine guns from her space, tossed one to Gujiyu, and the 2 of them hurried out the door. As soon as they were gone, Long Tsongun, who had been waiting nearby, immediately approached. Boss Gu had already given him access, so he easily opened the gate. But the moment he stepped into the yard, Fugue, who had been eating in the pet room, instantly became alert. He dashed out of his room and stood guard at the entrance. As soon as Long Tsongun opened the door, a massive white figure tackled him to the ground, accompanied by a fierce growl in his ear. Startled, Long Tsongun shouted, "It's me. Me. Woof." Fugue looked down and examined the man pinned under his paw. Oh, it's the handsome guy's sidekick. He relaxed and moved off. So it wasn't the intruder his owner warned him about. All that excitement for nothing. Woof woof. Sorry about that. Fugue gave a perfunctory greeting and returned to his room to continue eating, not sparing Long Tsongun another glance. Rabbit Lord and Laifu, who had come out with him, stared at Long Tsongun for a couple of seconds before also heading back to their room. Nothing is more important than food. Long Tsongun rubbed his back and got up, gritting his teeth. Getting tackled the moment he walked in had really given him a fright. Aren't dogs supposed to have the best sense of smell? Why did this silly Fugue still treat him like an intruder? Or maybe Fugue just couldn't be bothered to remember his scent. Rubbing his back, Long Tsongun closed the door behind him. Fugue, Laifu, Rabbit Lord. He called out their names as he walked inside. Come with me for a bit. Only silence answered him. He reached the pet room and saw the 3 of them wolfing down their food. Even though he'd seen them before, he still couldn't help but marvel at the sight. A giant rabbit, a phoenix-like chicken, and a French bulldog as majestic as a lion, completely beyond his understanding. He knew they wouldn't attack him, but he still stood cautiously outside the door, not daring to invade their territory. Hey, you 3, come with me? I'll take you to your owner. Fugue focused on gnawing his lamb shank, not even bothering to spare him a glance. Their owner always came back soon after leaving. What did they need him for? Rabbit Lord was happily munching on a chicken drumstick. Only Laifu, pecking at corn kernels, fixed Long Tsongun with a steady gaze. Long Tsongun couldn't help swallowing. These pets ate better than he did. If other survivors saw this, they'd probably fight the animals for food. Luckily, he'd had breakfast that morning, or his stomach would definitely be growling by now. Long Tsongun shook his head, trying to clear out all those messy thoughts and get back to business. Big cuties, stop eating for now and come with me. Let's go find the master. Fugue shook his head irritably, kept gnawing on his lamb leg, and turned his back to him, presenting his rear. Long Tsongun stood there awkwardly, looking a little helpless. He'd never had pets before and had no idea how to deal with them. Normally, to communicate with animals, you'd offer them some food, right? But these 3 were eating better than he was. Seeing the dog completely ignore him and just stick its butt his way, Long Tsongun had to turn his gaze to the giant rabbit. Grandpa Rabbit, you. Before he could finish, Grandpa Rabbit dropped his chicken leg and let out a roar at Long Tsongun. Then, like a gorilla, he pounded his chest in agitation, his exposed abs looking even more fierce. Long Tsongun instinctively took a step back. That was terrifying. He could only pin his last hope on Laifu, who was staring at him intently. Brother Rooster, could you maybe talk to those 2 and let's? Laifu swallowed a corn kernel, flapped his wings, and flew straight onto Long Tsongun's head, striking a golden rooster pose. Long Tsongun. He never would have thought that the hardest part of today's proposal ceremony would be dealing with these 3. Should he just wait for them to finish eating? No, there wasn't enough time. Or, if being nice didn't work, should he try being tough? He glanced at the mountain-sized Fugue and the muscle-bound Grandpa Rabbit. Forget it. He wasn't up to that. Long Tsongun sighed. President Gu was always so thorough, how come he didn't give these 3 a heads up? They were too smart for their own good and wouldn't listen to him at all. He hesitated for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Clearing his throat, he called out loudly, "Fine, don't come then. I heard Chu Peipei and the others got some kind of world-class, unbeatable delicacy and invited your master to try it." The three who'd been ignoring him instantly perked up. Fugue even forgot about his lamb leg. "Oh whoa, they're eating something delicious behind my back again?" He still hadn't gotten over the strawberry-flavored snacks incident. He immediately stood up and headed for the door. "Oh whoa, let's go, let's go." The other two, seeing their boss get up, quickly followed. Long Tsongin snickered. As expected, they were just three foodies. He hurried after them. Meanwhile, Nan and Gu Jiyu had already arrived at Villa number 5. Nan was about to knock when she noticed the gate was ajar. As she walked in, she saw the villa's front door was also left open. She gripped the gun in her hand, glanced at Gu Jiyu beside her, and whispered, "Be careful." Gu Jiyu nodded. Nan led the way inside, with Gu Jiyu following close behind, deliberately leaving the door open for Long Tsongin and the three little ones. Once inside, Nan found the house pitch black. All the windows were tightly covered with curtains, not a sliver of light coming through. She frowned, feeling uneasy. Had Zhao Ping'an, Peipei, and the others all been captured by the enemy? She took off her gas mask, which was obstructing her vision, gripped her gun tighter, and pulled a flashlight from her space, shining it around. The house was eerily quiet, as if someone might jump out from the shadows at any moment. She cautiously scanned ahead while reaching out to grab Gu Jiyu's hand, ready to pull him into her space to hide if anything happened. But her hand closed on empty air. Nan spun around and shone her flashlight. Gu Jiyu was gone. She called out softly, "Ayo?" Silence. No response. What's going on? How did Gu Jiyu suddenly disappear? She called his name again, several times, but still got no answer. A sense of dread filled her. Gu Jiyu would never ignore her. He must be unable to respond. Had he been ambushed the moment they came in? But there hadn't been a sound. Nan frowned. Could the enemy have some special ability, just like her? She tensed, sweeping her flashlight around as she checked the room, feeling that something was very off. Just then, music suddenly started playing from the innermost room, a familiar love song. What was happening? The moment the music began, Nan quickly switched off her flashlight to avoid becoming a target. She looked toward the source of the sound and saw several familiar figures slowly walking out. Zhao Ping'an, Chu Peipei, Aunt Hu, Long Tsong'in's wife and son. Everyone was safe and smiling, each pushing a little cart covered in candles, instantly lighting up the whole house. Only then did Nan realize what was off. The entire living room was decorated with balloons and streamers, and the big chandelier was draped with many photos of her. Looking up, she saw they were all Polaroids secretly taken by Gu Jiyu. In every photo, half of his own face was in the foreground, with Nan in the background doing all sorts of things. Nan working out, feeding the dog, cooking, all kinds of her, and Gu Jiyu always looking at her with the same loving gaze. Nan's vision blurred, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She'd been too tense when she first came in, and the flashlight's narrow beam had made her miss all these decorations. Seeing her friends' smiling faces, she was about to ask something when Chu Peipei motioned behind her with her lips. Nan's heart skipped a beat. She turned around. There was Gu Jiyu, who had disappeared earlier, kneeling on one knee behind her, holding a sparkling diamond ring, his face full of sincerity. "Nan, will you marry me?" Nan pressed a hand to her pounding chest, pouting, "It's the apocalypse and you're still doing all this." Gu Jiyu looked at her seriously. "No matter if it's the end of the world or not, you shouldn't miss out on anything you deserve." Looking at his face illuminated by candlelight, Nan suddenly remembered that first night, when Gu Jiyu had said to her, "Nan, let's get married." She hadn't thought much of it then, assuming it was just pillow talk. But he'd meant it. Gu Jiyu gazed at her, eyes soft, and repeated, "Nan, will you marry me?" "Yes." Nan didn't hesitate, reaching out her hand and letting him slip the ring onto her finger. Cheers erupted behind her. Gu Jiyu stood up, slipped the ring on, and hugged in Nan tightly, his voice trembling, and then boom! Before Gu Jiu could finish, a violent explosion suddenly rang out. The room shook violently, and even through the curtains, you could see a flicker of firelight coming from the yard. Everyone inside was startled, and then a wave of ringing filled their ears. 2 seconds later, Zhao Ping'an rushed over, clutching his ears and shouting something anxiously. And Nan watched his mouth open and close, but couldn't hear a thing. Damn! Which bastard threw a bomb at us? Gu Jiu, enduring the ringing in his ears, reacted quickly. He shut the half-open door and shielded in Nan, pushing her further inside. Zhao Ping'an instinctively reached for the curtains to check outside, but Chu Peipei, right behind him, yanked him back and frantically waved her hands. Who knew what was going on out there? Pulling open the curtains now would just make them sitting ducks. Hu Tsuelan clutched her wildly pounding heart, while Li Shihan protectively held her son. In her arms, terror written all over her face. And Nan and Gu Jiu both raised the guns slung over their shoulders, everyone's eyes glued nervously to the door. A long time passed with no further sounds, and the ringing in their ears gradually faded, but no one dared to move. That noise was unmistakably a bomb. They didn't know what was happening, but there was definitely danger outside. And Nan turned to Chu Peipei. That thing you mentioned on the walkie-talkie earlier. Chu Peipei hurriedly explained, no. That was just something we made up to lure you here. There really wasn't any suspicious person or anything unusual before this. And Nan nodded. When they'd suddenly started that whole proposal thing earlier, she'd already realized everyone was deliberately tricking her for a surprise. She just hadn't expected their joke to come true. There really was an intruder, and they'd actually thrown a bomb. At that moment, Li Shihan suddenly ran over to Nan, hands trembling as she grabbed her shoulders. Songyan. Songyan is still outside. And Nan and Gu Jiu exchanged a glance, both frowning. At the Yu family villa, the head of security, who'd been patrolling as usual, suddenly felt the urge to pee, so he slipped away from the team to relieve himself somewhere out of sight outside the villa. Just as he finished pulling up his pants, he spotted a sneaky figure moving through the thick fog. He quickly buckled his belt, grabbed his pistol, and quietly crept toward the person. Before he could see what the figure was doing, a loud explosion sounded in the distance. He jumped in fright and instinctively looked toward the source, but all he could see was a blanket of white fog. Sounded like there'd been an explosion at someone's house? At that moment, the figure nearby suddenly tensed up. Shit. That bastard Nyo couldn't even wait for me, he went and set it off himself. If he draws the people in that house out, I'll never forgive him. The man fumbled around his body. Crap. Where's my lighter? The security captain crept closer, squinting until he finally saw what the man was holding. It was a tightly bound bundle of explosives. Every muscle in his body tensed. He lashed out with his leg and kicked the man to the ground. The man cried out in pain and dropped the explosives nearby. Just as he tried to reach for them, he felt something cold pressed to the back of his head. Don't move or I'll shoot. The man's heart sank. He was done for. The boss had warned them this family had guns, so he didn't hesitate. He immediately raised his hands. Bro, don't shoot. I mean no harm. Really no harm. The security captain kept the gun to his head and reached for the explosives. Stay still. Don't move. He grabbed the explosives and jabbed the man's head with his gun. You're carrying a bomb and you say you mean no harm? The man's face turned pale. And no, it's not. The fog was thick all around. The security captain frowned. You can explain to Mr. Yu. Get up. With a gun pointed at him, the man didn't dare resist. He shakily got to his feet and obediently let himself be marched into the Yu family villa. The other bodyguards, seeing their captain escorting someone into the courtyard, all stopped and looked over. As he led the man inside, the security captain said in a low voice, "Keep patrolling. Stay alert. There are terrorists in the villa district." The others had also heard the explosion in the distance. They immediately tensed and responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Inside the Yu family villa, Old Master Yu had been playing chess with his son in the study. When he heard the explosion, he immediately stood up. Where did that come from? Yuchen dashed to the window, excitement in his voice. Is someone fighting? TSK, this damn fog, can't see a thing. Old Master Yu scowled. Wipe that look off your face. You think this is something fun? Yuchen acted as if he hadn't heard, still leaning at the window, muttering, whose house is in trouble? We should send Xiaoyunkai over to get some experience. Old Master Yu is furious. Don't you dare. Didn't I tell you to stop messing around? Call off those ridiculous training sessions. Send that little maid back to your mother. Yuchen just curled his lips, clearly not taking his father's words to heart. Dad, you always said the same thing whenever I started a new project, but when have I ever lost money? He pouted. You were dead set against my biochemical experiments too. If I hadn't insisted, would you have been able to? Old Master Yu cut him off. That's not the same thing at all. Yuchen, how is it not? It's all my business. Old Master Yu's frown deepened. And what kind of business is this supposed to be? Yuchen shrugged. You wouldn't get it even if I told you. Just wait and see how it turns out. Old Master Yu slapped the table. You unfilial brat. He was about to say more when the security captain's voice came from outside the study. Mr. Yu, there's a situation. Old Master Yu glared at his son, sat back down, and composed himself before saying, Come in. The security captain entered, one hand holding the explosives, the other pressing a gun to the intruder's head. Old Master Yu's eyes were drawn to the explosives, and he sat up straighter, his expression unreadable. Yuchen, on the other hand, looked excited. Lu Jian, what's going on? The security captain, Lu Jian, first greeted Old Master Yu respectfully. Mr. Yu. Then he nodded at Yuchen. Young master. He explained, this man was sneaking around outside the gate. When I found him, he was about to throw this bundle of explosives into our yard. I stopped him in time. The man looked up at the imposing Old Master Yu and the amused, squinting Yuchen and tried to defend himself. It wasn't me. I didn't mean to hurt anyone, really. Old Master Yu didn't say a word, just glanced at his son. Yuchen caught his father's look, strolled forward, and took the bundle of explosives from the security captain's hand. He examined it casually, dangling it in front of his eyes, and asked offhandedly, You say you didn't mean to hurt us? Then what were you planning to do with this bundle of explosives? The man looked nervous. I was forced. If I didn't bring the explosives over, they'd kill me. He emphasized, I specifically picked the smallest bundle, just to go through the motions. I was going to toss it into your yard from outside, wouldn't hurt anyone. Yuchen handed the explosives to Old Master Yu, murmuring, homemade, not very powerful. Then he sat back down and asked, You say you were forced. Who forced you? The man swallowed. Our boss. Yuchen looked impatient. If you're going to talk, make it clear. How am I supposed to know who your boss is? As he spoke, he drew a gun from his waist and aimed it at the man's head. Don't play games with me. With two guns pointed at him, sweat beaded on the man's forehead, and his voice trembled. My name is Zhang San, from the Tsenglong gang. Our boss is Dong Jibiao. He's got his eye on the Luan Mountain area and wants to take over the Villa district. He's leading a big group to Villa number 1 first. Once they take that, they'll come for you. Before the main force arrives, Biaoji told me to use explosives to wear you down a bit. Under Yu Chen's threat, he spilled a lot this time. But what he revealed was half true, half false. He didn't betray Nan Guiyan, and he made sure to stir up trouble for Dong Jibiao. Old Master Yu frowned and asked, Was that explosion just now you're doing too? Zhang San shook his head quickly. No, that was someone else from our gang. They blew up Villa number 5. Yuchen raised an eyebrow. Why Villa number 5? Our boss sent people to scout ahead. Said Villa number 5 is pretty strong too. Father and son exchanged a glance. So someone had already infiltrated the Villa district. Oldley, the gatekeeper, had just come to collect his wages. What on earth was he doing? Old Master Yu stared at Zhang San and asked in a low voice, How many of you are there? Zhang San answered honestly, 200. Old Master Yu shot to his feet. 200? Even the usually laid-back Yuchen turned serious. Are all 200 at Villa number 1 now? Zhang San thought for a moment. They should be almost there. The main group moves slower than me. Seeing the father and son's faces darken, Zhang San worried they'd kill him in a fit of rage and hurriedly flattered them. I've heard of the Yu family's reputation for a long time. I've always admired you, President Yu and young Master Yu. I really didn't want to hurt you. He turned to the security captain, Lu Jian. This guy can vouch for me. I didn't even plan to go into your yard. I was just going to toss the explosives over the wall from outside. Wouldn't have hurt anyone. The Yus didn't care about the harmless Zhang San at all. What weighed on their minds was the 200-strong force about to attack the villa district. No matter how skilled their bodyguards were, they were outnumbered. There was no way they could hold off 200 people at once. And they didn't have any automatic weapons. If the enemy had numbers, even handguns could be snatched away. Old Master Yu's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Zhang San. What kind of weapons do they have? Zhang San knew Sister Yen wanted the deputy leader to die with no way back, so he was happy to leak more information to the enemy. He answered truthfully, everyone has a cold weapon: knives, swords, clubs. As for firearms, there are a few shotguns, a few homemade guns, and a whole van full of explosives. Hearing the enemy had firearms, Old Master Yu broke out in a cold sweat. Yuchen frowned. A van full of explosives? What kind of van? A minivan. Shit. Yuchen cursed. After that, father and son fell silent. Security Captain Lu Jian's face was ashen. President Yu, young Master Yu, what should we do? Yuchen took a deep breath, pointed at Zhang San irritably. Kill him first. Zhang San's eyes went wide. Hey, how can you? Before he could finish, Lu Jian moved. He didn't even use a gun. Just pulled a small knife from his coat and slashed Zhang San's throat. The room fell silent. After a while, Yuchen looked at Lu Jian and ordered in a low voice, leave 2 bodyguards at home, 1 to guard the yard, 1 to stay inside and protect my parents. Take everyone else and come with me. Old Master Yu immediately objected. No, it's too dangerous. You can't go out. Yuchen, I know what I'm doing. I said no. Old Master Yu turned to Lu Jian. Stop the young master. No one is allowed to leave. Lu Jian was anxious and conflicted, not knowing what to do. For once, Yu Chen's expression was serious. If we don't go out, are we supposed to just sit here and wait to die? His face was cold. I'm not the type to sit and wait for death. Seeing his father about to argue, he cut him off. Right now, the Gu family is the first in the line of fire. We have to act now, while their attention is still on the Gus, see if we can do something. If the Gu family falls, we'll be next. He curled his lips into a half-smile. Didn't you always say, maybe one day we'd have to work with the Gus? Looks like you were right. He picked up the explosives from the table, gripped his gun, and strode out decisively. Old Master Yu always acted tough, but how could a father not worry about his son? He immediately tried to follow. Yuchen frowned. You're too old, don't slow us down. Then, suddenly showing a rare steadiness, he said, Dad, you need to stay home with Mom. She needs you more than I do. Old Master Yu was stunned, but still grabbed Yu Chen's hand. You. Yu Chen quickly pulled away and patted his father's shoulder. Don't worry. If I make it, I'll be back safe. If not, you won't last much longer either. See you on the other side. Old Master Yu cursed, you little brat. But at last, he stopped arguing, let his hand drop, and sighed. Remember, your mother and I will be waiting at home. Yu Chen winked. Got it. He closed the study door and left quickly. Downstairs, Lu Jian had already gathered the other bodyguards as instructed. Yu Chen put on a gas mask and ordered, bring Tang Chiyun here. Villa number 5. And Nan and the others had all gathered in the villa's courtyard. After searching around, they didn't find any suspicious people. Zhao Pingyan crouched down and examined the ground for a while before concluding, it looks like homemade explosives. The blast had gone off right in the center of the courtyard. The house's walls were blackened by the explosion, and the front gate was slightly warped. Judging by the scene, the attacker hadn't even bothered to enter through the gate, they just tossed the explosives in from outside. Fortunately, a few days ago, he'd replaced the windows with explosion-proof glass salvaged from the 15th floor. Otherwise, the flying shards alone would have injured them. If the glass had shattered, the mist would have poured in, and the house would have been uninhabitable. Although the traps they'd set up in the yard had suffered some damage, they could be repaired and reused. The house was still livable. The group searched the area around the villa thoroughly, but there was no sign of Long Song-in or the three little ones. There were no traces of a struggle nearby either. Li Shihan was beside herself with worry, her eyes red from crying. Long Xiaobao didn't understand what was happening. She clung anxiously to her mother's hand, crying for her father. And Nan comforted her, "Don't worry. Long Song-in is with Fugue and the others. He'll be fine." She knew her own pets well. The combined fighting power of the three little ones was formidable. Even if the enemy had explosives, as long as there was mist to provide cover, it would be hard to harm the nimble trio. Even if only Fugue was there, he wouldn't be easily hurt. And if they'd really run into a powerful enemy, there would at least be signs of a struggle. That's why Nan felt fairly calm. After hearing Nan's explanation, Li Shihan managed to calm down a little. But if they didn't run into any bad people, why have they been gone so long without a trace? Chu Peipei chimed in, maybe they're still in Villa Number 1 and never made it over here? And Nan thought for a moment and nodded. That's possible. The three little ones all had quirky personalities. Other than her, no one else could easily summon them. Maybe Long Song-in was still at Villa Number 1, hopping mad because of them. Gu Zhiyu said, "Let's go back and check." And Nan replied, "All right." Chu Peipei took Li Shihan's hand. "Don't worry. We'll walk along the main road. Maybe we'll run into them on the way." She looked at Nan and said, "I'll go with you. If Long Song-in and the others really are in danger, the more of us there are, the better. We can look out for each other." Zhao Ping'an and Hu Tsuelon chimed in, "We'll go too." And Nan had been about to suggest they stay behind and watch over Villa Number 5. But on second thought, since they didn't know what the person who threw the explosives was after or whether they'd come back, it might not be safe to leave anyone behind. It was better for everyone to stick together. So she nodded. "Let's go." They locked the front gate and hurried toward Villa Number 1. No one realized that just a few hundred meters behind them, hidden by the thick mist, a group of over 200 people was quietly advancing in their direction. If they'd left just a minute later, they would have run straight into Dong Zhibiao's main force. At that moment, Dong Zhibiao was in a foul mood. Just a few minutes earlier, he'd entered the villa complex's main gate when he heard an explosion. The sound was all too familiar. It was the homemade bomb their gang used. When it went off, it sounded like a particularly nasty fart, always with a lingering echo. He was furious. God damn it. Which bastard did that? Who ran in ahead of us and blew our cover? His first thought was that Nan Guiyan had sent someone to mess things up. He kicked his right-hand man. "Didn't I tell you to keep an eye out? Make sure that woman didn't send anyone to sabotage us." The man replied, aggrieved, "We were watching." When we left, all of Nan Guiyan's people were still in the banquet hall, eating and drinking. Every seat was accounted for, not a single one missing. Dong Zhibiao barked, "Then what the hell happened?" Suddenly, he realized something. "Go. Check our own people." "Yes, sir." The man turned and relayed the order, "Count off by squad." The results came back quickly. He reported to Dong Zhibiao, "Boss, we're missing 2 people." Dong Zhibiao's face darkened, as if he'd expected this. "Which 2 idiots?" Someone replied, "Niu Air from Squad 3 and Zhang San from Squad 5. Dong Zhibiao thought for a moment. The names didn't ring a bell. "Remember those 2. When we get back, they're dead meat." His right-hand man hesitated. "Boss, is it possible they just got separated from the group?" Dong Zhibiao's eyebrows shot up. "Separated? Then who set off the bomb?" "You." The man quickly waved his hands. "Boss, Dong Zhibiao cut him off. "Don't bother. It was those 2. We're moving so slowly, no way anyone just got left behind. Those idiots must have been bought off by Nan Guiyan and snuck ahead to stir up trouble." He cursed into the fog, "Damn this mist." Turns everyone into a blind man, can't see a damn thing. Then he ordered, when we catch those two, make an example out of them. Let's see who else dares work for that woman. Boss, what do we do now? Dong Jibiao said, pick up the pace. But the nest's already been disturbed. So what? The fish aren't going anywhere. Move. So the group surged forward and soon reached the area near Villa Number 1. Dong Jibiao's original plan was to send 2 people in to scout first. But since someone had already set off an explosion, the people inside were probably on alert. He decided to go for a quick, overwhelming assault, just charge in with sheer numbers. Blow the gate. Yes, sir. For safety, the van carrying the explosives had been kept at the back of the group to avoid any accidents. After Dong Jibiao gave the order, someone quickly told the van driver to bring it to the front. Meanwhile, inside Villa Number 1, and Nan and the others had just finished searching the house. Nothing downstairs. Nothing upstairs either. Looks like they've already left. Li Shihan was anxious. We didn't see Tsungin anywhere on the way here, and now he's not in the villa either. Where could they have gone? And Nan frowned, about to say something, when suddenly another huge explosion shook the air. This blast was even bigger than the last. And Nan rushed to check the security cameras. She saw a mass of shadowy figures gathering outside the villa's courtyard wall, and their front gate had been blown out of shape. The group was standing far back from the blast site, so the thick mist and the cameras made it impossible to see their faces clearly. She couldn't even get a sense of how many people there were. But just the visible shadows alone numbered more than 10. Li Shihan watched the surveillance footage and said with certainty, these people aren't residents of the villa district. Chu Peipei stared at the monitor and asked, can you see their faces clearly? Li Shihan shook her head, then pointed at the screen. Just look at the way the ones in front are dressed. You can tell at a glance they're not from around here. She'd been living here for over 2 years and knew the people well. The residents of Luoan Mountain weren't your average wealthy folks. Every single one of them put on airs, and their clothes were always impeccable. Even during the worst disasters, they still managed to keep up appearances. But look at those people outside whose outfits you could make out. Some wore sloppy lantern pants, others had faded, ripped blue denim vests. All of them were dressed in cheap street market clothes. Definitely not the kind of people who lived halfway up the mountain. Zhao Ping'an said, those must be the ones who tried to blow up my house just now. He paused, puzzled. But I don't get it. Why did they just set off one explosion and leave? And now they're over here setting off more. What are they trying to do? Chu Peipei frowned. Yeah, it's weird. If they're not robbing us after blowing things up, aren't they just wasting their explosives? And Nan and Gu Jiu, who hadn't spoken, exchanged a glance. And Nan gave him a reassuring look, then vanished from where she stood. The others hadn't even had time to react, but Long Xiaobao immediately noticed something was wrong. He clapped his hand over his mouth in shock. Antian is gone? His shout made everyone instinctively look over at the spot where Nan had been standing. Zhao Ping'an exclaimed, huh? Where's my idol? Chu Peipei was startled too. Nan? Hu Tsuelan looked around in confusion. Everyone was stunned. Only Gu Jiu remained calm, staring unblinkingly at the surveillance footage, his fists clenched nervously. The next second, and Nan, who had disappeared, suddenly reappeared. Gu Jiu let out a breath of relief. How is it? And Nan's expression was serious. At least 200 people. She had just teleported outside and blended into the group unnoticed. After a few teleports, she'd gotten a rough idea of their numbers. Hearing her say there were at least 200 people outside, Gu Jiu's expression turned grave as well. But the others were still distracted by Nan's sudden disappearance and reappearance. Long Xiaobao clapped excitedly. She's like a fairy. Zhao Ping'an rubbed his eyes and asked Hu Tsuelan, Mom, did my idol just disappear? Hu Tsuelan muttered in disbelief, am I seeing things? Li Shihan's mouth hung open. No, Missin really did vanish just now. Chu Peipei grabbed a Nan. Nan, what just happened? And Nan glanced at the stunned group and explained casually, I awakened some abilities. She had no intention of telling anyone about her spatial powers, not even Chu Peipei or Zhao Ping'an. After all, in an apocalypse where resources were scarce, a personal space filled with supplies and a safe haven like her manor were priceless, worth hundreds of billions, if not more, before the disaster. Who would risk a fortune like that just to test a friendship? But there was still a long road ahead, and in the dangerous, ever-changing apocalypse, her combat skills would be revealed to her companions sooner or later. So she didn't plan to hide her teleportation ability from them. Everyone was stunned to hear she had awakened powers. After all, it was just too unbelievable. Zhao Ping'an had the biggest reaction, shouting on the spot. Powers? Did you just go invisible? Or was that teleportation? He was a die-hard Apocalypse fan. Back when he was modifying the 15th floor and stockpiling supplies, he'd fantasized about the end of the world arriving one day and him awakening some amazing powers. But clearly, he wasn't the protagonist of this world. He looked at Nan with envy. Idol, you're the real main character. And Nan frowned. What main character or side character? Now's not the time for that. There are over 200 enemies out there watching us. She answered his earlier question directly. I just teleported outside. She paused, then curled her lips. Took out a few of them while I was at it. Took out a few of them? The group snapped out of their shock over her powers and turned to look at the surveillance monitors. Li Shihan, however, was still worried about her husband. Missin, did you see Zai in the group outside? And Nan replied firmly, no, he wasn't there. Not just Long Song'an. Her 3 little ones weren't there either. Fugue was so big, she would have noticed if he was in the crowd. Seeing Li Shihan's eyes redden again, Gu Jiu said, if they're not with the group, then they must still be safe. Don't worry. Then he turned to Nan and asked, should we make a move? And Nan nodded, looked at everyone, and said in a low voice, kill them all. Outside the villa, Yuchen had already led his people to the scene. Using the thick fog as cover, he circled around to the back of the group. The main road in the villa district wasn't very wide, and with over 200 people packed onto it, the tail end was far from the front. Yuchen and his team stopped not far behind the end of the group, thinking for the first time that the fog was actually useful. He pointed at the hazy white ahead and instructed in a low voice, move forward slowly. Kill anyone you see. He emphasized, remember to cover your mouths. Use your knives to slit their throats quietly, don't make a sound. Security Captain Lu Jian replied, yes, sir, secretly marveling at how clever young Master Yu was. This was definitely better than sitting at home waiting to die. They crept forward, killing whoever they could. If they were discovered, they could just turn and run. With the fog as cover, the enemy wouldn't be able to catch them, nor would they suspect they were from the Yu family. The bodyguards all flexed their wrists eagerly. The only one who looked uneasy was Tang Chiyun. She was just an ordinary person from peaceful times. She'd never killed anyone, and she couldn't even watch gory horror movies. She used to look away at the market when chickens were slaughtered. How could she possibly kill someone herself? Yuchen noticed her hesitation and leaned down to whisper in her ear, Xiao Yakai, you have to take the first step. He pointed ahead. This is your monthly exam. Do your best. If you do well, there's a reward. If not, his voice dropped even lower. You'll die. Tang Chiyun's breath caught. She'd only learned a few basic self-defense moves. How was she supposed to kill someone? Yuchen drew a sharp, portable knife and tossed one to Tang Chiyun as well. Tang Chiyun, you'll understand once you try. He licked his lips, a wicked glint growing in his eyes. Killing is addictive. Tang Chiyun looked into his eyes and felt a chill run through her. She had always thought of Yuchen as a spoiled, mentally unstable rich kid who just liked to have fun. Only now did she suddenly realize that this man might be far more terrifying than she had ever imagined. On the surface, he was just a frivolous playboy, but even when he smiled, there was no warmth in his eyes. It reminded her of the boss at the small company where she'd worked part-time before. He seemed humorous, even kind, but beneath the surface, he was like a cold-blooded snake. And right now, Yuchen was just like a venomous snake, coiled and ready to strike, tongue flicking, poised to attack at any moment. Before she could react, Yuchen was already leading the others forward. She was left at the back, surrounded by thick fog. A sense of helplessness and fear welled up inside her, and she could only grit her teeth and force herself to keep moving. Soon, they reached the end of the enemy line. Yuchen and his bodyguards moved swiftly, each taking out a target. Tang Chiyun clamped a hand over her mouth, watching as those people silently collapsed to the ground. A few drops of bright red blood splattered onto Yuchen's white shirt, and his wrist, gripping the knife, was covered in blood as well. He wiped at the stained shirt with a look of distaste, as if he'd touched something filthy. The man he'd killed lay on the ground, eyes wide open in death. In this Wolfgang squad, only Dong Jibiao wore a gas mask. The others' faces were exposed. The dead man happened to fall with his face toward her, so Tang Chiyun could clearly see the shock and terror frozen on his corpse's face. It was the first time she'd seen what books described as dying with eyes wide open, and it was nothing like what you saw on TV. A chill shot from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. She glanced at Yuchen again, only to find him looking at her with a surprisingly relaxed expression. There was a glint of excitement in his eyes, like a child who'd just gotten a new toy. Thinking about the time she'd spent with him recently, Tang Chiyun felt a shiver run down her spine. She stared at him, unconsciously taking a step back. Yuchen's gaze, which had been on her, suddenly shifted to something behind her, his expression changing in an instant. Sensing something, Tang Chiyun followed his gaze and looked behind her. Her heart skipped a beat. A tall man was standing right behind her, just a few centimeters away. If he hadn't been facing away, she would have been discovered and the whole squad alerted. Tang Chiyun's breathing grew heavier with nerves. The man seemed to sense someone behind him and instinctively turned his head to glance back. In that instant, all the blood rushed to Tang Chiyun's head, and Yuchen's earlier words echoed in her mind. Tang Chiyun, this is your monthly exam. If you fail, you die. Die. Her adrenaline spiked, and her hands began to tremble. Only one thought filled her mind. She couldn't let him make a sound, or everything would be over. Tang Chiyun leapt up, hooking her left arm around the man's face and clamping her hand over his mouth, while her right hand slashed his throat with a knife. Terrified, she used all her strength. The cut was deep and vicious, and blood spurted out, warm and sticky, splattering her hand. The man struggled as he died, letting out a muffled whimper. Tang Chiyun, shaking all over, pressed her hand even harder over his mouth and nose, leaving a white mark on his face. In the end, she didn't even know if he died from the cut to his throat or if she'd smothered him to death. When the man finally stopped breathing, she crouched down and gently laid him on the ground. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Yuchen give her a thumbs up. Tang Chiyun felt a mix of emotions, avoided his gaze, and ignored his praise. Before she could catch her breath, another man nearby, drawn by the scent of blood, turned around and locked eyes with blood-stained Tang Chiyun. She sighed inwardly and pounced again. Strike first or be struck. After another round of the same process, this man quickly met his end as well. This time, Tang Chiyun was a bit more composed than before. After dispatching 3 more people in a row, her eyes were wild with killing intent. Yuchen watched Tang Chiyun's movements grow more agile, a smile slowly curling on his lips. As expected, real combat was the most effective teacher. He didn't stop his own actions either. The group advanced from the rear, quietly taking out 20 or 30 people in no time. As more and more people fell silently, the smell of blood grew stronger, and the rear of the squad began to grow restless. But with the fog as cover, Yuchen and his group were still relatively safe. When they got tired of killing, they'd retreat into the mist to rest. Some people noticed their comrades at the rear had suddenly vanished and nervously reported it to the front, but those at the head of the squad had no time to care. Because they were facing something even more terrifying and urgent, their boss, Dong Jibiao, had just collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open in death. His closest followers were thrown into chaos. They'd just blasted open the villa gate and were celebrating. Dong Jibiao had given the order to charge in, when suddenly he clutched his throat and fell. It all happened in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone stunned. Dong Jibiao's face was still frozen in a look of triumph, but a bloody hole had mysteriously appeared in his throat. Blood spurted out, and within seconds, he was dead. Boss, what happened? He's not breathing. How could this happen? Who did this? One of Dong Jibiao's trusted men immediately thought of Niu Er and Zheng San, who'd left the squad earlier, and suspiciously questioned those around him. Is there a traitor here who's been bought off by Nan Guiyan? He paused, then demanded, did anyone see the killer? Point them out. Everyone shook their heads. It wasn't me. Not me either. Soon, all eyes turned to the trusted follower who'd been by Dong Jibiao's side the whole time. Brother Meng, you were the closest to the boss. If any of us wanted to assassinate him, we wouldn't have had the chance. Brother Meng immediately snapped back. All I've got is a machete and a homemade shotgun. How could I make a wound like that? Then what happened? People don't just get hurt out of thin air. At that moment, someone whispered, I think I saw a woman just now. The person next to him chimed in, you saw her too? I thought I was seeing things. Brother Meng frowned. What woman? Where would a woman come from? The reason this group of people supported Dong Jibiao was because they couldn't stand Nan Guiyan, that woman, lording it over them. There was more than a little bit of sexism involved. That's why, among the men leading at the front of the group, there were no women. I swear I saw a woman. She was gorgeous, just flashed by. If you guys hadn't mentioned it, I'd have thought I was seeing things. I saw her too. She suddenly appeared right next to the boss and scared the hell out of me. But by the time I rubbed my eyes, she was gone again. Yeah, I saw her too. The woman they were talking about was none other than Nan. Just now, when she flashed in to scout out the situation, she'd taken the opportunity to stab Dong Jibiao in the neck with her triangular bayonet. The thing was, Dong Jibiao was just too conspicuous. His clothes, his whole aura, even his gas mask were different from everyone else's, clearly the leader of the group. Naturally, and Nan wasn't about to pass up the chance to leave the enemy leaderless. When everyone around started talking about seeing a woman, a Meng, who hadn't believed it at first, immediately got goosebumps. As the saying goes, if enough people say something, it becomes real. With so many people insisting, he had no choice but to believe it. After all, there had already been several inexplicable natural disasters lately. If a female ghost suddenly showed up, it didn't seem all that impossible anymore. Still, he frowned and barked at them, shut your damn mouths. What woman? Stop making things up and spooking everyone. Right now, the most important thing wasn't worrying about some ghost, but taking down Villa number 1. Without Dong Jibiao to back them up, if they went back, there was only one outcome. Nan Guiyan would have them killed. So they had to take this place and start over here. But I really did see. Before the man could finish, a Meng suddenly raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The man dropped to the ground. A Meng roared, I'll say it one more time, there is no strange woman. Anyone who tries to mess with morale will end up just like him. With the gunshot as a warning, everyone who'd been talking immediately shut their mouths. A Meng looked around and shouted, the boss is gone. You all know what'll happen if we go back to the gang now. At those words, everyone tensed up. They knew full well how things worked in their gang. If they went back like this, the boss would definitely find a way to get rid of them. A Meng cleared his throat and continued, so don't panic. We'll investigate the boss's death later. Right now, the top priority is to take this villa complex, so we all have a place to stay. Take the villa. Take the villa. The others immediately echoed the slogan. At a Meng's order, follow me, charge in, he took the lead, squeezing through the broken gate into the courtyard, raising his gun and firing at the floor-to-ceiling window. A few others with guns followed suit, shooting at the glass, ready to rush in as soon as it broke. But after several shots, the glass didn't shatter, just a few shallow marks remained. What the hell? Is this glass made of steel or something? Why is it so tough? Meng realized what was going on, his face darkening. It's bulletproof glass. Someone frowned, stepping up to check. But even bulletproof glass can't take this many shots, right? This doesn't seem like ordinary bulletproof glass. Someone else side told you, rich people like this always have the most advanced gear at home. Not so easy to break in. Meng shot him a glare, signaling everyone to shut up. He peered through the window, trying to see what was going on inside, but all he saw was his own reflection. Great! Not only was the glass bulletproof, it was one way, too. A nervous brother next to him asked, "Bro, what do we do now?" Meng took a few deep breaths and kept giving orders. All the explosives, put them on the front door. He didn't believe he couldn't crack this damn shell. Yes, sir. The group quickly retreated to a safe distance. The van driver, following orders, parked the van loaded with explosives right up against the villa's front door, then jumped out and ran. A few others, in charge of lighting the fuse, carefully moved up and set it alight. Everyone stood back, eyes fixed on the van, waiting for the explosion. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom! A huge blast shook the ground. Everyone watched the billowing smoke expectantly, weapons at the ready, prepared to charge in as soon as it cleared. But when the smoke finally dissipated, what greeted them wasn't the grand entryway of a luxury villa, but the same intact, tightly shut front door. What the hell? Why isn't there any change at all? With that much explosive, forget the door, the whole wall should have been blown off. Meng hurried up with his men to check. Damn, Meng, this door looks just like a bank vault door, doesn't it? Shit. These rich people are insane. Did they haul a vault door home? Meng's face was grim. If we can't get in through the doors or windows, then smash the walls. Someone reminded him, bro, the wall was hit by the explosion too, but it's still standing. I think. Before he could finish, Meng kicked him angrily. Shut the hell up. If you don't want to work, go back to the gang. The man quickly apologized. No, bro, that's not what I meant. Before Meng could say anything else, a cold, muffled female voice suddenly rang out from above. You all want to come in so badly? They'd been so focused on breaking through the first floor that they hadn't noticed a third-floor window had opened. Looking up, their jaws dropped. A woman wearing a gas mask was leaning out, holding shit, an assault rifle. Quick. Before he could finish, she pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-ta-ta. People in the courtyard started dropping one after another. Meng, who was standing close to the wall, happened to be in a blind spot the shooter couldn't hit and managed to avoid the hail of bullets. He nervously pressed himself even closer to the wall, then stuck out his homemade gun and fired up at the third floor. The others with guns started shooting back as well. But since the other side had the advantage, they couldn't even aim properly. Just firing blindly, none of them managed to hit her. As Meng, sweating bullets behind the wall, was desperately trying to come up with a plan, the door that had withstood the explosion suddenly began to open slowly. A tall, long-legged man appeared in his line of sight. The man was wearing a bulletproof vest, followed by another man, a woman, and an elderly lady with half-black, half-white hair. As Meng looked up, he found himself staring straight into the barrels of 4 guns. What the hell? Weren't there supposed to be only 2 people in this house? Weren't there supposed to be no guns? That vicious woman, Nan Guiyan. She deliberately sent false information. Meng raised his gun, but for a moment, he didn't even know which one to shoot first. Each of them was armed, and all had automatic rifles. He only had a single-shot homemade gun. There was no way he could take on 4 people at once. All these thoughts flashed through his mind in a split second. Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath. Fight. Even if he couldn't make it out alive, he wouldn't let them get away unscathed. If he could take one down with him, that was enough. But before he could pull the trigger, the old lady on the other side suddenly shouted at the top of her lungs, "Take these bastards out." Rat-a-tat-a-tat. A barrage of gunfire and sparks erupted, and Meng, caught in the crossfire, was instantly riddled with bullets. As he fell, The shot he fired went straight up into the air, not even grazing a hair on any of his opponents. After Hu Tsuelon fired the first shot, Gu Jiu in front, along with Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an beside him, all pulled their triggers, sweeping the courtyard with gunfire at the intruders. And Nan stood at the upstairs window, covering any gaps. Soon, the courtyard fell silent. There wasn't a single enemy left breathing. Zhao Ping'an let out a long breath. That felt good. Chu Peipei put away her gun and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. I thought you only enjoyed meticulous research and experiments. Turns out you like a bit of violence too. Zhao Ping'an pouted. Back at Maple Grove, you two got to mow down Erkue's gang, and I didn't get to join in. Today, I finally got to experience some real shooting. Hu Tsuelon, standing nearby, lectured her son, "Kid, you need to respect life. Fighting is fighting, it's not a game." Zhao Ping'an pulled a face. Respect life? I think you were the one enjoying it the most. Hu Tsuelon clicked her tongue, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and shook out her sore wrist. The enemy's life doesn't count. Just do what needs to be done. The group exchanged smiles. Hearing the commotion outside die down, Li Shihan carefully emerged from the villa with Long Xiaobao in tow. Seeing the courtyard littered with bodies, she couldn't help but gasp, immediately covering her son's eyes. But then, as if thinking of something, she gritted her teeth and removed her hand. The world had changed. It was now survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. Sooner or later, her son would have to face this. Long Xiaobao stared wide-eyed, hiding behind his mother, both curious and frightened by the scene before him. Not all of Dong Zhibiao's men had entered the courtyard. Most of them were still outside. The moment the gunfire broke out, they scattered and fled into the thick fog. And Nan came downstairs, looked around at the bodies, and frowned. The numbers don't add up. Gu Jiu glanced around. Yeah, there are only 60 or 70 people here. And Nan made a snap decision. Pursue them. Don't leave a single one alive. These intruders already knew their situation, how many people they had, what kind of weapons. They couldn't let any of them escape. If word got out, who knew what kind of people would come after them next? This time, the attackers were weaker, which was why they'd managed to escape unscathed. But if next time the enemy came with heavier firepower and knew all about them, it would be a disaster. So, they had to wipe them all out. Meanwhile, Yu Chen's group had been hiding not far from the rear of the attackers, concealed in the thick fog. When he heard the enemy setting off explosives, Yu Chen realized they were planning to storm Villa No. 1. He figured with their attention focused up front, he could take advantage of the chaos to pick off a few more. But unexpectedly, just a few seconds later, a fierce burst of gunfire erupted from Villa No. 1. The staccato of gunfire, rat-tat-tat, da-da-da, crack-crack, filled the air. Soon, the attackers up ahead fell into chaos and turned to flee. Yu Chen was surprised at their panic. Was all that gunfire coming from the Gu family's side? From the sound of it. Did the Gu family have a whole platoon holed up in their villa? The Yu family members exchanged glances. A few seconds later, Yu Chen decisively ordered retreat. Head home. Security Captain Lu Jian was confused. Young Master Yu, the Gu family is fighting back now. Shouldn't we take this chance to flank them and finish off the attackers together? Yu Chen shot him a look. Chase them? Are you stupid? With this thick fog, aren't you afraid the Gu family will mistake us for intruders and shoot us too? He hurried off toward home. Retreat. Nobody leaves the house again. The bodyguards, suddenly understanding, quickly followed him back to the Yu family villa. Only Tang Chiyun trailed at the end, her face blank and eyes vacant, moving like a puppet who only knew how to follow orders. Yu Chen glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, but said nothing. When they returned home, the bodyguard who'd been ordered to guard the courtyard was still dutifully standing watch. Young Master Yu. Brother Jay. Ian, are you all right? Yu Chen shook his head and instructed Lu Jian, you stay here and keep watch. No matter what happens outside, don't open the door. And don't take anyone in, understand? Yes, sir. The bodyguards quickly took up their positions. Yu Chen strode toward the villa door. only to see Tang Chiyun still standing there in a daze. He reached out, grabbed her, and pulled her inside. As soon as the door opened, Kong Si rushed over, tears streaming down her face. "Son, are you all right?" Behind her, old Master Yu hurried in as well. He didn't run like Kong Si, but it was clear he was anxious. Kong Si threw herself at Yuchen, sobbing uncontrollably. "My son, why is there so much blood on you? Are you hurt? Tell me." Yuchen let go of Tang Chiyun and held his mother's hand. "Don't worry, it's all someone else's blood. I'm not hurt at all." Still worried, Kong Si checked him over from head to toe. Only after confirming he was really unharmed did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Old Master Yu sat on the sofa and called out to his wife, "Stop fussing over the boy, come sit down and talk." Kong Si nodded. "Yes, Chin, sit down and rest. Tell Mom what happened out there." It was only then that they noticed Tang Chiyun standing silently behind him, eyes glazed over. "Xiao Tang, what's going on with her?" To be continued.